Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hope you're having a lovely day today. So, I think what I was gonna do is I'm going to take a brief detour to the Wind Palace for a short grind. Relatively speaking. It's short in the grand scheme of things, of how much more we have to grind out our spells. But we're gonna basically have a quick intermission, if you will, that will allow us to increase our Luna level by quite a bit for the lady specifically. That's if I ever find the Wind Palace to begin with. There it is. Thank you. Hi, yes, Grunt. So, why Wind Palace? Because our weapons are drawn here, which means we get full magic experience from casting spells. And this guy has a free heal for us, making this basically a very comfy grinding spot. So, in order to level Luna, we want to cast Lunar Boost or Moon Energy, both technically work. But, unfortunately, Moon Energy is like a projectile thingy where all the projectiles need to arrive at the target, and Lunar Boost is just instantly over, so this is just much more efficient. So, 12 spells to get to level 1, 13 to level 2, 15 to level 3, and 17 to level 4. I don't know if I want to go to level 4 straight up, but I guess... well, maybe. I'm gonna be leveling up Luna a lot. Effectively, I mostly just want Luna to be useful initially. And effectively Lunar Energy giving us 1 extra critical hit per Luna level, I think is gonna be very handy. So let's say we aim for level 3. I think that's a good threshold to reach. Oh, I didn't know I could do that by just switching character. You hope this is not my last time streaming. You hope for a hard Secret of Mana stream next year. Oh. It's definitely not my last time streaming. Like, there's a decent chance we're just going to have significantly reduced amounts of streaming, but I don't plan on disappearing for what it's worth. No, we're already level 2. Maybe we go to level 4. It's gonna be 5 guaranteed critical hits as soon as we reach that level. Level 2. Level 2. There's level 3. And there's gonna be an additional 11 spell casts. So we only need 6 more afterwards in order to reach level 4. Oh, that spell didn't go through there. Oopsie. Oh, actually it did go through. Huh. Alright, level 4 lunar boost. It's good enough for me for now. Let's go and ask the Cockatrice enemies for a chest donation, shall we? Maybe we want to also briefly level up Salamando. Because fire is basically our secondary weapon element. When petrification doesn't work. Plus it technically allows the lady to add offensive spell damage to enemies if it is high enough. But I'm not sure about that part. Alrighty, let me fix you up. Save my game. Nah, we're fine. Then we give the boy Flame Saber. The lady gets Flame Saber, and then we're out of here. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, she'll get a Flame Saber afterwards. And we go up to the lofty mountains. This time, without getting rebuffed by Sage Jock himself. That doesn't want to reveal that he's Sage Jock. Oh, also the sprite is the one character that doesn't have chest. Not a useful one, because we already got that one. The sprite is the only one who does not have the Ivy Amulet right now. So I don't want to have the sprite in the lead for that reason. Because they can be put to sleep. Did I just accidentally minimize that? Maybe. Alright, we're looking for the little Eggatrice at this point. This game rocks, it's really good. Well, at least I have a lot of nostalgia for it, if nothing else. It's very janky. But, as somebody mentioned earlier, that's kind of part of the charm, I guess, at this point. Anyways, we're looking for these little guys to, hopefully, give us a chest sometime soon. Oh, well, I was fast. I was getting ready for a bit of a grinding session here. But anyways, the common drop from these guys is a medical herb. The rare drop from them is a chocolate. So, we get a medical herb, as you would expect. Then, in the trials here coming up, we actually have to... Did I forget something? I apparently forgot something. Did I not talk to Gemma? I probably didn't talk to Gemma. Whoopsie. Fast one. Thank you, appreciate that. Alrighty. So I was supposed to talk to Gemma here after we freed the king from the Darkstalker. I thought I did that, but apparently I didn't, so we're back here. Then we have to climb back up the mountain. Whoopsie. There we go. I did not talk to him. Couldn't we just tell Sage Jock, listen, we've literally just been there, we've defeated the Darkstalker. We just forgot to talk to Gemma. Can't you just, you know... tell us that you are actually the sage? Actually, I guess we don't really learn that until after we clear the trials anyways. Maybe good time to scroll up the list and check if there's nothing else unchecked. Good idea. And that seems to be the only thing. Well, the Nitro Pumpkin next. Also, actually, I'm not just going to go... No, Nitro Pumpkin is the one thing I should do right now. We can go and get the Mimic a little bit later down the road. That one is gonna be a bit of a pain. Actually, I wonder whether there might be a good spot for a Mimic combo with a Darkstalker somewhere. That would be ideal. Well, specifically a Shapeshifter with a Darkstalker combo. Because Mimic doesn't... There's another chest over there. It's okay. Shapeshifters have like a low chance of turning into a Mimic directly, which is why I would like to have a Shapeshifter. Because that's one of the best ways to get Mimics in this game. Other than that, I would need to get like chest traps that specifically need to turn out to be a Mimic. So for some reason, Sage Jog has that animation when you hit him with a weapon at this point in the game. I have no idea why. Anyways, let's try whether petrification works against these guys in particular. Because these Nitro Pumpkins absolutely love to be annoying. This is a big reason why I wanted to get guaranteed critical hits. They have really high physical defense. And they also use like a magic shield immediately. So there's that too. Alright, so these shapeshifters have a low chance of turning into a Mimic. So if you could just turn into a Mimic this turn, that would be ideal. I don't know how their behavior works, to be honest. There we go. I think they always have a chance to turn into something. Sometimes they turn into nothing. Sometimes they duplicate themselves. If we could just get a Mimic and a chest from it directly, that would be absolutely ideal. Come on. Oh, that... Well, we got the Eggplant Man. That is also gonna be a rare drop for us. That would actually be kind of funny if we get that one early. But it's one of the big ones we need to grind out. Usually I do that in the Pure Lands. But I guess we can technically already get it here. Oh, wait, Hotshot. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. By the way, you can find this checklist for items in the 100% document as well. It's just one chest challenge tab at the bottom. Come on, guys. Oh, you can't duplicate because there's a dude in the way. Alright, I removed him for you. No, I didn't, because the chest occupies an enemy spawn slot still. Cup of wishes won't fit. That guy immediately. And a duck. Sometimes the shapeshifters disappear when they create something. I assume this is like supposed to indicate that they turned into that creature rather than duplicating in any capacity. Make another one. You know what, I'm gonna set my AI controlled companions to be not aggressive anymore. That might actually make it easier for me to try and manipulate these guys. Right. Also, I have to stop waving Hotshot. I can't play it while waving, unfortunately. But thank you. So, more crits. Wave wave. I mean, I don't mind getting these guys, I guess. If I get an early chest from those, that would be fascinating. We duplicate it again, that's fine. We go into range and back out of range, and then I guess they have behavior. Okay, duck. I'd like to have another petrification weapon, please. Two ducks. Huh. I mean, we do want to have a chest from those eventually as well, but it's not exactly priority. Come on, give me mimics, please. By the way, these shapeshifter slimes, they literally don't have an attack. Like, they don't deal any damage. Rump. Rump. Is this how rabbis were originally created? Shapeshifter decided to feel cute. I mean, it worked. Is it you are only turning into 2 specific enemies? Well, 3 now, I guess. But yes, they can only turn into specific enemies. There is a limit as to what they can turn into. Mimic just happens to be one of them. It might be more efficient to grind for these later. Theoretically, I just don't really know. Rump. The Secret of Mana remake is bad. It would probably be called AI Sloppy before AI was a thing. An understandable reaction. Oh, there's one mimic. Okay, 1 in 16 chance for us to get a chest from this guy. Did you know that these mimics actually have like a little cape going on with them? But that's the reason why I'm keeping these guys alive. I'd like to have mimics, please. That would be the ideal thing to get from them. But yeah, like there are certain things that I like about the remake, but it's a case of I just wish it got as much attention as its Trials of Mana remake. Then again, I theoretically always said that if one of the 2 games gets a remake, it should be Trials of Mana, because that game on its original hardware is just kind of really weak, unfortunately. At least Trials of Mana got a good treatment. What I will say is, as much as I think the Secret of Mana remake music is not really good video game background music, overall I really like the compositions. Like, just musically, they are really good in my opinion. I didn't realize I could just farm these guys forever, by the way. I thought they would eventually just stop duplicating. It's nostalgia. Hello from work. I hope you have a lovely day at work one way or another. Thank you so much for subscribing with the Prime thing. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. And Happy New Year to you, now or soon. Here. Come on, give me Mimics, please. Mimic is really the big thing we want from these guys. I would take more Eggplant Man too, but Mimic is really the big one. Oh, there's an Eggplant Man. I love how these Eggplant Men can accidentally give you the defense up buff. Like, that's just a quirk of their AI. They can absolutely just target you instead of their allies. And it's really funny in my opinion. Okay, he also has Lucid Barrier now, so we have to deal enough damage in order to punch through it with physical attack, or we just cast a spell on him, which is significantly easier. Oh, Eggplant Man chest. No, I think here we have a problem, because I'm pretty sure our analyzer level is not gonna be good enough. I wonder what analyzer level we need. Let me real quick double check, because potentially we just have to take the 50-50 for a trap. Because this thing is really high level, relatively speaking. Where's my some stuff? What was the big guy called? Eggplant Man. Eggplant Man. In my list, he has Trap Agility 48, Analyzer level. Oh, it's only 3. This is enough, apparently. Oh, it isn't? Ah. According to my list, this... Oh, no, it is. It is blinking red now. Okay. Alrighty. 10... No. Almost an 11% chance to get one of the key items for the 100% run here. That's a 7 in 64 chance. Cup of Wishes won't fit. This is what we will probably see a lot. I'm actually not even going to bother checking the check mark for the Eggplant Man, because we will have to defeat a lot of them later down the road anyways, in order to get their key item from them. That's just kind of the nature of the game, because these have a rare drop for an item that is part of my 100% criteria. And I will have to get it anyways, so this is just gonna take a bit. Let's see, give the lady MP recovery, Eggplant Man, and also the boy this. In the meantime, we have the sprite to take care of the eggplant guy. Oh, another one. Does traps count too? Traps do count, yes. As in, for the completion of the list, any chest, even if I were to not open it, although I will try to open it, it's fine to just see a chest from an enemy for my completion, so to speak. Traps would be fine. Thank you for the 10 bits. Yes, that can happen. Eggplant Man can spawn meat lions, and these things are vicious. Like, they are both have like high reach of attack, and they deal so much damage compared to anything else you meet at this stage in the game. It can absolutely destroy you. Like, it's not safe to try and encounter these guys. Really? Come on, buddy. Let's have the sprite knock this guy out, I guess. Oh, chest! There we go. The second mimic. Let's get lucky. 1 in 16 drop rate for a chest. Didn't get a chest. Let's see, somebody earlier mentioned something. You feel like overall the remake got too much hate, even if you're also among the people who prefer the original visuals. Yeah, like, that's kind of where I'm sitting as well. I absolutely understand everybody who strongly dislikes the remake, the Secret of Mana remake to be specific. But I did find a lot of like nice little redeeming factors about it. Like, I genuinely believe that the people who created the remake, they were trying to do the best they could, but they were not given enough resources in one area or another. Development power, like leading power, whatever you will. Like, that's just kind of how I see it. So that's kind of where I think it's also quite unfortunate when like a game in particular gets so much hate. It's very rarely the developer's fault, so to speak. Oh, chest number 3, Mimics. Let's go. Mimic box. By the way, the Mimic box has shady glasses, like gangster glasses or something, whatever they are called. And if it like goes to the top, I think it has like a cape too. Or was that only a Trials of Mana thing? You just see it as if it was designed for the PS Vita and you think it's nice. Honestly, that seems like it would have been the target console. I think that's a fair way to look at it. We actually need to make sure we don't hit the Eggplant Man again after he gets Lucid Barrier. Otherwise he will like take no damage from the attack. Because your damage that you do gets overwritten by the damage that got pumped into the Lucid Barrier. But I guess if he casts and I actually miss... Oh, I didn't miss, I just didn't crit. Because I no longer have crits. Found a random bean in your Pokemon watch box. What now? Beans? I think those should be redirected to Velhart. He's the expert of beans. Ah, see, this is exactly what they need to not do. They both just hit the Eggplant Man and cancel the sprite's magic damage too, by activating the Lucid Barrier to absorb the hit. I think I just missed here. Welcome back here. I hope you had a restful sleep. And actually the other comment about who was the Secret of Mana remake for is probably a very interesting point. Because it didn't seem to have like necessarily like the target audience of just tapping into nostalgia or just like appealing to a new audience. They kind of somehow meant in the middle of the two. Monk. The power of critical hits. Gonna duplicate into a shapeshifter again. I guess it just stays there until we move far enough away for it to do something again. Chase sequence does not help us. And the duck is the most annoying one because it takes a while to knock it down and doesn't even have anything interesting it can drop. That's actually not entirely true. A duck helmet would be pretty strong at this point in the game. Ow. Man, it's so unusual. Usually when you fight these captain ducks, they are not exact. Oh, there goes the shapeshifter. They are not exactly a particularly dangerous enemy, because at that point you have so much defense that their magic damage just does nothing. Alright, pumpkin. I think we can always go back here if necessary, so we can just walk through the entire thing and actually complete the trials. And get a full heal out of it. Oh, right. We need critical hits for these guys, they have so much defense. Unfortunately, them exploding themselves doesn't actually count for us dealing with them. Oh, chest! Alrighty, nice, that is a good one. That is fantastic. Now we have the pumpkin chest. That's the key chest down here. Everything else we can get later down the road. But this one here we specifically want to have at this stage. Can 3 shapeshifters be on the screen? They never did. I would say probably. That's an interesting question, actually. I would say probably if you have like one shapeshifter turn into 2, and then you walk across the screen to spawn a third one. It seems like they never like turn into a or make a third one of themselves. But I think it's probably possible to like have 2 spawn and then get the third one to load, probably. Alrighty, let's see how this is gonna go again. Shapeshifter lottery. Lost that lottery. No tickets for you. Well, do you lose the lottery if you don't get any tickets? Or you just decide to not play? By the way, speed down does reduce my chance to hit, but it's a very negligible amount. And the lady decided to just negate my damage, unfortunately. Oh, she has half MP. There you go. You would call not playing winning the lottery. I understand the concept. Eggplant Man gets whacked. Just don't deal any damage. Oh, he didn't get one shot. Well, it is. Okay, duck. And he's gonna explode on me. Oh, Sprite is entirely out of MP. That's a bit inconvenient. Should have given them MP absorb. So I should not leave the boy to AI control character. Because otherwise he's gonna murder all of the slimies. Sir, I would like to have mimics, please. That would be lovely. Just mimics, please. That is not a mimic. There's a mimic. Alrighty, nice. That is number 4, I believe. Let's see. No chest for us. And yes, this is the speed at which we're gonna get mimics. That's just... The only other way to get mimics is by literally triggering a trap 50% of the time, and then having like the whatever chance to spawn a mimic. I actually have no idea what the chance is for that. He's petrified, but not down, because I didn't have a crit guarantee. Oh, well, there is the second chest from the Eggplant Man. Once again. 11 in... No, 7 in 64 chance. About 11-ish%, slightly less. To get what we're looking for from this one. That would be lovely. Couple of wishes. Okay. Oh, look, there's another shapeshifter up there. Oh, another mimic. Number 5, no chest. God bless you didn't do a rare drop run. I already did that one before, just not in 100% setting. And I got incredibly lucky with the mimics during that run, by the way. Because I got the mimic chest relatively quickly, and the very first one was the rare drop from the mimic. I was actually kind of double and triple checking whether I did in fact get the rare drop from it, because that seems so unlikely. But yes, I did. You saw that run? I see. Nice. You might actually remember more of it than me, because it's been a while. But that's the one thing I do remember. Come on, mister. I'd like to have a mimic. That is not a mimic today. Just saying. Oh. Well, he gave up. He gave up. Can't blame him. I don't want to play with these guys. They're scary. Scary very. There's another shapeshifter up here. You know what, we're gonna play with the... Oh, never mind. We have to deal with this guy. Alright, yes sir. I need you to duplicate once. He's gonna start chasing, and then once he is next to me, I'm gonna start duplicating. Eggplant. He gets whacked, he's probably dead. He's not dead, so we have to follow up with a spell. And... I had a chest counter running for failed rares. That sounds about right. I don't think I hit him, so... Sprite, do your thing. On the bright side, we are leveling up our spells along the way, so the casts are not technically wasted. Just a bit slower than the completion I would like to. Alrighty, Mimic please. Right, it's gonna duplicate into the slime first, and then one of them could turn into Mimic. Come on. Right, well this guy needs to duplicate again. Happy New Year, Vintage Luke. Welcome to you, I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you as well. Duplicates into 2 slimies. Did that just say Taco gets whacked? Did I see that correctly? Surely not. This Taco took no damage. Then again, these guys deal no damage. Oh, Beast Summit just. We actually have to pick it up just to get rid of it. Medical Herb won't fit. I'm too slow for this guy. Cast a spell. No chest from that guy. And Captain Duck. Good night, Captain Duck. Oh, you guys just... Oh no! This is very good, it's dangerous. Just spawn the Need Lion. They are weak to Sylph, so maybe we deal enough damage to them? Okay, this is fine. That's plenty. Just make sure he doesn't spawn another one. Captain Duck again. It almost looked like the slime attacked the boy, but again, they don't deal damage. No! He walked into my attack. That is so rude. Also, I can't be put to sleep. I guess I never even considered that these guys have a sleeping-inducing attack. Alright. Do I need to worry about these guys? Not really. I guess they're in the way. Right, I think this might be my last shapeshifter here. I need you to transform, sir. Taco gets whacked. Did it say that? Was it actually Taco gets whacked? Oh. I cancelled the damage this time. Oopsie. Yes, it does. Okay, maybe they do technically have an attack. Because enemies can critically hit. It's just extremely rare in most circumstances. I actually don't think all enemies can crit. Like specific ones usually. Like I think the wolves can crit, as well as the master ninjas in the fortress. There we go, number 6. Mimic. Let Taco have at it. Mimic box. Nope, number 6 was not it. I'd like to have more crits, please. I think we have one more very bonus. Fun fact, if you die in this area, you just get revived and sent back out the outside. So it's not even a big deal. Alright. I need the sprite to get MP back, so let's see if we can start leveling up Luna. Ooh, nice, another Mimic. Number 7 already. No chests for us. Now we need to wait until this duplicates into 2 of them. Eggplant Man immediately. I know you can absorb MP from these zombies. They might not have enough MP or yeah, okay. We actually get MP back more than we invest. MP absorb only costs 1 MP. It's actually pretty crazy good like that. And of course, the stronger it is, the more MP we'll get in the end. No, I accidentally cast... Oh, he's dead anyways. Didn't matter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! I'm not trying to get the needle line right now, please. They will murder me. They will murder me. Stay far away from them. I guess they would give a lot of experience too, huh? I wonder if you would one-shot with a thunder. Actually, can you just hit all of them with MP absorb? Probably, right? This will also crowd control them and actually give the sprite a substantial amount of MP back, all things considered. Because, while we only deal 1 damage with our MP absorb to all enemies, it is 3 MP gained per spell cast and 1 invested. Now there's a concept of getting double the amount of MP from an enemy that we have already depleted the MP of, which is not allowed in glitchless speedruns, but simultaneously might just randomly happen in this run. Not because I'm trying to use or abuse that part, but just because it's really difficult to not use it once your characters are high enough level and have a sufficiently high level of MP absorb. Is this cave inaccessible after we beat the trial? No, we can come back here. We can come back here. Anyways. I am not going to chance this. We're just thunderbolting them until all of the little guys are gone. Ah, that guy's still alive. These are late game enemies, like late game enemies. Encountering them here can be an easy death sentence. Anyways, speaking of death sentence, if you have high enough defense, these guys can literally not deal any damage to you. But the funny thing is, even if you do die, the corresponding doppelganger disappears. So what the regular speedrun does is they just let their characters get knocked out as quick as possible. And the boy will disappear with the next hit the boy takes, and there he's gone. The funny thing is, if you're quick enough, you can actually even revive your characters with a Royal Jam, effectively not even having to use a Cup of Wishes to pick them back up. Anyways, equip your armor again. And... oh. He took the damage before he re-equipped the armor. These guys have 800 HP each, the ones that are left over. The boy enemy has 999 HP. They have pretty decently high defenses, but notably they have like insane magic defense. You cannot reasonably defeat them with magic. Well, you can. It's technically possible. But it's much easier to just guarantee a crit and just charge up your attack, so you punch through their defense rather easily. Just make sure you don't attack them while they're invulnerable to the attack, because kind of like my character is invulnerable during certain attack animations, they are too. Like this big spin, the enemy lady is just entirely immune during this entire thing. So I have to either attack her before she does that or after. They're very evasive. The funny thing is I don't think they actually have... Actually, I could check whether they have evasion or not. Let's see, Shadow. This one decided to just throw another boomerang. Evasion... No, they do have evasion, never mind, I was wrong. I was just thinking they might not actually have evasion, but they have so many invulnerability frames where you can't hit them. But no, they do also have evasion on top of it. Yeah, the slowdown is pretty extreme, which is why I knocked out the boy ghost. Well, I let the boy get knocked out by the ghost to shorten that. This guy is also going to heal us to full, which is convenient. Alrighty, so now let's take a look at our current objective completion list. I think we could just go to the next stage. Is there any downside? We can come back here if we need to for shapeshifters, but I'm pretty sure shapeshifters are gonna be just easier to farm a little bit later down the road. Welcome to Hakisawa. And thank you. I hope you have a healthy and happy start into 2026 as well. And thank you. Yeah. I kind of think the rest of the world hopes that something useful happens sometime soon. Do I need to go and save? It's gonna be a gigantic watermelon monster. Also, I need to not forget to split. Let's just save. I don't think this is gonna be a problem, but who knows? I'm sufficiently dingus enough that this could be a problem sometimes. Save your game, yes please. Alrighty. Welcome back everybody. Fourth time watching you stream this live. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoyed this. Alrighty, from here we go west. I should have gone east, that would have been faster, but now we get to the gigantic, big, amazing, terrible watermelon with teeth on legs. Otherwise known as Agrodopulon for some reason. Wait. Alright, so, question everybody. This guy in the middle, does he have a gigantic mask with horns? Or is that supposed to be his body armor? And he just has a helmet at the top. Like the centerpiece is body armor. It's supposed to be... I always saw this as a gigantic mask with horns for some reason. I still see it that way. Looks like a gigantic mask to you. I guess there is a gigantic mask there too, right? Like from the side view? That's definitely part of it. Horned helmet and body armor, but I think at least the front view is not supposed to be that large of a helmet. Anyways, welcome to Agrodopulon. This guy is super weak to magic. However, he also likes to cast a wall on himself. Which means that he will reflect spells if I let him. As the astute viewer might have noticed, I'm not going to let him. Melon Lord. The Melord. And there it goes. You can also just absorb MP all the way. Like just drain its MP so it cannot cast Wall. So that's another way. First unlocked watermelon. Yep. Alrighty. Welcome to... Sheiks can't believe this. And us getting Dryad as our final spellcasting element. The power of... the power of insecurity. I think that's what Dryad represents in pretty much every game she appears in. It's like my soulmate, I guess. Anyways, Dryad is basically only capable of casting 2 spells for each of my characters. Luckily, one of them is very easy to level up the spells with Sleep Flower from the sprite. Unfortunately, the other one is probably the slowest of all the spells to level with the lady. Specifically since we have to cast Wall, which costs 4 MP? 6 MP? It's a lot of MP anyways. Welcome to the underground last orb. Freaking body cunts. Thank you so much for the 100 bits of food. Some more, I really appreciate those. Alrighty, welcome to this place. We have a bunch of enemies to fight and a bunch of things to pick up. Also, hey, look at this. Shapeshifter. Every time you see a shapeshifter, I'm just gonna go ahead and try and farm them. Come on. What are you doing, buddy? You're spooking my AI partners. Oh, there's 2 of them. Now you're gonna summon? Summon. You did summon. I'm trying to separate the 2. Yeah, got it. Right. Summon, please. Not that one. Nope. I wonder what the probability is for it to turn into each one of these things. That would be very interesting to know. Alright. Captain Duck. Not the one we're looking for. Ow. Captain Duck, why? Captain Duck, why? Well, 7 freeze, I believe, is our maximum at this point. Because Dryad does not actually grant us an additional element or an additional step right now. Not until we clear the Grand Palace. That's when we get to level 8. And 8.99 is after the Pure Lands. Oh dear. Tomato guy. And the other one. And Happy New Year reaches level 47. That's a pretty healthy level to reach. Uh-oh, need lines. I was too slow with my cast. Okay, we're fine. Duplicate, please. I think I need to move away from him before he does the stop. No, stop attacking, you clowns. Why are you attacking? He's not even that close to us. You're such too very passive. It's hard to believe it's already 2047. Man, it's gonna be crazy if somebody pulls out the clip in 2047 of that one. I'm not thinking that far ahead. That's silly. Ow. Well, there goes the guy. Didn't get a single chest from these clowns. Sadness. And then they waddled away. Waddle, waddle. Till the very next day. Waddle, waddle. That is the song that killed my hardcore paladin in hell. In the sanctuary. Not the sanctuary. Bale's throne room. I might have been a bit tired by that point. Because I should have absolutely just pressed the rejuvenation button, but I didn't realize how hard these dudes could hit with their just physical attack. Like, I technically had plenty of time to heal in between, but I just didn't. And then I'd be petrified. Evidently not, so... what else can we do with them? Not sure. Anyways, these metal crawly guys. They're also part of our list of items to get. Well, chests to get from, not items. It's just a reference to Happy New Year being level 47. Oh yeah, I understood that part. I was just trying to make a commentary of somebody clipping this and showing it in 2047. No, 22 years from now. That would be crazy if I was still doing this in 22 years. Anyways, we need this boomerang orb, by the way, because if we don't pick this one up, we have to farm one extra in the mana fortress. This is a... well, not required chest technically, I guess, if you like farming master ninjas, but practically, it saves you a lot of time picking this one up. It's not even that far out of the way. Anyways, let's see. Let's try fire on them. Maybe we can engulf them in flames. Yes, we can. Okay, that makes them significantly easier. These guys hit really hard. Ow. If you don't have good armor. And they are exceptionally difficult to avoid. Because their attack range is just that huge. And also, they basically instantly attack as soon as they turn into that top spin thing. Whatever you want to call it. So, trying to avoid getting hit by this in a glitchless speedrun is a task and a half. Like, they are single-handedly responsible for a lot of the headache for just running through this area here. Like, their attack radius and speed is just gigantic. Alrighty, also welcome to Basilisks. These ones here in particular, we don't just want one chest off. We want the chest off. We want to specifically get a rare drop from these Basilisks. That is going to be 100% requirement for my, well, 100% criteria. They dropped the cockatrice cap, and that's going to be one of the items I absolutely want to get before, well, I leave these areas. So we're gonna be spending quite a lot of time in the underground city here. Not here specifically, like there are a lot of Basilisks up top, but you don't have an easy way to reset this room, so to speak. Which is why I just tend to leave this room more or less right after. In favor of a room later down the road that only has a single Basilisk in it, but it's a guaranteed spawn as soon as you enter the room, and you can immediately target it with a spell right off the bat. And these Marma Blues are the main reason as to why it is such a headache to farm these in this room, because you have to get rid of these 2 Marma Blues at the beginning of the room in order for them to not annoy you later down the road. And then you can't even go back up to the right here. Can't go to the left here either. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, you can get stuck in there apparently. My character was stuck in that bush. I'm not going to try and show that. That seems like a bad idea. Don't walk into that corner apparently. Not a good idea. Anyways, the sprite needs some MP recovery. Here you go, Taco. This is Hydra, it is weak to fire. Unlike Jabberwocky, we have this time its weakness, and our magic power is dramatically increased compared to what it used to be. So even a level 4 Salamander has no trouble dealing with this guy, and even his, like... I don't even have the best pieces of equipment here. Also, Sprite is unconscious. I don't even have particularly good equipment here, and we're still not taking much damage from his physical attack-based tsunami or whatever it's called. What is special about the Cockatrice Cap? So the definition of my 100% run is basically I want to get 1 of each equipment piece from highest to lowest defense value. That is kind of my definition. Because you only have 11 equipment slots for each like type of equipment, headgear, armor and accessory. Effectively the requirement for me is to get a Cockatrice Cap as a rare drop from these guys, because that is one of the items included that we need from here. Also, the Cockatrice Cap gives you immunity to being petrified, which is nice against specifically Master Ninja in the Mana Fortress. Also, who's that random guard on the right? Who knows? Actually, it's probably Thanatos, isn't it? Alrighty. Welcome to this room. This room here is the bane of my existence in glitchless speedruns. Well, was anyways, when I still did runs, that is. Because it's just such a tight room with 2 of these crawlies that can just twirl immediately and hit you. So what I actually ended up doing is I cast Sleep Flower on these guys just to get through this room. Like, you need to understand, casting a crowd control spell in this game in order to get through a room in a speedrun is something you do only as the absolute last resort. And there was just no other good way to get through this room that I recognized, to be honest. And you also have to immediately cast it as soon as you leave the room in the previous area, otherwise they will just put their wall up and reflect your spells. Which also does not help your case. Delete this LP. Beautiful trash can, thank you. Thank you so much for 2 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I don't have any fairy walnuts, so I guess we're gonna get out of here for now. And the sprite is dead. I do have a fairy cup of wishes. How much HP do these things have? Was it kind of funny that they can engulf me in flames too? My goodness. Hi, Yagama, subscribe at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. I'm a bit confused, but thank you. Hi, Yagamoth. Oh. Thank you, Yagamoth, I guess. Well, thank you. Thank you kindly for the support. I really appreciate it. That's really nice of you. Also, that's quite a lot of months, I would say. So yeah, thank you kindly. We could level up Lumina a little bit, theoretically, in order to improve our survivability a bunch. The thing is, leveling up Lumina is actually quite time costly, and especially so if you have low maximum MP. The higher your maximum MP is, the less you have to restore it while just training. So that's kind of the conundrum. Theoretically, I only really want to start leveling up the spells later down the road when we have more maximum MP to work with. Thank you, Yagamo. Thank you. Does anyone have a headcanon as to what a fairy walnut represents? A walnut belongs to the fairy, or a walnut that becomes fairies? Or is it something abstract? I would have guessed that it would be like a walnut that comes from the fairyland? I mean, it does refill MP for what it's worth. So, conversely, you would kind of think of it as something that replenishes your mana power. And considering Trials of Mana has fairies just live in the land of mana, I guess it would kind of make sense that they might just be called that because it is particularly like nutritious to restore power of mana. Actually, I forgot to upgrade my weapons. Let's go and do that. Mashed fairies in a walnut shell. I don't think I'm gonna entertain the idea of it being made out of fairies. I don't think that's okay. No, sir. Sorry. Grown in a fairy garden is your first thought. Also, what? Hey, what? Mana, what? Alrighty. I'm gonna double check before I upgrade this thing. Let's see, Heavy Glove. We can absolutely upgrade this thing. Hyper Fist, Fork of Hope. I think this is the highest level we want to get to. Imp's Fork balloons enemies when we hit them. So it is fantastic for crowd control. Fritz Bar, Bow of Hope. Don't level up the spear. Do not level up the spear. Do not level up the spear. The Werebuster. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and equip the... By the way, fun fact, Elven Bow also gives you +1 intelligence and 1 willpower. Again, the ladies and the sprite's spellcasting stats. I'm gonna actually give the sprite the Elven Bow. I wonder if I just accidentally gave myself the old javelin. Since mana trees are a thing, then fairies make trees. Yeah. I mean, realistically, it could just be like a regular fruit, the walnut that is, that just happens to be very closely connected with mana in some capacity, and because fairies are also connected with mana, might have just given them the name from that like point of view. This is quite possibly the best Secret of Mana stream in the universe. Well, there's a reasonable chance right now it might be the only one, so... I'm so sorry. Thank you. I don't have enough self-confidence to just assume that this is kind of how that works. I'm sorry. Anyways, I really appreciate it. Like, it only occurred to me like 3 seconds later that I should say thank you. I appreciate it. Alright. I thought we could balloon the crawlies. Oh wait, oh. Well. Do I actually have the old spear? Alright. If you upgrade your weapon and then switch it with another character, you keep the old spear instead, or the old weapon instead. Because the game exchanges the weapon you currently have and not the one that you're supposed to have. So, whoops, accidental weapon retainment glitch. Why not level up the spear? Is it about later weapon leveling? Yes, absolutely. Basically, in short... Oh, I need an axe now. In short, because of the weird way of how weapon leveling works in Secret of Mana, if you level up all of your weapons, or if you forge all of your weapons to the highest possible level, and your characters are above level 82, or 82 or higher, then you literally have no more way to level up your weapons past level 8.00. Now mind you, there is no functional reason why you should level up to level 8.00 or higher, or beyond level 8.00 or higher. Like, it doesn't do anything for you, technically speaking. But because that's part of my 100% definition, I have to level up all of the weapons to the absolute maximum of 8.99. Basically, the way you level weapons is, if the enemy is the same level as you or higher, then you get full weapon experience when killing an enemy. And your weapon experience you gain is 9 minus your current weapon level. So at level 1 you get 9 minus 1, aka 8 experience per enemy killed. At level 8 of your weapon, conversely, you get, well, 9 minus 8, 1 weapon experience. The thing is, if you are higher level than the enemy, you only get half the weapon experience, rounded down. And half of 1 is 0.5, rounded down is 0. So you functionally get absolutely no weapon experience anymore at that point. If you are both higher level than the enemy, and your weapon level is 8. That's kind of the main problem about the entire system. So, what you can, however, do is, and that's what I'm going to be taking advantage of, if you have a weapon that is at a low level, let's say level 1, half of the experience you gain is transferred to your allies. So, right now, let's assume we have a level 1 spear, which we do have, and we kill an enemy that is lower level than us, so we get 8 experience halved, aka 4 weapon experience for our character. After we get 4 weapon experience, half of that is transferred to our allies. And it actually does not matter what level weapon they have equipped at all, they just always get they just always get 2 weapon experience for their character at that point. And effectively, even if they are at level 8.00, getting plus 2 weapon experience puts them at, well, 8.02, then 8.04, then 8.06. Effectively, you can leverage leveling other weapons through virtue of the shared experience thing. And that's going to be the reason why we keep the spear at level 1. Now, mind you, we will need to level up the spear up to 8.99 at some point as well. But that's kind of where the part comes in, where we're actually going to keep the sword at a low enough level that it will be able to share experience and level up the spear up to 8.99 as well. The reason why the sword specifically is because it will give us sorry, kind of playing here. The reason why the sword specifically is because the sword, without glitches, can only at a maximum reach a level of 8.00. Because the mana sword is functionally the very last weapon in the row, you actually never can level up the mana sword, or you can never level up your sword past level 8.00. It is not physically possible in the game without glitches. With glitches it is possible, because you can get the mana sword early, but this is not what we're doing here. So the sword will be at 8.00 at the end. The thing is, you can always get to 8.00 no matter what, and that's kind of the entire idea. Because the sword is forced to be leveled up to level 2, it actually shares 2 divided by half, because the enemies are lower level than us, which is 3.5, rounded down to 3, and then half of that is shared, which, well, 3.5, 3 divided by 2 is 1.5, rounded down 1. The sword only shares 1 weapon experience at maximum. It cannot physically share more, because you have to level up the sword in the story. If I could leave the sword at level 1, I would, because then I would not need to have a secondary weapon at level 1 in order to, like, elevate the other weapons. In my very first 100% run, I actually even got the sword up to level 8.99 because I got the mana sword early. However, this kind of needed me to have a character at low enough level to always get still full experience from enemies, otherwise I would not be able to level up my weapon past level 8.00. Because I need to take all the weapons past 8.00, up to 8.99, that made it a little bit more complicated. But basically, I just left the boy at literal level 1 for the entirety of the game, until the very late stages of the game, where both the sprite and the lady were already at level 99, having grinded and gathered all of the equipment pieces that we needed at that stage. So yeah, basically, in short, keeping 1 additional weapon at level 1 is gonna help me level up the other weapons faster. The sword will then just elevate that last weapon up to 8.99, and then just everybody needs to get the sword manually up to 8.00. It felt like putting magical imbues on the weapons barely mattered, so I stopped doing it, but thinking back, maybe we were mathematically wrong, didn't bother testing along the way. The thing is, the imbues give you like a very slight damage boost. They don't actually give you an elemental advantage at all. They just give you a slight damage boost, that's all. You can use a fire weapon against the fire dragon. It doesn't matter, you still deal slightly more damage than you would do before. Also, welcome to a grinding spot. I hope you're comfy, because it's gonna take a while. Alrighty. I feel like I missed a bunch of stuff in the meantime, because I kept trying to explain things. But yeah, this is not a 100.99% run. That's what I coined the level 100 run, so to speak. Oh, chest immediately. Nice. So, we need to get the red drop from these guys. So, I think also the lady might not have a high enough analyzer level. She does. Alright. You get to open the first one, lady. Barrymore not one fit. That's okay. We can mark the Basilisk off. And do those special magic animations. Let's see. At maximum magic level, do more damage than normal animations. Yes. Now, unfortunately for the wrong reasons. It's because a level 7 spell and a level 8 spell on a baseline deal the same damage. It's only when you get a special magic animation that they actually deal more damage. I think. Not entirely sure whether that's true or not, to be honest. I think that's correct. Another one. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, most of the time the Thunderbolt will finish off the Basilisk. We're just leveling up Magic Absorb along the way. Until we have high enough Magic Absorb to actually gain MP from this guy. So in the past we have been in this spot for a long time. Because, well, just grinding out this one Basilisk, in my experience, is the best way to gain experience. To gain the chances to get that one elusive drop from these. In one of the previous runs, we've gotten lucky to get it relatively early. Every other time, it was a long grind to defeat this guy. And then eventually get the chest, and eventually get the cockatrice cap. Also, I got a thing too. Hold up. I need to... What the heck? Jesus. Wow. Holy crap. If that is a 0 too much or 2, please let me know. I can refund it. My goodness. And let me just try to read the donation now. Xiaxtro tip $1,000. The zeros are correct. Okay. That's crazy. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say. Thank you. I probably should just say thank you. My goodness. Well, thank you so much for confirming, because... Well, my brain is just like, I don't deserve that much. So I really appreciate when people just say, yeah, no, that's a correct number. That's crazy though. The extra tip, $1,000. My goodness. And says, been lurking since around 2019. Your streams helped me through a depressive phase in your life, as well as giving you a lot of ideas and inspirations for your own creative works. It feels only fair that you finally give something back. Keep being wholesome. My goodness, thank you. And, well, I'm glad I could help you through your depressive phase, because depression is... it stinks. Can we just universally agree to eradicate depression for the future somehow? I don't know how you would do that, but that would be so amazing if we could. From first-hand experience, it's just like... No, I don't wish it even on my worst enemy, please. As such, once again, thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Hopefully that never comes back for you, if it has passed at least. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Our magic absorb is strong enough now that we reliably should get enough MP back after one spellcast. This is also the place where I tend to level up the sprite's magic all the way, because once we reach level 7 Sylph, that's the highest level we can reach at this point. So I guess the time spent hunting for the cockatrice cat tends to, generally speaking, just be a little bit inflated on the basis of... well, what's the word? Entirely on the basis of... I'm so sorry, my brain is still reeling. Yeah. On the basis of just casting spells slightly less efficiently. Like, it's the most efficient to just keep casting Thunder over and over, Thunderbolt. But because I'm also just leveling up other spells along the way, that just seems more efficient in the grand scheme of things. Because at some point I will have to cast these spells anyways, and continuing to cast a spell that is already maxed out for the current like sector of the game seems a bit wasteful. And Kamaru, thank you. Thank you so much for the 69 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I actually wonder if I cast MP Absorb first, and then cast Thunderbolt. I think the MP damage goes through first, doesn't it? Oh no, it doesn't. Huh. MP Absorb first and then into Thunderbolt makes more sense, because that shortens the animation of the second one. The Thunderbolt is a shorter animation than MP Absorb. He's one of the very few RPG speedrunners who doesn't spend the whole stream complaining about the game/run. Yeah, I don't like when people do that, so I don't do this myself. Honestly, my favorite streamer, or speedrunner, that I've watched and I've learned from in terms of my attitude, a huge shout out there goes to PJ the Caesar, if you don't know him. He is one of the most like seasoned speedrunners in the entire speedrunning scene. And effectively, for the most part, he just goes, wow, that's amazing, when an enemy makes a move that just makes him lose like 20 seconds for no good reason, like it's just randomness, he just says, wow, that enemy played actually pretty good. He was out for me, like stuff like that. He just praises the enemy instead of getting annoyed at the game for losing him minutes without him being able to do anything about it. Like, that's kind of the attitude I effectively copied from PJ the Caesar. Like, I generally prefer a more positive attitude anyways, but PJ kind of giving me the idea of just going all the way up front with, wow, that enemy was actually pretty awesome about that, was quite inspiring to me. I just like how he handles that, so to speak. In a similar way, I just don't really mind too much when we go way over rate for getting a specific rare drop. For the most part, that is. Because at some point it kind of becomes funny, as in how much longer can we go until the enemy finally drops an item. Because it seems kind of unlikely for us to, you know, spend 5 hours farming this one Basilisk and not getting the item. But it's entirely possible. PJ is too busy worrying about his games breaking. Happy to lose to the game actually working properly. I suppose that's an aspect as well, isn't it? You want to make an emote out of the Basilisk? It has a good expression. It is very expressive. I guess the game has something about characters or enemies that are mostly a mouth. Or large portion a mouth, like 50% of their body is a mouth. That is very expressive. At some point you got bored and started casting change form. The change form was strategic. It's actually not that I got bored, funnily enough. The Basilisk has a decent amount of magic defense, and if you don't have high enough magic power, either through level or through a high enough like Luna level, you don't actually absorb more than 1 MP at a time from these Basilisks. So conversely, it actually makes sense to use polymorph on them first, because then have significantly less magic defense if they turn into a flower or a rabbit or a goblin kid. Like, that's the entire purpose behind metamorphing them first and then absorbing MP. Like, Needline, for example, have really high magic defense innately when you come to the Pure Lands first. But yeah, change form is dangerous. Well, don't cast a level 8 change form on the Dark Lich, is all I have to say about that. But yes. Oh yeah, actually the boy gives me an idea. Hold up. I should do that. I should have the boy actually attack the enemy. Because we are losing out on weapon experience. That is the wrong spell to cast. Whoopsie. We are actually losing out on weapon experience, not attacking the Basilisk, I just realized. Pretty sure he dodged that attack. Yeah, I just need to chain in my physical attack at the tail end. In fact, let's actually take a quick overview as to what our weapons levels are right now. The spear is level 2, so it only is going to share 1 experience point with the allies if we are too high level, which we are probably too high level. So I probably should equip the bow for now, so the others gain more weapon experience. Also, let's take a quick look at their levels. You have a bunch of stuff high level. We just upgraded the Imp's Fork, so I assume the sprite can still gain levels from that. And you have the Hammer Flail almost at level 7, so you keep that until you're at level 7. Wrong buttons. So if I'm higher level than this guy right now, I'm not bothering to look up. The lady will not level up her weapon here. Oh! Looks like we're the same or lower level because she just leveled up her whip to level 7, which I believe is her current highest level. So we give her something where she just gains passive experience, and that passive experience is useful. Such as the fist weapon. That makes the most sense. Basically, since it does not matter which level you have on the weapon when you share experience, it makes more sense to share the experience on weapons that would take much longer to use it in the first place. Ah, it stays dark this time. So yeah, welcome to quote-unquote glitchless Seeker of Mana. I'm not trying to make this dark, but sometimes the game disagrees. It decides that it's supposed to be dark in here. You know, there's not a whole lot of light, the moon is not shining, and even if it was shining, there's no windows in this place. I don't know what the logic is, but sometimes the lighting just decides to malfunction when you change rooms at the wrong time or cast the spells in the wrong sequence, I guess. I like how the sprite actually hit the Basilisk. The sprite is the one that has the javelin equipped right now. That sprite is the one that has the javelin equipped right now. That puts a balloon on an enemy. So it must have hit. But I'm pretty sure you deal no damage as a sprite, so I'm curious what that interaction is. Maybe because the boy might have like dealt damage at the same time with his bow? I actually probably should, thinking about it, I should level up the lady's weapons first. Because the boy is gonna get a ton of weapon experience anyways. But she's gonna kind of going to be behind on some of these. So let's bust out the axe, the bear buster, on her. And have the boy equip something that he would like to get shared experience in. Well, technically the axe, but practically that's not an option right now. Giving him the boomerang then. Wrong guy. And it's dark again. And it's way too bright now. Why? Apparently, if I specifically cast Thunderbolt into Magic Absorb and use the partner menu for an earlier, like, menuing, then that seems to happen. Oh, this level 6 the maximum? Surely not. I think we can get to 7. Yeah, we can get to 7, but we're also almost there. Oh, chest! Wait, that's number 2. Also, by the way, we have a chest counter. Somewhere. Where's my chest counter? Hello? There it is. We have a chest counter. We can put that... I have no idea where I can put that. Here? And where's my notepad thingy? Chest counter. This is number 2 of this guy. So, number 2 of the relevant... Well, actually, technically, we got like 3... This is actually number 5, technically. Because we got 5 relevant chests. The chest counter is specifically for the rare items that we need to get from these enemies in particular. So, we use Analyzer to disable the trap. If it blinks red, the trap is disabled. Don't question it, that's how it works. And we get, hopefully, a fairy one. Not what we're looking for. So we continue our journey here. How does the shared experience work? In short, you share half of the experience that you gain to your allies. And it does not matter which level or weapon they have equipped. It's just half of the experience that your character gains is shared with your allies. So if you gain 4 experience, the ally gains a shared 2. The primary person should have the low-level weapon. Yes, exactly. And because it's always rounding down, any weapon below level 2, specifically below level 2, not at level 2, just below, will share 2 weapon experience. And any weapon below level 5, no, below level 6 specifically, will share 1 weapon experience with the allies. So it's a pretty harsh drop-off where, as soon as a weapon is at level 2, you only share 1 weapon experience with your allies at that point. And there we go, we have Sylph level 7, maximum currently reached. It would be kinda nice if this was the one we are looking for. Alrighty, chest counter number 6. What do we get today? For reference, it is a 7 in 64 chance, or almost 11%, to get the item we're looking for. Alright. Now, we're starting to level up all of the other spells. The only one we can't really level up here is Gnome, because Gnome is being resisted by the Basilisk. And it stays dark again. And it's bright again. Way to overcompensate, game. At this point it's probably faster for me to just double absorb and then just stay on the same element. We're gonna get to... Oh, we're already at level 7, Andini. Alrighty, so normally, in most circumstances, I would go ahead and just use Fireball for Salamander, because it's way more cost efficient. But I can't chain Salamander's Fireball nearly as easily. Plus, the slight bit of extra power actually does end up being relevant in not punching through this guy's magic defense. Because they do have pretty substantial magic defense. It's just that we are decently high leveled and have pretty good, like, magic power. But yeah, if anybody has any other questions relevant to the game or anything like that, now is a fantastic time, because I have time to just, you know, read chat, because not a whole lot else I can do. This is usually just the first big grind we end up getting into. But because of the nature of the one chest adventure until this point, we have a bunch more other things to do in the various areas. I think we usually get here at what, like 5-6 hours in, maybe faster, probably faster if I'm not too slow. Level 5 Salamander. Let's see. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can always obtain all weapon ores. None of them are missing. That is correct. And then you say some... All weapon ores except the sword can be obtained in the Mana Fortress. However, you should avoid doing that since you'd be relying on rare chest drops. You get all the sword ores when you complete the Pure Lance and sword is restored. Yes. You actually never have to pick up any chest that contains sword orbs because of that. In order to just max out your sword. That is indeed accurate. Illusions. But yeah, I think all of that information is quite accurate. How do you get characters to disappear? In 2 short steps. You turn them into a snowman by getting hit by a blue slime. Then, well, actually 3 short steps. Then you remove the snowman status by using a medical herb at a specific timing, and then you switch to the character or have the character otherwise walk into the enemy and push them either, well, top right just works. If you push an enemy top right, because the snowman doesn't have a pushing animation, the game just executes a bunch of garbage data instead of reading a non-existent pushing animation. And that's kind of when the characters disappear. So yeah, if a character gets turned into a snowman, you remove the snowman status. The game sometimes doesn't immediately update that the snowman status is gone, and you can actually walk around as a snowman for a brief period. And then, during that very brief window, if you push an enemy, the game just sometimes deletes a character. Again, if you want to delete the character, you push an enemy to the top right. If you don't want to delete the character, maybe just wait out the snowman status, I guess. Although I'm not entirely sure that entirely prevents it. Which is my favorite boss in the game? When I was younger, I actually really liked Spiky Tiger. I just thought he looked amazingly cool. So, you know how there's these purlers that you can make? I made a gigantic Spiky Tiger purler. Or I tried to. It took me a long time to try and put it together. And then I think at some point our cat ended up just walking across the table and it was no longer rescuable. But despite that, as a kid I just loved Spiky Tiger for some reason. Like, despite the enormous amount of dread it tends to cause to casual players, including me at the time, that this Spiky Tiger is just a monster that is really difficult to deal with. Which it is. Even if, like, I know how to deal with it nowadays, but, you know, not everybody has as much time in this game as I do. But yeah, I think my original answer would have been Spiky Tiger. Nowadays my answer is probably Hexus. I think Hexus is just like, visually, for a monster-like creature, as well as conceptually as to how it is changing forms, has different elemental spells depending on the form, and just like a weird snaking pattern behavior. I think it's fascinating. Your cat did what Spiky Tiger does to my characters when I play the game. Yeah, I imagine that's a lot of people's experience. Spiky Tiger's a little bit rude like that sometimes. Just a little. Spiky Tiger's the last boss you fight fairly. I think that is a very valid description, considering afterwards you basically get spells. I'm not sure you want to count the little biting lizard as a boss, because it's relatively easily dealt with. But yeah, Hexus has 4 different forms in the game. One form that is actually never accessible due to how the programming just doesn't work that way. At least I think it's inaccessible. Maybe I should investigate that sometime. Maybe there's like a 0-degree exactness rectangular location we can stand to proc the hidden wind form. That would be kind of weird. You know, I was just thinking, if Spiky Tiger is the last boss you fight fairly, would Seeker of Mana be actually all that great if you did fight every boss fairly? Considering how much of a pain Spiky Tiger is, realistically. But that thing is a menace. I think part of the fun of learning on how strong magic is finally getting out of that early game stage that a lot of RPGs tend to have, where you just don't have enough tools in order to properly deal with enemies and bosses. Like, that's kind of the thing I have noticed over the years when playing so many RPGs. A lot of these games have like a relatively tough early game, in large part because you don't have enough tools to work with. Like, they try to introduce things to you relatively slowly, so you get accustomed to the rules, the games, how it plays, etc. But in doing so, you are not given enough tools to necessarily, like, battle the enemies in the way that is reasonably efficient or, well, nice in the later stages of the game. Haven't I done a solo boy run? Yes, I've done a solo cactus run with every single character. I have done a solo cactus run with the sprite where I was not allowed to use spells. That took a while. All hail the boomerang. Because the boomerang was my savior. That's what you thought. That would be close to what you would be calling fair fights with solo cactus, because you can't use offensive spells. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, what I did when I was younger, alongside my friends that I, well, frequently-ish played the game with, we just didn't use offensive spells anymore because we thought it was more fun. After, you know, we beat the game once, maybe twice. Well, I never watched the credits because I don't like them. As a kid, at least. So... yeah. The idea of making a solo character challenge run with specifically the lady actually popped relatively early into my head, like way before challenge runs or even speedruns were much on my radar. And I was just kind of curious if anybody else had done that, and I think at the time I posted in like an old RPG forum about that, kind of wondering whether somebody else had tried something like that before. And at the time I believe I was not the only one to have thought of it, but I hadn't actually seen anyone like confirm they have done it before. So of course, when I got more familiar with the game, speedrunning wise, I ended up just at some point being curious, can I do a solo character challenge run with just a lady? And eventually the answer was clearly yes, because I heard a theme. And Anonymous tipped $3.34. Thank you kindly, I appreciate that. And says, I don't speak much, but I always enjoy your end of the year's Hero of Mana playthrough. Something I always look forward to. All the best in the future. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate that. Thank you for your kind words, and I wish you a happy new year. You can understand being constantly interrupted by someone opening the menu is kind of exhausting, especially if you're the one playing the boy. Yes, I think that is basically was the main reason why. Like, I actually always played the lady for some reason. I guess I kind of still prefer her as a character. I just gravitate towards support characters more like consciously nowadays, because I enjoy the playstyle of, alrighty, my character is just mainly a support, see how far I can get, and stuff like that. Which some games are not really well built for, like they just assume you build like a damage dealer, magic or physical or otherwise, when you're given the option. And some of them are just not necessarily well considering if you're actually just a support character, even though they have the option for it. And then again, like some of the games that I have played in the past, I distinctly remember like having a lot of trouble. I don't even know what that game was anymore. I just remember having a lot of trouble because I built my characters as support. And then the other way around, I played Dragon Age. I actually never beat that game. But I distinctly remember playing Dragon Age as basically a support character, and one of the battles being very tedious. Actually, that might have been the game. Being very tedious as a support character. Have you ever played through this with 3 players? Yes, both ways. I have been the 3 players, and I have played this with other people. Like, Secret of Mana is the game I came back to after I had a Nintendo 64, which, you know, nowadays doesn't mean a whole much. But just the idea, the concept of returning to an older console while I had a newer console was such a strange idea, strange concept at the time, that it didn't even cross my mind until my parents one day noticed in one of the magazines that I occasionally like to buy with my allowance, they notice, oh hey look, there's a multi-tap for the Super Nintendo. I actually distinctly remember the name of that magazine still. Oh, why am I using Still Exploder? Dark Force time. But yeah, I still remember it was a German magazine called Total, with an exclamation mark if I'm not mistaken. And that one occasionally had, at the very end, like advertisements for various game accessories, and one of them happened to be a multi-tap that I still own today. Haven't I speedrun it once with Bowie and Stinger? Yes. We, at the time, had the, well, multiplayer record of... Basically we did a bunch of runs at RPG Limit Break, and basically on our more or less very last run, we actually got a really good run going, and Stinger clutched out a one cycle on the Mana Beast at the very end, which was pretty amazing. So yes, I have played this with 3 players before. Anyways, fun fact, the only other spell that is comparable to Undini's freeze in terms of efficiency versus power is Dark Force, because it also costs 2 MP and has the same attack power as Undini. The main downside of Dark Force is that there's a decent amount of enemies that have Dark Element in the game, and conversely, it's not nearly as good, because more enemies resist Dark than they resist Water. You were some bummed when they stopped releasing the magazine 1 month in 2001. Yeah, at some point it just stopped appearing on the shelf for whatever reason. In my rural village, it could either mean that nobody else was buying the magazine and they just stopped stocking it, or they might have stopped releasing them, I guess. I don't know which one it would be at that time. But yeah, specifically, I went back to Secret of Mana once I had a multi-tap, and I went over to my neighbor friend and his brother, and we just played Secret of Mana with 3 players. It was amazing. That actually might have been also like a key point where we decided to not use offensive spells as much, because, well, if we just keep menuing and nuking the boss while the others can't do anything, it's just not that interesting. Because I don't know how much damage we need to deal to this guy. Yeah, apparently it is more than that. Did I add the 334, by the way? To the donation bar? Because I forgot. Let me just add it, just in case I forgot. You'd like to have 3 players Secret of Mana, but you never saw multi-tap IRL? Yeah, I mean, where I was living, there was no chance any nearby store would have a multi-tap. We would have had to drive for like over half an hour to get to a nearby store that had electronics and games to begin with. Thankfully, my parents really like to play games too, so it was not a big deal to occasionally drive down there. But just to put that in point of reference, the Switzerland is not like the US. Half an hour drive in a car is a long time around here. Like, this is not something you just casually do. Maybe nowadays a bit more than at the time. But just kind of to put that into perspective, that is just not really something we did at the time. And that's kind of the only time I ever saw one of these multi-taps for sale anywhere. It just happens to be in the back of that magazine. Like, it was just a little, like, advertisement. I don't think... It might have actually even been second-hand for all I know, to get that multi-tap. Somebody might have just not needed it anymore and wanted to sell it. And that's how we got one. You think I did add it, but you're not 100% sure. Okay. We'll just leave it as is. I'd rather add it twice. Thank people rather than accidentally forget it once. There should still be a log file for the progress bar, but you're thinking about it, there might be a huge point. It might be huge at this point, same with the error log. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't think I've looked at that in recent times. Imagine 4 spells is sufficient to knock this guy out at level 4. Yep, it is. It's actually not all that much overkill, so 4 spells is the way to go, I think. Because SNES was second-handed, came with a multi-tap. I see, nice. Yeah. It just so happens that my parents really enjoyed playing video games as well. And they wanted a Super Nintendo, so we got it very early on at the time. And as soon as I read in the Club Nintendo magazine that the Nintendo 64 was on its way, I just started doing like little jobs here and there just to earn like 10 bucks, 20 bucks. I just started saving up money all over the place for it. And in conjunction with the help of my sister, we ended up just buying the console for ourselves. For reference, I don't remember how long I spent saving up the money, but I distinctly remember having like a big box under my bed that I would frequently just count through on how much I have at this point to try and understand how much I needed still. That was interesting. Hey, a chest! Hey, look at it. We got one more. Look at that. Alright, number 7 total for rare chests that we would like to have. Let's see which one is gonna be. Fairy Walnut or... Haha, we got it! Nice! That's amazing. And unfortunately this is also where the other thing falls apart for the cockatrice cap. I should get technically the needle helmet first, but I would need to grind that out from an enemy if I wanted to get items in order. But we got it! We got the thing. That is fantastic. Alrighty. Now, this thing has 142 defense. That is so much more than any other piece of equipment we have at this point. And we're gonna give this to... You know, the lady has a duck hat. I think we should get a duck hat or chicken hat, I guess, to the boy as well. Anyways, we're getting out of here. Perfect. Thank you so much for 100 bits of food. Appreciate that. Let's get out of here and save, because I don't really want to lose that item. That would be a little bit awkward. You know, I stopped actually attacking the guy, didn't I? Like, I completely forgot about where I wanted to gain weapon experience. Oops. That's okay. We got to talk about things. The GameCube was the first console you bought for yourself? Nice. So right now, 8 is very slightly lucky compared to the expected number of slightly over 9 chests in order to get a rare drop that we need. Let's see how that's gonna hold up in the long run. You remember saving up with your brother for a PS1, you think? You had the stupid idea of taking 100 Denmark and go to shopping spree and buying all the candy you could get. Oh, you ended up just buying candy instead? Oh no. Like, a huge motivation for me to save up my money myself was that my parents were, let's just say, on the poor side, especially when I was growing up, and they let us know that's the reason why often we couldn't have certain things, because we just couldn't afford it. And a big reason why I ended up just saving it up for myself was because, well, that way I'm gonna guaranteed get it, I guess. Like, that was a huge motivational factor for me, because, well, they frequently had to deny us to just buy things that we would like to have. Not because we wouldn't, like, they would have loved to buy us more stuff, let's put it this way. They're those kinds of parents that would absolutely love to just pamper us with everything. They still kinda do, let's be frank. Very supportive. Couldn't wish for better. But they just kind of couldn't afford it. And that's kind of the point where it just made sense to me to try and save up stuff for myself. And I feel like that turned out pretty well. The thing is, I am exceptionally stingy with money nowadays. I mean, probably for the betterment, otherwise I would have had to give up this little dream here, like 6 or 7 years ago. Like, I hardly ever buy anything for myself unless it needs to be replaced. That's just the nature of what I do, I guess. Oh, we still need chests from the crawlies, so let's actually go get back into the swing of those things. Let's get items from the crawlies. And I'm also gonna give the boy the javelin back. Where is the javelin? Oh, it's right there. What is my opinion on the Secret Mana mobile version, iOS Android? Surprisingly well done, like especially for the time when mobile gaming was not much of a thing. Like, it's just fully complete game on the iOS. It is about as awkward as it is because it's touchscreen, although apparently it does work with controller support as well. I've never been able to test it, but for the time, competent, I would say. It's not necessarily amazing, but they actually touched up and renewed a lot of the sprites in the game. Oh, a chest! Nice, we needed that one too. They actually touched up and renewed a lot of the sprites in the game, and actually like a lot of them. This is where our Yaga board from the chat is here. The board is from the iOS version, and I kind of wish they touched up more of these sprites too. Oh, my phone tells me it's time to go to bed soon, but I have to deny today. Alright, let's see. We got the Kimono Wizard. The combat drop is a fairy one-up, Royal Jam is the rare drop. Taco is level 52, fairy one-up it was. Common drop, okay. We need one of the Metal Crawler and one of the Steel Pin still for our chest challenge. Thank you for the 10 bits. Like, I don't think the iOS version is particularly amazing or great, but for the little things it did, in terms of just touching up things and making stuff look reasonably smooth, it also even added a miss, like indicator where the game actually tells you that you missed, rather than, well, the game just not telling you. Again, I think that version is surprisingly competent. Like, I was surprised. The main downfall for me is that I just don't like playing on touchscreen. But that's a different topic, I would say. Good night to Yaga's phone, indeed. It's gonna be a bit of a lengthy night for me, and probably early morning. Ideally, I'm gonna be able to say at least Happy New Year to the US East Coast. That's gonna be my primary goal. A secondary goal, if I can make it, would be wishing a Happy New Year to the US West Coast. It's still a few hours away. No guarantee I'm gonna make that there. And especially since I'm not exactly entirely healthy right now, unfortunately, because I caught a minor cold. Genuinely minor. I feel like I got lucky that it wasn't anything more significant. I probably should not push the envelope. It's 9.5 hours from now. It is. I'm well aware. No, just from the creepy crawlies. Man, the javelin is so nice to just balloon enemies. By the way, in case you're curious, the javelin is not going to get leveled up for quite a while. And the idea goes out to Mikachu here in chat, who had the idea that, you know, these fiend heads are quite a pain to kill in order to farm for the axe orbs, because you can't damage them while they are in their heavy hit animation. So why not just use a balloon spear on them? And that seems like a fantastic idea to shorten that grind by quite a bit. So we're gonna try that. Stairs at the chest counter. Did I forget to update it? Or should I remove it? 7? Oh, it's 8. 8 is supposed to be. Whoopsie. Also, we haven't gotten the Captain Duck chest either, have we? To be fair, that's not relevant until a little bit later, because the plan is to get them in the Mana Fortress, but if we could get them along the way, that would be convenient. We had to sell some pretty nice games. Yeah. I've never been... Really? This is not a mimic, but... Oh no, this is fine. This is just a chest. Because it has legs. Okay, let me real quick explain what I thought happened, which is why I was laughing so much. I thought, and sometimes this happens, the off-screen enemy, or he tried to summon an enemy and loaded an off-screen chest into the memory. And this would be the chest that contains an orb that I'm not supposed to get right now. I'm actually mildly worried about picking that one up, because if it's the axe orb... Well, let's just see what happens. It's a fairy one, that won't fit. Is that from the... Fiend head? Okay, that was a fiend head just. Wait, that doesn't... That didn't look like it was dropped from... Oh, there were 2 fiend heads. Now it makes sense. I'm just a dingus. Never mind. That would have been really funny though. But technically, enemies can summon other enemies or things that just load into memory when they are trying to summon a friend, so to speak. So theoretically what could happen is there are 2 inaccessible chests through the wall in some areas here. One of them contains a sword orb, the same amount of sword orbs that we have later down the road in the Grand Palace. And one of them contains an axe orb. An inaccessible axe orb that would get you 1 shy of the maximum when you reach the Mana Fortress. AKA the missing axe orb that you're probably supposed to get. But they put them into the wrong room. To real quick explain this, there are 2 versions of this entire section here of the game. One contains the NPCs inside here, the friendly troop. Oh hey look, Stilpian chest. Nice. We got that too. One contains the NPCs, and it's basically a non-combat area. Medical herb, common herb. And the other one contains, like, enemies. It's basically just a copy of the entire area. And in the area where the enemies are, instead of the NPCs, there are two chests where you cannot get to. That is the copy of the area where you normally find the NPCs in. So my theory is that they accidentally placed those chests in the wrong location. Okay, they put that into the combat version instead of the non-combat version for you to pick up the items. And again, you would get that one additional axe orb from there, so you would not have to farm 2, you would only have to farm 1 axe orb from the Mana Fortress. Another one. Thank you. So basically, technically, if I were to pick up that axe orb, even if it was accidentally summoned by an enemy here, that would kind of mean this is not exactly glitchless anymore. Like, I mean, I'm trying to keep it reasonably glitchless, right? It's not crazy, like just graphical glitches, stuff just happens, that's just normal. But the axe orb will probably just push it out of the bounds, so that probably should reset. But it also would have been really funny, in my opinion. Crawlies! I need to defeat the creepy crawly. And the owl. Accidentally, yes. I'm currently playing in the Collection of Mana on the Switch. No, this is Super Nintendo. I'm playing this on the regular old Super Nintendo right now. I actually briefly considered playing this on the Collection of Mana because I don't have a 100% file there. But when I initially set it up and then tried to use my Switch Pro controller, I could not play this game on a Switch Pro controller. Like, it's just not for like 25 hours straight. My hands would not appreciate that, I don't think. I don't need a steel pin anymore. Sir, this is supposed to be glitchless. Please stop having random Moogle balloons like that. Especially in red. In case you're curious, the guy was casting a higher level wall spell, and technically the balloon status is like level 1, because I'm just using a regular attack, aka level 1. And he basically then just briefly transforms the balloon into higher level thing, because he was casting a spell of a higher level. Did they catch and fix the orb chest mistake in the collection game? I don't think so. I would be very surprised. I probably would know that. No. Like, that's kind of the part where I wish I could give, like, QA type feedback to the people who have created the remake. Like, at least certain details I feel like I would have tried to converse with them. But hey, if you have the Sacred of Mana remake music in the playlist, again, I think I actually prefer a lot of the tracks as straight up music over the original, personally. Because they are really genuinely good remixes. It's just not necessarily good background music for a video game. That's just kind of what I always default back to. It's really good, in my opinion, honestly. Just not background music. Sir, I need you to please make a mimic chest. I'd like to say that these are not mimic chests. Do Captain Duck have a weakness? Hold on, we can actually check. (22 MP). No, they don't have a weakness. Shame. Also, by the way, if I miss anything in chat, feel free to repeat it. I'm just not good. There's a second one? Really? I'm just not good at catching these things sometimes. Fireworks here are intensifying. Almost 2026 in CET. Oh yeah, it is. My parents decided to go to bed early. They were kind of the reason why I got... Oh, hey, Captain Duck Chest. Nice. They were kind of part of the reason why I got a little bit sick. Alrighty. Royal Jam for a common drop and Duck Helm for the rare drop. Huh. Wait, isn't the Duck Helm the old one? I feel like that should have been stronger drop. Anyways, let's see what we get. Royal Jam, 1 fit. Alrighty, that's good enough for me. Hey look, Tomato Guy. Don't hit him again. He's gonna go... Oh, he didn't go down. How inconvenient. Wait, Sprite, you need to use Shade. Actually, are they Dark Element by chance? Let's actually give the boy petrification weapon, so he removes half of the enemy's HP before dealing damage. Tomato Guy. He gets whacked. Ended. There's my chest. Alrighty, that is Mimic. Wait, what? Oh no. Chocolate? Oh, was that a drop from the zombies? I think it was a zombies. There's that chest. That's what I was thinking. Alright, Mimic number 9. Chest maybe? No, chest. Happy New Mana here. Welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. I can see something on your overlay that you missed updating, but it's nothing with 0 mana. My overlay? What did I miss? Heck. Oh no. I've met with it there. What? Oh! Oh yeah, actually, I completely forgot about that part. I should change that. Yeah, I don't use Twitter anymore. Cake. Wrong guy. Wrong. Ducky. Ooh. Oh, okay. This is Eggplant Man chest number 4, I think. Because this is one of those that can drop us an item we need, a rare drop. Come back. Let's see. Watchering! We got it early. Nice. That's amazing. Not what I'm looking for on this grind here, but I'm not complaining. We got the Watcher's Ring. Lucky, lucky indeed. This is ring number 4 in our collection. Not even the one I was looking for. Anyways, Watcher's Ring. I forget what it does. Actually, let me briefly look that up, because the Watcher's Ring is one of those that I think has like a special effect attached to it, but it usually is not relevant, because you at that point usually have better accessories. But maybe that is not the case here. Deserved? Thank you. Appreciate that. Equipment. Accessories. Lazuri Gauntlet. Watcher Ring. Oh. Yeah, it's not that crazy in terms of status. It prevents Moogle from taking place. So we can no longer be Moogled. But I think the important part about this thing is it has absurdly high defenses. Like, this is like the Gauntlet, where the accessory before Gauntlet has like 100 magic defense maybe. Actually, it's more like 50. And this one has 250. It is such a ridiculous difference. I'm gonna give it to the lady. Because if she survives, everybody survives. That's just the nature of the beast, because she can revive. Alright, that's nice. Again, not what I'm looking for, but I'm not complaining. Well. Ooh, there's another Mimic. Mimic number 10. No chest for us. We just need one chest from a Mimic. That's... like, we're not even looking for the rare drop. Just a chest. Come on, buddy. No, wrong friend. Ooh, nice. Mimic number 11. And what do we get? Oh, nothing. There's another rump. Duck. Need more. Multiply. And we're guys. I was afraid, I was petrified. Unfortunately, this big guy is no longer interesting. I guess we could keep him around to summon Needle Lions, but we're gonna get plenty of those in the mana. I wanna say mana Holy Lands, but it's the pure lands in this game. It's a little strange watching Secret Mana played by someone who understands what's going on. Really? How did he watch who didn't know? Hello, sir, please multiply again. He might not multiply anymore. Alrighty, I just noticed something about these guys. The grey slimes. They have like a vertical line. Like 2 little vertical lines where their teeth are. And those vertical lines stay regardless of which animations they have. Like the vertical, like it's almost as if the teeth go up through their mouth into their eyes and then they become their eyes. At least that's kind of how it looks like. It's a little bit weird. Whoa. Old Viking Gamer, thank you. Thank you kindly for 10 gifts. That's crazy, dude. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate that. Oh, hey, look. 10 gift subs managed to summon a Mimic somehow. And Mimic box 12, unfortunately no chests either. Oh, but we got immediately another one. Right. Mimics. Mimics, please. Nope. Number 13 wasn't it either. But you tried. Lucky. Like 3 dark forces to take down a captain deck with our current level of power. It's more convenient if we can actually hit them with the spear. Oh, she's out of MP. Oh, also she has enough maximum MP now. That's nice. She has now enough maximum MP that she no longer loses any extra from the fairy monarchs. Also, by the way, once again, everybody who has a subscription now can throw around items in chat as much as they please. Just type Yaga H, then Yaga 2, because Grimer will just toss around stuff for you. That was not the original intention of that Yaga 2 emote. It's supposed to be like closed content eyes for a big rabbit composite. Yeah, that kind of rabbit composite. Thank you, Yagabot. But people started throwing around stuff with that emote at some point, and I just thought that was a great use for it. And that's kind of what I've been using it ever since. Because the rabbit composite never actually really caught on. Yes, that one. The rabbit composite never really caught on, like build your own emote, build your own face was the original idea that I had at the time. But it just... you know, it's a lot of work to try and use that. So it's only natural, I suppose, that it would be too much effort to use that all over the place. Especially since like 3 separate emotes. I still think the idea was neat. It was just not convenient enough to ever use them realistically. Come on, shapeshift into a mimic, please. 1 mimic, please. Just 1. Not 3. Not 3. Just 1. Not 2. Not 3. That guy goes down because he's petrified, so it means half his HP is gone. Oh wow. Whimsical, thank you. Oh, also another Tristan subscribed as well. Or just resubscribed. Another Tristan, thank you. Welcome back to you. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. For 84 months, that's a crazy long time, dude. Welcome back. And also Quasical, thank you so much for more gift subs. More people can throw stuff around now. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate the support. And Frostbound Warden as well. Welcome to you, Frostbound Warden. And, well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Feel free to toss around whatever you feel like, I guess. Oh, it's also Happy New Year's! Hold up, I just brained that. Happy New Year for 2026 to my Central European friends. That is where I'm sitting too. Happy New Year, everybody. Oh wow. RPG Chick, thank you. Thank you kindly for the 1000 bit donation. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. What was this one? I did not pay attention. It's a dog? Probably a dog. Happy New Year to you, everybody. Thank you so much for accompanying me in this silly journey again. Because, let's be real, this was very silly. Especially since I made it even longer by trying to go for chests that don't contain my 100% requirements. But it's kind of fun that way. Happy New Year. Thank you as well, Hakisawa. I really appreciate that. think you can absorb Eggplant Man's MP, right? Some enemies, the MP absorb backfires, but I don't think those are the ones. Wait. Really? Hold up. Can Eggplant Man summon rabbits? I don't think they can summon rabbits. Am I crazy? Can they summon rabbits sometimes? I mean, I don't usually let them summon stuff because it's scary. Can they summon rabbits? What does one chest mean? One chest means from every enemy that can drop a chest, we need to get one chest. This is basically kind of like a intermediate goal before the 100% that makes me stay around in the various areas for a little bit longer. You know, normally I just run through the areas in order to go to where I need to grind out for the last various items I need. Oh, Mimic number 14. Chest? No chest. Like, I am still a speedrunner at heart for this game. I know how to get through this game very efficiently. Even if I'm not the record holder anymore for what it's worth. But basically having to collect one chest from every single enemy that can drop a chest is a goal that just makes me stick around in the areas for a while longer. It also has been a relatively like positive feedback on that so far, so that's nice. By the way, fun fact, the shapeshifters cannot drop chests themselves. I'm just looking for them to spawn a mimic to get a chest from the mimics right now. This is literally what I'm doing here. I'm trying to get one chest from the mimic. No, the mimic... You could argue that the mimic chest itself counts. I just didn't account for it or think of it that way until literally just now. And now I kind of wish that I thought of that earlier. I could have just said, oh yeah, the mimic, we got the chest. So we can just leave now. That would have been so much faster. Too late. We're committed to the grind. Happy New Year! Happy New Year, XF. Happy New Year, Almalexia, be praised thereof. Happy New Year to you, Master Tips. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm not gonna be able to scroll up in chat sufficiently. Hope you have a lovely start into the new year, and I don't know how good or, well, questionable your 2025 has been. I just hope your next year is gonna be significantly better. So if it was great before, hope it's gonna be even better. Good luck to you. Come on, mimic friends. Another mimic friend. Sadness. But it just costed 2 exploders. I cancelled one with the power up, but then they costed the second one. Oh, the sprite is actually pretty low in HP, huh? Maybe I should do something about that part. Oh no, we murdered the other guy. To be fair, this is still not where I was gonna farm for the mimics, but... Okay, wrong. Red, blue, yellow, green. Darkstalkers appear here. Also, did I already get the creepy crawly chest? No, we actually still need to get the creepy crawly chest too. So I probably should let the kimono wizard alive. So let's just open the door for now. That way we don't have to worry about that anymore. How much damage do you do to the creepy crawly when you... Oh. Alright, so here's a little fun fact. If I let the boy get knocked out by a bounced back spell, that would be constituted as a major glitch, because if that happens, we gain experience based on the boy's maximum or current experience point modulo 64,532. Actually, I probably butchered that number, but you probably get the idea if you know anything about like powers of two numbers. Effectively, that's a glitch that is considered a major and not allowed to even like accidentally do in glitchless speedruns. Like you're allowed to do a bunch of like accidental glitches, just don't take advantage of them, so to speak, but because it's functionally like you instantly gain way too much experience, you're not allowed to do that one. 65,536, there you go, thank you. I know the 32,768 problem. Happy New Year! And thank you as well. Happy New Year to you as well, Murthas. Happy New Year to you as well, Dusty. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you have a lovely time. There's 3 purple owls. They can't do anything because there's too many purple owls, so they can't summon the little creepy crawlies. That's wonderful. Alright, let's actually knock out 2 of them, so they summon more creepy crawlies. Because I just heard a ding ding, let me check. Oh wow. Trash can, thank you. Thank you kindly for the $20 donation, that's really nice of you. And Trash can says, Happy New Year and thanks for all the streams over the years. Happy New Year, and I'm glad you enjoyed them. Thank you kindly. Metal crawlers. Let's actually see. Oh, they can actually get up here? Really? I'm a bit surprised. Oh, and it's right back down with you. Okay, so they do take a good chunk of damage, but not lethal damage from an individual spell. I'm pretty sure they are like mana elements, so they don't have any particular weakness. Alrighty, I'd like to have more critical hits. Right, come over here, buddy. So I guess I'm just going to wait until the creepy crawlies come up the stairs. I was kind of hoping to farm them from one of these owls in some way, but they might have other ideas about farming. Maybe they want to farm my HP. That doesn't even make any sense. Oh well. Still need a creepy crawly. Just... I'm just trying to think where like a good place for the creepy crawlies would be. Considering how many there are over the course of these underground places, I kind of expected to find one earlier than this, but apparently not. Let's just have this guy summoned too. And then double cast, I guess, on the metal crawler. As long as he doesn't cast wall before that happens, should be good to go. Then this guy's already paralyzed, so we can once again double cast to knock him out. Also, let's just heal everybody. Everybody's a little bit low. Chest? No chest. While casting a spell, you're more or less entirely immune to attacks. Thanks for the gift subs. Yeah, thank you too. Appreciate that. $37,768 is strictly double in your head. Yeah. I agree. Oh wait, I'm letting this, I have to cancel the damage. Otherwise we're going to... Head. This is the part where I wish I had Lucid Barrier to just cancel most of the physical damage these little guys do. Well, I mean, half Lucid Barrier, just not leveled up, so it's not particularly good right now. Happy New Year, Almagus. Welcome to 2026, and I hope it treats you even better. Thank you kindly. I hope you're going to have a fantastic year, Mr. Magus. By the way, if anybody likes good old games, streamers, speedrunners, he is still a speedrunner, unlike me, I guess. Make sure to check out Almagus, who is frequently running lots of amazing games one way or another. Especially if you're looking for like the Might and Magic series. He is the guy at this point in my book to just watch some Might and Magic. Not Heroes of Might and Magic, mind you. Just Might and Magic. Mostly 6, 7 and 8. Sometimes 9 and 10, I guess. Hey, not sure about those. But they happen. Freeze. I don't want to freeze though. It's cold out here. Sir, I need more creepy crawlies. Actually, he might be all creepy crawlied out. I do think there's a maximum how many they can spawn at a time. None. Oh, maybe these guys were loaded here, so maybe not. Well, we didn't really gain a whole lot here. Anyways, you know what? I have just now decided, let's get a chest from these guys. Because I think it would be kind of fun to at least get one chest from these as soon as we meet them. Because we kind of done that in like the previous sections before as well, where we specifically go out of our way to get one chest from the enemies that are just like newly coming up. Instead of doing this later because it's more efficient later. I believe this room here in particular is going to be our best shot for getting the Darkstalkers. They have a rare drop we would like to have anyways. And thinking about it, this might be the best place to just grind them out to begin with. It just feels more efficient to do that later down the road when we have to deal with the Fiend Heads anyways, in order to get the Axe Orbs. But maybe with the paralysis thing, that's not even that big of a deal. Maybe this would be better to just grind out right here. It's entirely plausible. Maybe I should immediately cast as soon as we enter the room, and then hit the second guy with the Javelin. The Javelin is nice for like this kind of distance combat. Oh, MP. Actually, you can't absorb HP from the Darkstalkers. I think you can absorb MP from them. Well, let's try. There goes my weapon element. You can absorb MP from them. Convenient. Oh, there you go. There's a bit of a cooldown even if you didn't input something when it worked earlier. But there's a bit of a cooldown until you can try again. Just a little bit. trying to think whether there is a better location than this anywhere nearby here, but I think this is basically as good as it gets for Darkstalkers. Don't try to blow up the food box, please. Well, or if you do, make sure we have an adequate replacement, otherwise the rabbit is gonna go get a little angry at us. I mean, to be fair, we have like 5 backup food boxes, because all sorts of weird nonsense happens with that thing all the time. Suddenly, somebody just decides to put the food box into the food box, and then we have a looping space-time continuum paradox, making everything a lot more complicated. Nice. I'm not even... So here's a little fun fact. You cannot remove the critical hit buff via Dispel Magic. I wonder if the enemies are still targeting the critical hit buff from the boy with their Dispel Magic, because they keep using it on me anyways. Also, these guys of course are dark elements, so I'm not using Dark Force on them, but probably what I should do is I should actually practice Dryad spells here. Let's actually do that. The order of operations, we're gonna, first of all, level up Dryad to level 2, I think is a reasonable goal so far. So, Dryad is the only element in the game that has an attack power of a spell that is higher than the standard 92? 96? Of all of the other spells, like Freeze, Burst Light, Thunderbolt, Dark Force, Exploder. All of these have the same magic attack power, except for Burst. Burst from Dryad has a higher magic attack power, and if an enemy does not have any particular resistance to anything, or weakness for that matter, Burst on average will deal the most damage to these enemies. Like, it's actually really strong, all things considered. We do need to level it up just a little bit before we can actually use it though. And because it costs 4 MP, which is double of Freeze, it does not deal double the damage compared to Freeze. However, it is just one spell instead of, well, potentially 2. So it does have some niche use to use Burst over anything else. So I think it's time to start leveling this one. Once again, our current maximum level for spells is 7. Until we clear the palace and go to the Pure Lands, then it will be maximum of 8. Once we clear the Pure Lands, it will be a maximum of 8.99. But we cannot actually go to there for a while. Right, let's see. Burst, level 2, level 2. And then we actually use an MP Absorb to cancel the animation, because Burst has a really lengthy animation, and it's quicker to usually just cancel it with something else. Unless you have something else to do anyways, so then it doesn't really matter. But especially when you need MP, you could just cast like MP Absorb on the guy. And it will usually be faster. Well, I say that, it's more like I need MP anyways. Since the spell is reasonably expensive. 8 MP for Darkstalkers, so 16 total. And this also levels up Luna along the way, which is helpful. But then again, we're nearing level 7, which is our current maximum. surely. Also, once again, the reason I pick me the sprite is because this allows me to control the sprite directly and simultaneously cast spells much more quickly than would otherwise be possible, because normally the sprite has a slightly longer wind-up duration until the spell gets unleashed, and a much longer wind-down animation until the spell, like, after the spell gets resolved. Like, those animations would normally take significantly longer. You can already shorten them by using the partner menu, cancelling the animation for it. But if you're a pygmy character, there is no, well, after cast delay or whatever you want to call that. You just instantly get to open up the menu again. Technically, it is still more efficient for me to use the partner menu in order to cast the spells if I were to time everything properly and efficiently, instead of using like the direct control of the character. However, practically, over the course of this many hours, I'm not gonna have the focus needed in order to menu that precisely each time. And this just simplifies things for me, because I can just spam the button, the menu button on the sprite while I'm controlling the sprite, and as soon as I can open the menu, I can cast another spell. If I'm opening the menu slightly too early via partner menu, I just have to cancel out of all of the menus because I can't cast a spell yet, and it would just use up quite a bit of time. Arguably, it would still save me time in the long run if I were to use the partner menu, because it's not that precise to gain time. Hey, our chest, there we go. But, well, the way you grind through long grinds is to keep it comfy, at least in my opinion. Alrighty, we have the chest from the Darkstalker. We would love to have the rare drop from this, because it will be a required item from these guys anyways. Well, let's see what this is gonna be. We have the Darkstalker chest. Normal drop is a chocolate, and the rare drop is... a ninja's glove. We didn't get one, but... well, I mean, it's much more likely to not get it. Would have been nice though. Another name back to the dust. Thank you. 55 years of secrets. Thank you so much for 55 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you kindly. Another one. Thank you. By the way, this is the place where I farm for mimics at this point. Arguably the previous places were not actually as efficient, but this one is just really efficient realistically. So I just need you to split. If they don't split into the enemy we need, we reset. Also, there's an Eggplant Man in here. A natural spawning one? I forgot about that guy. Would have probably been a lot more reasonable to try and get the item from that guy in particular. Come on, swan things. Why is there a tram in Seeker of Mana? It's the very common trope at the time that the ancient and lost civilization were technologically incredibly far advanced. That dates back all the way to the early dungeon crawlers. That was a very common, like, theme among them at the time. And, well, Seeker of Mana ends up being no different. Because the entire ebb and flow of civilization destroying itself, returning back to basics and then renewing, is kind of a general, like, theme. It goes through ebb and flow of cycles of destructions, where everything just is lost to the time, and only remnants of the ancient civilizations remain, often very technologically far advanced. Happy New Harp to you as well, Hoppy. Welcome. And time flows like a river, and history repeats. Yes, pretty much. Especially in the Mana universe, realistically. The meme was present all the way back to the Planet of the Apes in 1968. What I wonder what actually would be the earliest one of these adaptations where an ancient civilization is technologically really far advanced kind of things. Because to me, I think the first time I ever even encountered that concept is technically in Secret of Mana, but let me be frank, I didn't really think that much about it. The first time I consciously encountered that concept was, I believe, in Mind Magic 8? No, not Mind Magic 8. I actually don't remember. Peculiar. Star Wars is a long, long time ago in a galaxy far away. I suppose that makes sense. Huh. I never really watched Star Wars because it's just not been my cup of tea. But yeah, it does say a long time ago, doesn't it? Which is kind of feels weird, because in my brain Star Wars always played like in the far future. But, I mean, canonically doesn't it? Does it? Come on, guys. Also, I guess we don't need to have the sprite being pygmied anymore. Sprite keeps messing up the poor enemies. Hello! Welcome to Eggplant. How much longer am I streaming today? Well, my main objective is to try and say Happy New Year to the US East Coast. So that's like 5.5 hours still. I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure I will be awake enough to try and do that, because I've not been entirely healthy the last 2 days. So I'm not gonna push the envelope if I end up feeling like I really should go to bed. That is my baseline goal though. If I feel especially awake, I guess, I will try to even say Happy New Year to the US West Coast. Which would be in, what, 7.5 hours? I think. Come on, mimic friends. You live on the US East Coast and might not make it till midnight. I definitely feel that sometimes. Like, I specifically tried to prepare my wake up and sleeping schedules for today, so I wake up like just about 2-ish hours before the stream so I get everything ready in time. Which is basically like, it worked out surprisingly well despite more or less lying in bed the entire day yesterday and the day before. Happy New Year, Nikki. Happy New Year from Switzerland. You'll be at work when midnight rolls around. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day at work one way or another, and the next one starts next year. Oh, chest number 15? Oh, we got it! We got it! We have the one chest we need from the Mimic. Once again, we don't really care what is in there, because that's the one chest thing, so to speak. We just need one. We just would like to have one. Also, we defeated shapeshifters definitely before. They don't drop anything. Alrighty, we got the chest from the Mimic. This was my main objective here. And we're gonna get a fairy walnut. Very useful. It's the common drop, but I don't know. Nice. Finally. Thank you. Alrighty, next up. We're looking for the creepy crawly. Down here. Are there any creepy crawlies upstairs? I don't think so. No, we're all down here. Alright, the last thing we need to get is a creepy crawly from down here. So, let's actually loop back around. We're gonna go and defeat the boss and come back around here. Oh, there's a creepy crawly. By the way, I have no idea where I picked up the phrase creepy crawly, but I know that I found it so funny that I adopted it at some point from somewhere. I have no idea where that's from, to be honest. There's just sometimes words that make you think it's funny. I don't know if it is actually funny, but, you know, sometimes that's just how you feel about things. For a long time I used to say I absolutely hate intentional misspelling of words, which at the time was true, but at some point I encountered the word pinao, you know, instead of piano, pinao, and I just thought that was hilarious, and then I had to face my own hypocritical attitude, just like, well, do you like it now or not? So it's just like, well, I guess I don't care. Especially since when people are misspelling things, I'm just trying to read like to the best of their intentions. Some people just have a bit of difficulty writing. No need to point that out, just try to interpret it the way it is. Stupid with 2 O's makes you still laugh. That's fair. Some words have a nice mouthfeel, like Hans. Hans. Happy New Year, Forlorn Kaiser. Happy New Year from Switzerland over here. I think it's 3 hits right now to knock out the creepy crawlies. I wonder if Moon Energy would be efficient here to make it like 1 hit. Thunderbolt. Buddy, I need you to spawn more creepy crawlies, please. Not throw spells at me. The shapeshifter enemies are so weird. They are bizarre, I agree. Okay, this guy is just out crawling. Oh well, let's heal everybody just in case. Hey look, level 1 Undine on the lady. She has a long way to go to learn these spells properly. Alright, hit the button down here, and we opened up the gates down here. There's a Darkstalker right here. Still gonna try and get the thing, because I might as well. Is there a second Darkstalker on the way? There might be. There is. By the way, the reason why I'm not using Lunar Boost for 25% attack power increase normally is because if you have that on your character, the enemies always get high damage rolls, which in short means most of the time you're just taking way more damage than before, if you ever get hit. Alrighty, Kettlekin. Fun fact, in the Japanese version, when he goes through a phase, instead of being on a unit cycle with, well, still his hammers, he is gonna go on top of a, like, drill, like a board drill, and has a chainsaw. Actually, I think he has a chainsaw by default, doesn't he? I don't know why they changed this for the English and other releases. Also, by the way, this guy has less HP than the vampire. Way earlier in the game. Also, I like how my split second Kilroy, probably because I couldn't remember the Kettlekin's name. And I just never bothered to correct it. You've had a random delicious put a frog in, it was mortified. Yeah, that happened to me once as well, it's kinda rude. that scene can happen. It's pretty rude. I immediately rescued it because, you know, the question mark is not supposed to betray me. Yet here we are sometimes. Alright, let's actually get out and save, because We actually made substantial progress on our characters, if nothing else. We do need to go down and get a creepy crawly chest, and then we're actually done with the underground, I think. In your Final Fantasy XIV chat, you have a dictionary full of misspelled words. For example, burger is Berber. It's kind of fun when you have these in-joke things too. Alrighty, don't upgrade the spear, don't upgrade the javelin, don't... I'm pretty sure I can upgrade the sword twice. Probably. Let's just upgrade. The bow is a fine upgrade, sure. Yeah, the bow is fine. I don't know why I'm so hesitant, just like, yeah, the bow you can upgrade. There's no reason to save that one. I just really don't want to mess up with the spear and the javelin. The javelin is more for like... Well, I guess both the spear and the javelin are supposed to save a bunch of time later down the road, not upgrading them further. Alrighty. And back we go. So I think in 20 minutes, the British friends and similar time zone will have a happy new year as well, hopefully. By the way, as a heads up, after our British friends get a happy new year, hopefully, I will be taking my next break, just as a heads up. Now, here's the question. Where the heck is the place where I'm supposed to land now? I always... Look, oh, there it is. I was literally about to open up the map. I'm just not good at navigating the world map. Literally my weakest point of the game. Dumb question, Yaga. What's the treasure with a 9 on the side mean? That is basically the amount of treasure chests we have acquired that are relevant to the, like, rare drop chance progression. It's going to become a lot more relevant once we get into the Mana Fortress, but basically those are the... I'm trying to keep this glitchless here, guys. Alright. But yeah, this is basically just how many relevant treasure chests did we get where we need the rare drop from said treasure chests. That is what that counter is about. That is for rare equipment pieces as well as weapon orbs later in the Mana Fortress. Music is so good, it is so good. Anyways, just to real quick explain this one. Keep going, we'll secure this place. So what happened here is the guard that is just randomly pacing around in this place here just loaded in as I pressed the B button. And when an NPC or a character or an enemy just loads in, they functionally have 0 distance between the player and the NPC coded into their data set, let's put it this way. The game only starts to calculate how far away you are from NPCs in questions based on like your coordinates or position on the second frame that they are loaded into the memory. If I just happen to press the B button on the exact frame, which by the way the B button is the attack button, on the exact frame that, well, he loads in, I get to talk to him from remote. That is kind of what happens there. I believe one of the early glitch, like documenting websites, had this kind of glitch listed. And when I originally read it over there, I had no idea what was happening. But later down the road, I understood what was happening and tried to, like, send them an email about this thing, I don't think they ever updated it. It's like one of those very old ones, like Flying Omelette or something like that. I don't know if that is like still actively maintained. I mean, to be fair, my email might have just landed in the trash or the spam as well, for all I know. You think anyone that's voluntarily using the javelin is cheating? What? No! The javelin is the best ranged weapon. Or maybe is it cheating because it's too good? Is that the approach, the angle? Anyways, I think we go to room number 3? Maybe a room number 2 from the back. Well, actually more like... That is 3, isn't it? This is number 2. No, actually this is number 4. Wait, 1, 2... No, this is number 3. This is number 4. Let's see if we approach this room from the back here. Which enemies do we have to spawn? Right, 2 creepy crawlies. It's not great. But we can immediately cast a spell on them. Actually, I'm curious. I'm pretty sure they don't resist burst, do they? If it's 1 damage, we know. 84, they don't. Anyways. I think resetting that one enemy might be the play. We could try to cast like a quick spell on it. And then just charge up an attack to hit at the tail end of the attack. Oh, not if he's in an invulnerable state anyways. Hey. Finally made it to New Year to you over here, so Happy New Year to you, Siaktro. Thank you so much. By the way, feel free to correct me in how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. Like it's Siaktro? Siaktro? It sounds like a language that I would not be familiar with, to be honest. Maybe it's just a name and I'm making... Oh, my goofball anyways. Let's actually see what happens if we reset this room. There's a creepy crawler just south of us. What about this one? I mean, I guess I got to hit him immediately with the javelin. It's 3 hits. I think they can't be petrified, right? I mean, I could literally just check by consulting my spreadsheet. All the data's in there. Wait, hold up. Can I actually petrify and or... Well, that's interesting. I now 2-shot them because of the slight damage boost I'm gaining from the weapon enchant. The higher level your weapon enchant is, the higher the damage boost you gain. Like, it's not much, but I guess it's just enough to 2-shot these guys now. So I guess even if I don't petrify them, which I don't seem to, 2-shotting them seems to be just about fine. Alright, that works. I think we can work with that. We only, on average, need like 16. Second brew, Happy New Year. Love this game. Nice. Happy New Year to you as well. Right, we're looking for Metal Crawler. Come back. Not like that. You think the first, you're not really sure how to pronounce it, and that's kind of part of the fun with the name. Alright, that's very fair. I respect that approach. Chest. There we go. Just needed to ask for it. Alrighty, we have the creepy crawly chest. They have a rare drop of a gauntlet, which I did not remember, by the way. I must have known at some point, but I have forgot entirely. Let's see what we get. Chocolate, won't fit. Alrighty, but we are done with the underground. Let's get up here. Steam Winter Sale was a blessing, and the curse, you got 14 new games you had on wishlist for ages for only $20 total. Now to find time to play them all. Ah yes. Well, I hope you find a lot of time to play them and enjoy them. Another one. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate it. Let's see. These guys here have a rare drop for an item that is not even particularly good. Notably, this is the Guardian Ring from these Doom Sword enemies. And yeah, it really isn't all that great, unfortunately. But it's one of those items that I need to get for my collection for the 100% requirement. So, we're gonna farm Doom Sword. Now, here's the thing. I originally had planned to farm like the Doom Swords in these rooms here. However, in the one room I was farming them in, they never dropped a chest. It's technically possible I just got absurdly unlucky. But I think these rooms here might have like a potential to never drop any chests. But again, it's technically possible, I just got really unlucky. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead and just defeat every single enemy in all those rooms. Just in case I'm wrong. Also, which orb is this? Earth. At least I think it's Earth. In these rooms here, by the way, it does not matter which spell you need exactly. Previous orbs were very particular about which spells you were supposed to use, but as long as it's the correct element and the correct character casting the spell, that is, you're fine. Now, the correct character casting the spell is actually relevant, because you could theoretically use offensive salamander spells on some of these orbs, but with the lady, but it doesn't work. It wouldn't be the first time Yaga thought the chest couldn't spawn and he was just unlucky. Yes, that's kind of exactly why I'm coming back to this right now. To be honest, that is literally the exact reason. It's just like, I mean, it's possible I got unlucky. And I don't think Moppleton or Reggers ever really con— Ah! See! I was wrong! That's amazing. So these rooms do work. Alrighty. This is going to add +1 to the chest counter. Number 10. And this chest counter here is gonna get increased more and more. We need the rare drop from this thing, the Guardian Ring. Couple of wishes. That's going to be a bunch of them. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. Now my brain goes, yeah, but it wasn't this room I tried to farm the item in. It was the other one. Yes, brain, thank you. That is not helpful. Oh, that is a second chest. That could be relevant. Fairy Walnut won't fit. That is actually number 11 right off the bat. And Imp. Oh, actually we need the Gremlin. We already had the Imp. Wait, why do you spawn a Gremlin? Why do you spawn Imp? Couple of wishes won't fit. Yeah. Anyways, Undine here. The game really wanted to show me, hey, yeah, you can drop chest here, no problem. Yeah, exactly, Pikachu. So I definitely like that. By the way, that theory that chests cannot spawn in here, I formed in my very first run of this game. Because we were in that specifically, we were in the room at the very end of the Grand Palace. You know, the one with Luna. We were in there for like a solid hour or something like that. And didn't get a chest drop. Well, let me actually correct that. It felt like a solid hour we were in there and didn't get a chest drop. I don't actually know if that is true. Now I'm kinda curious to go back and maybe check how long I was in fact in there. Because there's a decent chance that I'm just, like... what's the word? Exaggerating my memory. Everybody already knows that my memory is terrible, so... wouldn't be that surprising. Okay, 2... We do need a gremlin chest here as well. This actually might be the best room for gremlins, all things considered. The game is just sending a message, evidently. Because my original plan was actually to farm one of those rooms with 2 Doom Swords immediately, and then, like, the book at the end. So I'm curious whether we can actually do that. Like, I always defaulted to farming specifically here. A Doom Sword on the left. No, lady, we're not supposed to go back there. That is cheating. She's behind the movement trigger. It's supposed to be glitchless. Stop doing that silly thing. For reference, if you walk through here as a player character, you automatically just move through a movement trigger down here. You cannot walk past there normally, but the lady went cheating anyways. But you need MP, you probably need MP. You don't need MP. Secret Mana is always glitchless. Asterisk. It's a huge asterisk right there. So there's a Doom Sword up there on the left side. I can't get to that. So very rude. We do also need the chest from the Heckhound, so I wouldn't mind if you gave me one too. Does that mean you need to restart? No. We don't do that. That would be silly. Just a little silly. This is the classic, not glitchless, but rather glitchless. Yes. We try to glitch less than usual. Oh, that's the wrong thing. By the way, fun fact, I just targeted the Crystal Orb with the Dry spell by accident. If I now just cast any Salamander spell, specifically not on the Orb, the game only remembers what the last spell is that I casted. And that is what it checks against to check... Actually, that wasn't I'm demonstrating a glitch in my glitchless run, good job. Basically, the game just remembers what the last spell is that you casted and checks whether that was the correct one in order to activate the orb there. So I accidentally casted Burst. Then I just need to cast another spell anywhere. Doesn't even matter what I target there. The almost glitchless category. With asterisks. We love asterisks. You know, alongside the asterisks, of course, come the obelisks. Those are very important part of the strategy too. Although usually, I think you would call those Hinkelstein at this point. Man, that was a deep rabbit hole right there. So, I can't hit this thing normally, unless I'm pixel perfectly against the gate. Sometimes you are like misaligned, so you need to dash a little bit. No, this is not categorized as a glitch. Oh, that's the return area. Wait a second. Is a gremlin here? And the Turtlelands. Turtlelands I think don't have an elemental weakness. Maybe fire? I mean, the other turtles have a fire weakness. Let's see. No. Oh. No, he does fierce salamander. Okay, so he does have a fire weakness. Good to know. We're still gonna use burst because that's the spell I need to level. We need Turtleland's chest and we need a Gremlin chest too. Why did I... Did make sense. Chest, please? No chest. Uh oh. Oh, I see what that did. Sure. I know what I did. I forgot to activate one of the switches. This place is not the most intuitive to navigate, as one would say. From these books, we are looking for an amulet helm. Which, by the way, is a really good helmet for the sprite because it gives also +5 magic power. Kind of like the circlet, except much better defense. I missed to operate this place right here. Let's see, level 5 burst. Is this sufficient to knock out the Doom Swords? It is. Nice. Then we could immediately walk up. Wait, where's the book? Oh right, the book doesn't spawn because the orb had priority. That makes sense. Here you go. Silence the orb. There's the book. See, just needed to ask nicely. MP absorb. Twice. Schrodinger's book. It only existed after we checked for it. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Chest? Oh. It's not a guaranteed one-shot. Also, could you come down here? Because I might not be able to pick up the chest up there. Thank you. Why do these guys have so much defense? I only deal 70 damage to them with my attack. Because I probably should no longer use the javelin for now. What's a stronger weapon? Bow. The bow seems a bit stronger. Man, that's a weird weapon to use. Yeah, that's a little bit stronger. Instead of 70 damage, we now deal 221. Multipliers. This chest over here contains sword orbs up to level 6? 7? Basically the highest amount of sword orbs you can get before the Pure Land. And it contains all of the ones that you didn't have before. So if you left out a bunch of chests earlier, which I did, in Pandora Castle, in the Northtown Ruins, that's where all of these kind of goes. Also, I couldn't actually pick up the chest if I defeated the gremlins there, I just realized. So let's not do that. What's your favorite spell in terms of animation in Secret of Mana? Here, I'll show you. Big rock. I actually forgot that we didn't level up Big Rock yet. Because Basilisk does not like Big Rocks. Curve Slide is my favorite spell. For its simplicity, you just throw a gigantic boulder at the enemies, and especially for its level 8 animation. The level 8 animation of Curve Slide is absolutely fantastic, and without compare. A Big Rock with face gets extra points. Yes. But that doesn't seem like this Lumina here. Like I saw yellow and thought, oh, Luna. No, we're not at Luna yet. It's in the next room, dude. Well, actually not even the next room. Next room is Shade. But yeah, honestly, I'm kind of a simpleton in that sense. It's just like, I just really like Earth Slide. His simplicity, yet, like, goofiness, is a combination I really appreciate in games. Guys, you shouldn't put the armor stand in the water, it's gonna rust. Oh, those are return doors, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Right, that makes sense. And we go with this spell magic because it's the quickest animation. Alrighty. Whack. Is there anything interesting in the central room? Wait, is there a central room? There is a central room. No. I'm pretty sure that's a return room too, though. My goodness, we have a congregation of imps on the left side. Silly guys. This is also a return room, is it not? Yeah, Turtlelands. You know what? We took a Turtlelands. Well, no. Well, we're gonna still knock it out here, but we don't need to farm the Turtlelands right here. There is a room later where we have a variety of enemies. And we need still a chest drop from most of them anyways. Happy New Year, Winters! Happy New Year to you as well. Also, that reminds me, Happy New Year's to everybody that is one time zone to the west of me. I hope you have a fantastic start into the new year. Happy 2026 to you all. Oh, that guy didn't even go down yet. That's impressive. Because I cannot just say that I appreciate these turtles. They just go onto 2 wheels, well 4 wheels, and just room across the room, even damaging you in the process. It's like the other turtles were rather ninja turtles. They just go into their shell and use their own shell as a frisbee to shoot at you, which is kind of, you know, pretty neat by itself. But these guys just one-up them by turning into a car. Just room all over the place. Alrighty, in this room... No, wait, no. Next room is what I was thinking of. Fun fact, this room is responsible for the category split with and without multi-tab for Secret of Mana on Play 2 controller. Because I found a way to go through the wall in this room by getting a random chest drop from an enemy. Nobody wanted to run a category where you try to play at a high level Secret of Mana, speedrunning, and then you need to rely on a 1 in 16 drop rate for a chest in order to get through the wall. Nobody wanted to play it. Yeah. Sometimes you kind of wish you didn't find certain skips, but they were just kind of a natural extension of other stuff you find. Their engine must be powered by dry ice. The room guys? These guys? Probably. I mean, they even have the, like, frisbee move still, too. Anyways, I heard a thing. Let me check real quick. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Thalfon, thank you. Thank you kindly for the $50.09 donation. That might be exact. I don't know what currency that would be in, to be fair, but thank you kindly. That's quite generous of you. And Thalfon says, for a long time of providing a relaxing and pleasant place online, and a great example of challenging yourself in a calm and thoughtful manner. May you continue to get to do things you enjoy, and I hope to get to hang around more in years to come. Thank you kindly, Thalfon. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your kind words, and that's nice. Oh, by the way, it's also past the point where I said I would take a break, so let me get into the Luna room, activate the orb, and then we're gonna take a break there. I think that's gonna be fine. Chest? No chest. We do need a chest from the Heckbone still, though. We're gonna see plenty of these still in the future, so I'm not too worried about getting it right now. But I would take it right now. So this is the infamous room where I concluded that these rooms cannot spawn chests, because at that point where I was playing it, it was so unlikely that they could actually spawn chests at that point in time. Well, I say it was that unlikely, as if I kept count of how many enemies I killed, but it was such a long time spent in here without a chest. Thank you! Perfect! Actually, that is exactly what I was hoping for. I was hoping to prove my past self wrong. Sometimes you just go for long stretches unlucky, and that's just how it is. And only because you have not gotten the drop or a chest in like 500 kills before, it does not make it any more likely that you get it the next kill. That's just how it is. Probability does not care about what happened before. Well, unless that is directly related. Anyways, chest for us. Number 12, relevant ones. And we get a couple of wishes that won't fit. Ah. It's actually kind of nice to find this one, like in terms of conclusions. Because now I can farm in this room instead of anywhere else, because I'm pretty sure that's more efficient. Alrighty, Luna! I'm not gonna risk metamorphing the orb. I'm pretty sure you can cast any spell on the orb and it's just fine. But I'm not risking metamorph after it crashed my game. That was good narrative timing. Yes. 10,000 fishes, that's all you're going to say. It happens. Alrighty. You love when the game has little cute animations that most people never notice because they're going too fast. Yes. This is kind of like one of those runs where I just take my time with it, in a sense where, well, I'm forcing to take my time with it, so I have a lot of time to observe the enemies and such. And it's also these little things that I tend to appreciate more and more as I grow older. Alrighty everybody, it's gonna be another longer-ish break. I'm gonna be back at when the timer on the clock in the bottom left hits 12 hours and 25 minutes. Did I actually add the donation thing? The last one. Does anybody know? I'm so bad at this. Does anybody remember if I added Thalfon's donation? I did? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Quadlight. Thank you, Thalfon. Alrighty, I'm going to take a break, get up, stretch, walk around for a while, and until later. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello everybody, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome back to Zelda. No, my brain is already half in shambles, good job. Welcome back to Secret of Mana, A Link to the Past. Sorry, I just had to continue there. Anyways, we're continuing our grind. And I would like to actually continue grinding in this room in particular. Let's try to see if we can maybe... Oh, there's 2 turtle answers out there too. That's actually going to be a nice grind just in the side until we get a chest from them. Because we just want 1 chest from the turtle answers. Level 6 burst. This actually has a high likelihood, I think, of killing outright the Doom Swords outright now. So let's multi-target the last one. Oh, I said a high chance, but that was a low damage roll right there. It's your favorite Zelda game. Yeah, that's fair. It's a really good one too. Well, sometimes. You know, I wanted to say this might be a little bit more buggy than Zelda, but... Well, no, actually, that is a fair thing to say. This game is probably a fair bit more, like, falling apart at the seams than Zelda Link to the Past. Zelda Link to the Past, people have only figured out so many bugs because they have been poking and prodding that game since way longer and way more intensely than Secret of Mana. There's still a lot of glitches in there that you can use and exploit for what it's worth, still. It's been a while since you read the up half of what Delicious Fish says. I don't remember what it says. To be honest, I usually just read through the suggestions. Occasionally add an emote, because I think Yagabot would look better with adding an emote. And then capitalize the rabbit, well, the R for the rabbit, because it's specifically our little rabbit. The Legend of Zelda, Secret of Mana. Indeed. Link to the Past rarely crashes, no matter what you do. Yes, that's kind of a big one, isn't it? It also hardly ever softlocks like in casual play. Like, that game is amazingly well done. And every time I see somebody mentioning, oh, look at how buggy it is. No, it really isn't. People are just absolutely insanely crafty at exploiting the seams of the game. You never see that stuff if you're just playing casually. Whereas in Secret of Mana, character getting stuck in the wall? Yeah, that happens. You just need to use a magic rope, I guess, in order to get out. That's just how it is. Alright, we have another chest, so we confirm now that even after clearing out the orb, we can still get chests. Which is nice, because now we can analyze and get our next chest. So, this one is going to be chest number 13 of relevant ones. Let's see what we get. Couple of wishes, won't fit. That's fair. Very few players notice the Link to the Past bugs if they play the intended way, yeah. I mean, they specifically even have like a failsafe where if you get into an out-of-bounds room number that you're not supposed to get into, you can actually enter the Houlihan room for it. The most secret of rooms. Welcome to Utrecht. It's still alive indeed. You forgot most of the game, so probably time for a new playthrough. Well, if you do a new playthrough, I hope you have a fantastic time with it. And welcome to you. Hope you're doing well today. Oh wow, that did not knock out either of them. Maybe I should just rock slide single target twice. Because we still need to train Rock Slide too, but then again, Burst is going to reach level 7 sometime soon as well. So might as well just continue with the Burst. I think we kind of need like 2 bursts on the book though, because I don't think one is going to be sufficient on average. Bonk. Meow, meow. Did I actually ever finish Shade? Oh, I didn't. We still actually need level 7 Shade as well, so we can use Shade on these guys. Shade does have like the longest animation of any of the spells for what it's worth. We can technically shorten it by using like Dispel Magic at the end there. Man, the room is really bright out here. And there's level 7 burst. I do wonder whether a level 7 burst knocks out the National Scar. It probably does, but not reliably. Nope, it doesn't even do that. Alright, so time to unpack Earth Slides. Actually, yeah, I should just throw an Earth Slide at the end in instead of a Dispel Magic. As a reminder, Dark Force is the only spell that equals Undyne's Freeze in terms of efficiency and power compared to its MP cost. Well, efficiency as in MP cost and power. Are the Doom Swords Dark Element? Okay, do they take half damage from Shade? No, they're not. I guess even if they are, they still go down to 2 Dark Forces. Huh? 10? Are you dark? Really? Huh. I didn't realize that. Okay, throwing rocks at this thing instead. Okay, 2 rocks are not enough. Let's throw 3 rocks at it. Alrighty. Is a Doom Sword Dark Element, you mean? You would guess yes, but this is a 90s Nintendo where elements didn't always make sense. Yes. I think that's a very fair way of looking at it. I mean, Doom just kind of means like the end / apocalypse. But those technically could take all kinds of forms and shapes, right? It doesn't have to be necessarily bound to darkness. Also, I promise I'm not trying to bug out the game's graphics here, that's just the natural course of action of how I want to efficiently play the game by casting spells quickly. Alrighty, level 7 Shade. That is maxed out now for the current status progress. Next up, it's going to be just rocks all the way, I guess. Well, until we reach rock level 7, then we're probably just gonna burst all the way. Chest. No chest. Happy New Year's, Michael Bolt. Don't forget to stay hydrated. That is an excellent call right there. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you. Alright, we're just gonna throw 2 rocks at these guys. The big advantage of Earth Slide is that it's just a really fast animation. And we have another Doom Sword chest. We're looking for the Guardian Ring from these things. And let's see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna count the chest up to 14. Alrighty. I'll need you to analyze it for us, lady. And then we can open it right after. It's blinking red, which means we disable the trap, of course. Not that it is trapped, that would be silly. And nothing. Couple of wishes. That's okay. More rocks. For these turtle lands, we actually don't really care. We don't really care what is in the chest. We just want one chest. That is part of the one chest challenge. However, the Doom Sword specifically have one of the equipment pieces we need to fulfill my 100% requirement, which is basically we have 11 inventory slots for each individual type of equipment piece each, and we fill all of these inventory slots from equipment pieces with the highest to lowest defense value, as many as we can fit. So we start with the strongest, then the second strongest, then the third strongest, all the way down to 11th strongest. And the Guardian Ring from these Doom Swords just happens to be somewhere towards the bottom. And that's just what it is. Not really a whole lot you can do about that. It is not a particularly good item, unfortunately. Especially not for how long it tends to take to get it. So Analyze on this chest does have an effect. You always thought it was some random graphical glitch. No, it genuinely, like, it disables the trap. Like, once you analyze it, it blinks red. Once you have a high enough analyzer level, that's kind of notably a potential concern. If you don't have a high enough analyzer level, the chest is just gonna stay the normal way as it was before. But once it blinks red, this means the analyzer has worked and any potential trap has been disabled. And we got the turtle thingy. So this means Turtleland's done. Now we just need the gremlin from this place. Yeah, the gremlin aside from the specifically National Scar that we're looking for too. Well, the National Scar, we're already got at least one chest for it, so I could technically mark it, but since we are looking for the rare drop, I'm gonna probably just mark it once we get the rare drop. Alrighty. We should be relatively close to Gnome level 7 at this point. And there it is. So from here on out, we're just gonna burst, and absorb MP. And then we just repeat this until we get the items we need in here. Once we might get the Doom Sword first, the rare drop, we're gonna go into the previous room for slightly more efficient grinding. I did not mean to attack that guy twice. How far away is Gnome? Decent distance. Another one. Thank you kindly. Absorb MP. Burst. 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 I guess I could multi-target burst the last one just in case one of the swords survived. That probably is still enough to knock out the National Scar because it needs a bit more damage than just burst level 7, but not too much. But yeah, I think burst is the way to go because it mostly one-shots these Doom Swords, but I don't think it has quite enough damage with other spells for what it's worth. What level are we anyways? Do I even need to be worried about trap agility at this point? What agility do you have, boy? He has 64. Let me actually check against my spreadsheet here. My spreadsheet tells me that trap agility level on monster data is 32, 56, 56 on Eggatris. Wait, really? Eggatris has a really high trap agility level. Okay, 72 is the highest level for specifically Master Ninja, Terminator, Wolf Lord. Everything else has trap agility 64 or lower from what I can tell. So basically, we actually don't even have to use Analyzer anymore, we can just pick up the chest at this point with the boy. By the time we get to the Wolf Lords and Master Ninjas, we probably have 72 agility at that point. So, if you want to get traps, which if you would like to get like the Shadow Zero gimmick thingy, you don't want to be too high of a level, but let's put it this way. Alrighty boy, what do we get for the first chest without? Couple of wishes, not what we need. +1 to the chest counter, and we continue. I did not mean to slide you. I bet you guys need both a little bit more. Oh wow, that guy didn't. Surprising. I named this spell combination Burst Slide. Yes, I'm very creative, thank you very much. It's actually kind of weird, I don't usually use sarcasm. I don't like sarcasm. But I guess that's kind of what happens when you might be streaming for a while. Anyways, chest number 16. What do we get today? Couple of wishes, won't fit. Oh, that's fair. Didn't need one of those. Burst. By the way, for reference, the reason why I don't like sarcasm is because I'm horrible at detecting it myself. So, it's actually gotten to the point where I just intentionally take everything at face value, even if I have reasonable confidence that somebody likes being sarcastic. Because actually, frequently enough, it just kind of leads to a rather fun situation anyways. I just decide to take it serious regardless. Bonk. Haven't gotten a book chest in a while. Should be like a 1 in 3 chests should come from the books, I suppose. But the reason why I'm using spells against the Doomsword, by the way, is they always like need to get off of the armor stand, and then they swirl around for a little bit, and then immediately cast a spell every time. Which means it's kind of awkward to try and take them down with physical attacks. It's entirely possible. Just, you have to wait for the entire song and dance until they apply their own saber. And then you hope that you're not missing with your physical attacks. Because at this point we have like, what, 85% chance to hit the enemies that have evasion. And most enemies at this point have evasion. It's not guaranteed, but it's also not that terrible of a hit chance anymore. It just might be unreliable. Bonk. Burst. Burst. It's dehydrated. Okay, why did I think this thing hydrated? Because thirst kind of rhymes. Anyways, pretty much always have like a jug of water right next to me. Like a literal jug, it's like 1.5 liters. Actually, it might be 2. Anyways, I've basically just, since a long time, since I started streaming, been just habitually taking sips from it. Because it just makes sense. Happy New Year, Nicolium. Happy New Year to you. I hope you have a wonderful start into the next year. And welcome. Or welcome back, I guess. Happy New Year here. You don't see the New Year in the checklist, or are you referring to something else? I'm not doing the Basilisks grind in the underground anymore. Oh, I already did. I have the cockatrice cap. I already got that one. I got decently lucky on it, to say the least. Not as lucky as it was in the previous year, but not far off, I would think. Yeah, we already got that one, so... We basically are done with the entire underground, including the one chest challenge. We just need the gremlins for the one chest challenge in this area here at this point. One of the worst to get, yep. It just takes a while. Because there's just like a singular basilisk spawn that is particularly easy to reset. All of the multi-basilisk spawns are just annoying to get to. So I just stick with the single one. You fold it on the single one too, and it really tests your patience every time. Oh, you're doing the challenge as well? Nice. And yeah, it can be quite a test of patience. Sometimes I may have wondered whether enemies can even drop a chest in certain rooms, only to be subsequently proven wrong about my assumption that maybe certain rooms cannot drop chests, which, to be fair, monkey brains. Try to see patterns everywhere, even if there are none. It's just random. What's the chest counter on the right? The chest counter on the right are all the important chests. AKA the ones where we need a rare drop in order to be able to complete our 100% requirements. These include rare equipment drops like from the Doom swords, as well as the book here. And they include also weapon orbs in the mana fortress later down the road. Basically it's just one collective counter, as in how many total important chests we open. Specifically important chests, because it kind of gets a little bit, I guess, slightly weird, because I'm also doing the one chest challenge at the same time. Alrighty. Does any mod want to make a poll so people can bet away their points? Which enemy do you think is gonna give us a rare drop first? The left Doom Sword, the right Doom Sword, or the what's it called? National Scar. Oh yeah, prediction is called, that's the thing. Oh. Oh, we got another chance over here, that is just number 17. So far we are still lucky in terms of how many rare items we got from these. Couple of wishes, not this time. You're not legally allowed to bet on channel points. I bet that's... yeah, actually, I think I heard of that one. That is not even a joke, is it? Which, to be fair, I think I prefer too strict of a gambling law rather than too lenient. The right sword is the right sword. Just numbers 18 from the left sword. Couple of wishes won't fit. Sweden. I'm actually surprised that burst level 7 seems to be consistently strong enough to one-shot these swords. Presumably even throw low damage rolls. I think 601 is a low damage roll? No, that is a normal one. Oh. It's sort of very indirectly illegal, since you can technically get more channel points by subbing, which means they have monetary value. True. Also, we're kind of creeping higher and higher in terms of our total level count here. You make the prediction if you... Let's see. I guess Crow technically could also set it up if you know how to. If you wanna figure it out. If not, you might be busy otherwise, don't worry about it. I just figured it might be a fun thing to do here. Because theoretically each one of these things have like an equal chance of getting the next drop. Well, I haven't seen a chest from the book in a while. But that's just, you know, reasonably normal considering that there's 2 swords and only 1 book. %60 of all commercial ads played during professional sports in the US are gambling ads, and it's disgusting. Yeah, that sounds pretty horrendous, honestly. Like, it's basically just taking advantage of... well, the people that can't resist gambling. I wanna even go as far as to say that it's not necessarily the individual person's fault. If you're just, you know, leaning towards getting addicted to one thing or another, that's sometimes not a whole lot you can do about that. Especially if everything just tries to enable you there. Which is pretty horrendous. Left sword gives us another chest. Is that like a full chest in another one? The left sword? Maybe. Chest. Couple wishes, one fit. Okay. And it's all legal as long as they sell gambling problem. Call XX for help. Considering how difficult it is to help for any problem, even if the people on the other line are exceptionally helpful and trying to help, your own head needs to kind of accept that it needs help too before you can get help. So yeah, it's just nonsense. Also, Anji, thank you! On a higher note, thank you so much for 82 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you enjoy well, keep enjoying your stay. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Oh, there we go. National Scar chest number... well, next. 20. Very walnut, won't fit. Oh, prediction has started. If anybody would like to put the channel points towards something. Something was the word. Just a little fun on the side. It's not gonna cost you an arm or a leg, hopefully. Actually, I have no idea how the channel points will do that. It has started. Thank you. You're off to bed. Take care, rest well, and Happy New Year to Nicolanium. Thank you for dropping by. Good luck with that chest and the others in the Pure Land. Yep. The only chest in the Pure Land I don't like grinding for, to be honest, is the ones from the ghosts. Because I have to use spells for those. Which is kind of weird, I don't actually mind this one, funnily enough. Chest number 21. Doom Sword on the right. Cup of Wishes, won't fit. You can still bet with 0 points though. Actually you can, that's interesting. Oh, on James set it up. Nice. Thank you. You think you did that correctly. Frankly, I don't know. I tend to try and be focused on the game because... oh, gameplay. 22 chests. And we get... from the National Scar, a fairy walnut. That won't fit. This type of gambling is fun. Twitch predictions are a great feature. Yeah, I think it's honestly quite enjoyable. And again, it's just literally not something that you can get in any trouble with realistically. So it can just stay harmless fun, which I wish everything on the internet was just harmless fun. That would be ideal. and you wouldn't have to worry about things. But the older you get, the more you worry about stuff. Meow. 999. You have got passed out, getting old. I think that happens to all of us. Well, Exalia, feel free to correct me how to pronounce your name. I wish you a good night, rest well, thank you for dropping by, and take good care of yourself. Until next time. You should start casting if the girl's magic. That seems like a reasonable idea, honestly. Yeah, you know what? That's an excellent idea. Oh, chest number 23. And we get another fairy walnut that won't fit. We can actually use these fairy walnuts while we're casting spells with the sprite anyways. That's a really good idea. Now the downside is, which spell should I cast there? Something that is not gonna lock us into place for too long, I guess. So Remedy kinda would work, which also would last us a long while, until we run out of MP. Alternatively Lumina if we want to invest a lot of MP. Let's just go down the list. Start with Undine. Okay, if I cast it on herself, she just barely gets out of the animation stun in time there. So we get like one spell off with the lady there. Actually, I can probably cast another one right here, as soon as we reach the National Scar. Thank you to your foot. That is an excellent idea to use the lady spells as well, so we start leveling them up. In this case, let's just begin with Salamander. It's one of the more awkward ones because of the nature of it having to travel. Oh, we could actually use offensive Salamander spells. Hold on. Actually makes more sense. Because it doesn't have to travel at all, then it just hits enemies. Wait, that is the perfect time to level Salamander spells. Huh. Didn't think about that beforehand until somebody told me that I should level the latest spells along the way. Excellent idea. Plus, if we use the latest spells in conjunction with the sprite spells, we can override our... damage with Fire Bouquet instead. Meaning that the animation is shortened significantly. Hitting tech this many years later, there's always more details you could improve. Admittedly, there is a decent portion of me where I'm not too worried about improving. Also, if you had a high level Fire Bouquet, it probably would even deal enough damage. Alrighty, right, so it drops another chest. But yeah, that's such a good idea too. Like, Salamander is always awkward to level because if you just purely try to level up the latest spells. Couple of wishes. Okay, didn't get it. If you just try to level up the latest spells, specifically, it always needs to be the Saber because you don't have offensive targets. But like this, it just makes so much more sense. Plus, she can contribute damage too once it is high enough level, and actually help out with the damage against the book. Like this is way better than what I did before. Like just on a conceptual level, we are leveling up useful skills towards level 99. Well, 8.99 really. Let's go, great sword. Who would I bet on if I were to bet on? Honestly, I'm just hoping for the National Scar. Because that would be the most convenient for me. Since I wouldn't have to keep going back to the end of the room in order to knock that guy down. I do need to recover more MP at some point, this right here. So I need to actually absorb MP again on the National Scar. That is not enough, is it? Yeah, we need one more first. Cancel it with Fire Bouquet. You know, I've never considered that Fire Bouquet is so much of a faster animation than most of the sprite spells too. Like, it's occurring to me now, it is just natural to cancel the sprite's long animations with Fire Bouquet. That is so much better than what I did before. And we even get to use the fairy bonus that we get from the random drops too. That is not what I meant to cast over. In Final Fantasy Adventure, the game left the chest closed if you didn't have space for the item inside of it, and the contents of the chest were rerolled each time you tried to open it, so if you had space in your inventory for a rare equipment drop, but not a common item drop, then you could just spam chest opening attempts and guarantee equipment from your first chest. Nice. That's pretty neat. But yeah, to be honest, I guess I didn't really worry too much about optimizing a 100% run. Because I guess in the most recent times I've been just more doing them for laid back and relaxing starting to the next year without having to worry about too much. Like, there's also the notion of I should theoretically optimize my weapon leveling experience, because it's gonna take like, I don't know, 5-6 hours at the end of the entire grind just for specifically leveling up the weapons, because they just take that long. But if I optimize them at least a little bit more, I probably could save like an hour, maybe 2, for like appropriate routing. It just always felt so complicated on one hand, and on the other hand, admittedly, I've gone into at least the last 2 years of these runs with relatively little preparation. Like, it just kind of refreshed my mind on which enemies I should defeat where, what should I not miss here. Also, chest number 25 total. Let's see what we get. We get Doom Sword's attack down, National Scar's attack down, Guardian Ring! Alrighty, I think that was on the right? Oh god, I didn't pay attention. We got a Guardian Ring though, that is amazing. We got the chest from this, oh, I already marked it, that's okay. It was the right sword? Nice. Alrighty, right sword was correct. Let me update my spreadsheet. Where is it? My goodness, I have too many tabs open on everything. Right, Guardian Ring acquired. Now I would theoretically be allowed to have a gauntlet, according to the previous rules. I would need to toss away my Watcher Ring. Sadness. It's a big payout. It is? I didn't see. Oh, I see. You won 0 points. That happens. By the way, fun fact, in order to jump across the whip jump gap, the game will remove all of your status effects and only reapply the death status effect for what it's worth. So we got the turtle ends, we need the gremlins. Where do we get gremlins? Don't know where we get gremlins. Let me actually get out of here. The forward way. Beat the little lizard guy at the end. Sorry, Crow. Boom. Big cut for the right sword. Thank you. Oh, big cheesy. Hazy. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate that. Alrighty. This guy unfortunately is weak to Salamander, which means we're gonna use this lady spells as well. I think that might be it already. Good night, sir. Rest well. No. Poor crow. Alrighty, don't level up the javelin. Level 63. Happy New Year, level 63. We're working towards a level 99. In my very first run, we reached level 99 on the Lady Enter sprite before getting all of the weapon orbs. In my second run ever, I reached or got all of the weapon orbs well before I reached level 99 on any character. So sometimes drop RNG can just be that significantly different. It's funny when you walk out there and use the drum together with the knights swinging their flails. I didn't actually realize that, but that is neat. The poor boss hardly feels fair. I agree. Why did they put a poor lizard there? I guess the reality of the situation is there used to be a sunken continent. That lizard was just at the bottom of the ocean, minding his own business, and then suddenly hatches on the surface where some nonsense people decided to just resurrect an old fortress. That seems kind of mean. Oh, did I miss something? Did number 2's right sword win? I honestly don't remember. I think it was the right sword. People will tell me if it was the right sword or not. Anyways, we need a gremlin chest, and we need the National Scar rare drop. So, do we backtrack here, or do we go back through the front? I think the gremlin... Oh, we can't backtrack. Oh. I forgot. We have to go down there. It was the right sword. Alright, thank you for confirmation. It appears that the boy has enough physical defense now that he does no longer take any damage from these enemies, which is convenient. But I don't think it's true for the other two characters. Alrighty, gremlins. Oh yeah, the heckhounds too. I still need those guys as well. There's one gremlin here. Also, I would like to have crits, please. We're going back to our good old critical whips. And these guys have a lot of health. Ow. They still deal a good chunk of damage. To be fair, we still have the old helmet from the sprite. Right, you guys deal way more damage to this thing than I expected you to. Alright. This for the sprite. I guess this is actually a pretty good location for this. And this for the sprite as well. We could have the lady just start casting Fire Bouquet. Then again, she probably doesn't deal any damage to these guys right now at her current level. And, well, she especially doesn't deal damage if we just one-shot them. But that doesn't count. Yeah, 1 damage. I guess it's not technically none. You know, you get the idea. Negligible. You have to say that because it's your vote. There was a kappa there. I think the expression was not supposed to be serious. I think that's how usually kappa works. Like, the funny thing to me... Oh, account... Can't reach. The funny thing to me is I both dislike kappa because I don't like sarcasm. But I also like kappa because it denotes sarcasm clearly. If that makes sense. There, it just makes it much easier to detect and distinguish. Whereas in other cases you're just guessing. But I guess that might not actually be necessarily like a thing anymore that clearly on Twitch, because I haven't seen a kappa in a while, really. Can you put them on fire? Let's see if we can turn have them lit on fire. Don't know. They can. Okay, that makes it way easier to deal with them. Very convenient. Those hounds will darn you all the way to heck. Okay. Also, these gremlins are using blue fire for their animation? Why? There's probably a reason. Because your weapon color indicates... Like, functionally, you equip the fire when you are engulfed on fire. Like, that's literally what happens there. So the blue basically probably means that he has a weapon modifier that turns his weapon blue. It's just strange. Alrighty, chest from the gremlin. Kinda like before, we don't really care what is in there, but we wanted to have a chest for the chest collection challenge. And we got that one. Chest collection complete. Common drop is a candy, royal jelly is the rare drop. Ready, now we just need the national scar rare drop. We're good to go. You once end your sarcastic statement with /s on the internet these days. What? These days you really have to be specific, because even with absolutely crazy statements, you just can't tell. Yes, that's exactly kind of where I'm sitting. I just, like, genuinely, I can't tell to begin with. So that's just how it is for my brain. I really appreciate the clarity. Alrighty, so there are certain weapons that hit the enemies at the exact same times. I just don't know what these times are. But engulfing in flames seems to work pretty well against the National Scar, to be honest, because we don't actually have to worry about attack cycles anymore then. So let's give everybody Salamander Flame Saber. I missed. Everybody missed, really. Stop. Don't show us the naughty page. Or do? I don't care, actually. That's not true, it would be kind of fun to show it off. So these kinds of encounters here we can theoretically set up in a way where multiple characters hit the enemy at the exact same frame. As long as basically AI controlled characters always attack like at the exact same time. Well, they always attack at the exact same time when you enter the room with the same weapons and character setup. Oh, chess number next. Number 26. Almost an 11% chance to get the item. Let's see what we get from National Scar number next. I didn't keep count of those. Very well then. I guess it's time to close the book on this one. Maybe. Might be a stretch. Actually, I should also give everybody the command to be aggressive with their attacks instead of leaning back like they usually do. They specifically only attack here because you basically spawn right on top of the National Scar, which triggers their attack thing going off, so it makes sense. Was I heard a ding? So let me check that real quick. Oh wow. Veiled Fury, thank you. Thank you kindly for the $58.66 donation. That smells like different currency than dollars, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being generous. 58.66, adding to the total. And Veiled Fury says, sorry to hear about all your troubles. Hope 2026 treats you better. Much love from Germany. I'll take any Yaga streams no matter how rare. Oh, thank you kindly. Thank you for your kind words. And honestly, the last year has been so much better than the one before. Like, it is genuinely, like, I can't complain, technically. Well, I mean, practically you can always complain, but you get the idea. It's just like, I don't think, like, it was so much better than before. It is absolutely much better. Well, 2026 can get in no more better. I think that would be kind of nice. Yeah, thank you kindly. Figured you were joking, but answer seriously anyways. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do too. I understand. Actually, let the lady attack before. If I give the lady a better weapon, maybe she can attack just in time at the same time. Let's give her a boomerang. That is a ranged weapon. Maybe that works just fine for our purposes. I didn't fire weapon. And we fire weapon the boy. Fun fact, for the fire weapon to go through, just the sparks have to fly out. Even though the boys and the lady's weapon don't look enchanted, they are. Now I think about it, you could categorize that as a glitch, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't do that. But I learned that from Crow, that as soon as the sparks fly out, you can actually just go and, well, do the screen transition thing. Ow. Chess number... Where's my notepad? There we go. 27 total. Let's see what we get. Fairy walnut. And it actually still fits. Makes sense, because we're using the lady spells all the dang time. You know what I should do? So I probably should equip the axe on the sprite in this case. Maybe that's gonna help us out. Right. Get MP for the lady. Get this fire weapon on the sprite. Sometime. And more crits on the sprite. Have you given up on scanning the chests? We don't have to anymore. The reason I scan chests is in order to avoid traps. And we are now at a high enough level that our natural agility is higher than the trap agility level of everything around here. So we're guaranteed to not get any traps in these chests anymore. So yeah, we don't have to use a thingy anymore. Oh, chest number 28 already. Let's see what we get. As in specifically the boy has high enough agility to avoid all the traps here. Because he does have the highest agility growth. Fairy walnut. Yeah, the reason, again, an analyzer makes the chest blink red, which most people would assume means that it is trapped. But no, if it blinks red, it means you successfully have a high enough level of analyzer to make sure the trap does not spring. Which, again, feels counterintuitive, but that's just how it is. Chest number 29. That's quick right now. And we get more fairy walnuts. Maybe I should have used the fairy walnut before opening that one. Of course, red is for safe, right? Clearly. Now I wonder whether you could actually engulf the fiend's head on fire. Surely I wouldn't have overlooked such a trivial thing to do when trying to find optimal strategies for the fiend head grinds. Then again, arguably, by the time I get to the fiend head grinds, it's a really long stream already and I'm quite tired, so maybe I did overlook these things. Who knows? But at least on the National Scar, I feel like the burn debuff works like a charm. Like, I just always rely on petrification because it is so amazing when it does work. But I don't think I ever thought about the concept of just falling back onto other elements, well, fire specifically. Just number 30, in case that doesn't work. And we get suspense. Fairy walnuts. Okay. Oh, chest number 31 already. Let's actually use a fairy walnut before I'm going to open up that chest. Bonk, bonk. Happy New Year, fairy walnut. After staring at the Analyze stream, you actually realized that the text OK very clearly blinks in red. I guess I never thought about it that way. Well, I suppose that's true. Weapon level up. Which one? I like how delayed this attack was so long delayed, because I let her cast a spell. Happy New Year, reached level 1 boomerang. Which I guess means we're still sharing weapon experience. Uh-oh, I accidentally opened up the chest with Sprite. Ah! Doom Trap! We get the rare Doom Trap too. Normally Doom Trap just puts you to 1 HP. But this Doom Trap, this is the rare one. This happens... I think it's 1 in 16. Like, I think it's literally the rare Doom Trap. It instantly kills you. By the way, fun fact, the Doom Trap's damage is considered physical, so Lumina Shield actually absorbs it. So, if you play a Soul Cactus Challenge runs the lady, you actually prefer getting the rare Doom Trap, because it doesn't actually kill you. Anyways, I should check the thingy. So how do I write this down? Because I haven't... I accidentally opened up the chest with the wrong character. I guess I still got 32. Oh wow, holy moly. Atmu, thank you. Thank you kindly. Atmu donated $100. That's very generous. I really appreciate that. Let me just add that. And Atmu says, I just checked and I followed you 12 years ago. Not sure if I've ever even talked in chat, but I love your speedruns and absolutely love this game. Oh, thank you kindly. I really appreciate that. And you know what? I think if you have been around for that long, even if you have never necessarily talked in chat, I would still think you were kind of part of the community at that point. And at that point, shout out to all the lurkers. Please keep enjoying your lurking, don't feel the need to respond to that. But that's just what I usually do in streams too, I just lurk. Like there's a select few streamers where I tend to chat more frequently. But in most cases, even like when I watch BGG02 or 7 Sins, I just like lurking in their chats. It's just what I like to do. Okay, thank you, Atmu. And considering Twitch didn't tell us that this is your first chat, so it probably said something sometime. So yeah, thank you kindly. Does it count as a rare drop? I mean, I suppose it is kind of a rare drop to get the rare Reaper. Unfortunately, I don't think we can get the rare. I don't think we can get the rare other one, whatever it was called. In 12 years, is that something? That's plenty for me. Thank you so much. What is the sprite's agility? Let's see. The sprite's agility is 52. So they will actually avoid a decent amount of the traps, but I think they're still going to by most of them around here. I managed the wrong way around both times to try and target the sprite first and then the boy. It just made sense to menu the other way around for the other character. Little things you probably won't notice. But that just occurred to me. Let's actually see if increasing our attack power by 25% has any tangible benefit. It's not like we're getting hit here, so there's no downside of actually using this for once. Well, aside from MP cost. You hardly chat, you just enjoy Secret Mana and Final Fantasy V content. Nice. There's gonna be more Final Fantasy V in the next year too, since we did reach that threshold for me to finally actually finish the Final Fantasy V solo challenges. We'll do that as soon as the Throwback Marathon concludes. Which, you know, I thought I had a lot of... Well, no, I was kind of thinking of this about the wrong way around. Because in December I deliberately took as few break days as I possibly could in an effort to try and maybe reach the fantastical goal, which, you know, is a bit silly. But at the same time, what I think I learned from December is a regular schedule is probably very beneficial. You know, I knew that. That's not news. But it's also more of a, I can have a regular schedule if I just stick to it. To be fair, before I had like that stuff 2-ish years ago, I did occasionally just have like those, well actually, frequently-ish, those nights of where I just could not sleep at all. Nowadays, at least I get some sleep pretty much every time. And that has gotten actually dramatically better over the last year too, so I think I've gotten lucky on that side. Anyways, this boy needs more fire. Alrighty. We actually started the fire. Man, that does not work. that just does not work. I'm not even going to entertain the idea of continuing. Also, so far good news, because we haven't missed a single chest for what it's worth. Like, we have opened one chest with the wrong character, and that didn't turn out too well for me, but we didn't miss a chest, so that's a pretty good score so far. To be fair, I have taken a little bit more time than I did previously. So functionally I will probably be like, I don't know, 10 minutes slow, because I'm taking slightly more time out of it, but, well, as soon as I miss one chest I would be even slower if I try to optimize it beyond that. Probably. Also, level up. Which level it is, I have no idea. But Happy New Year level, I don't know, 67 or something. Alrighty, chest number 33. Let's see what we have. And we get... Taco's vacuum skill up. Axe reaches level 4. Berry walnut. There we go. It almost takes a bit. It's kind of fun. I think this might be one of the tamest grinds, that if we go like way beyond the regular drop rate, this one takes one of the less amount of times, relatively speaking. You can't balloon books, can you? Because it's considered a flying enemy. Nah, pretty sure, but the flying enemies cannot be ballooned. Is that right? That might not be right. The boy needs more fire. Oh, chest number 34. What do we get? What do we get? Oh, we got it! Amulet Helm acquired. Perfect. That was exactly what we were looking for. And this also means we finally get a new helmet upgrade for the sprite. They've been using the circlet since a long time, because this gives +5 intelligence, but also really low defense. But now, from 38 up to 143 defense is a pretty substantial improvement. And I think we got everything out of this place now. Well, let me make sure I click the box. There we go. And yeah, that's everything. Oh, thank you so much for the bits of food, appreciate it. Now I guess we go to Hexes. Yippee! Split! Oh, thank you! What is this city? Oh, that's the windmill town, or whatever it's called. What's it called in English? The watermill town. I think this lady tells us. Kippal Village. Yeah. Bro got it. I like how we already have 1.5. Actually, I have no idea how much it is. 150 million? It's way more money than we will ever need. We could just buy the inn instead of doing anything else. Football. Right, and with this, we are just going to clear out the next area. Let me actually double check. We got the Eggplant Man already. Metal Crab is not until the Mana Fortress. Needline we technically could have gotten, but practically this is it. Yeah, that's everything here. Let us head over to finish the area proper. Honestly, this feels reasonably lucky so far. Well, hey, look, there's this guy with the gigantic lion's mask. You know, with the mouth at the bottom, and then he just, like, his legs just stick right out of his gigantic lion mask. It's kind of weird looking. As if he has like a gigantic tiki mask or something like that. It is supposed to be way too large. I know that's not what it's supposed to look like, but it looks like that to me. Alrighty. Welcome to... Well, I mentioned earlier, this is probably my favorite boss in the game. This is Hexus. Now you finally get what I mean? Nice. Welcome to Hexus. Hexus is a really strange boss. She initially starts out with having physical ranged attacks as well as physical... She has physical ranged attacks, she has a dispel magic, and her entire like snake body around her just kind of continuously deals more and more damage. If we are towards the top left of her, she's gonna cast ice magic against us. So she casts freeze on us. Actually, I don't think she turns into ice element though. Yeah, she still takes full damage from freeze. But she uses acid storm, and I think she uses freeze herself. Then again, if we are straight above her instead... Come on guys, come up here. If we are straight above her instead, she turns into earth. Which, fun fact, brown is my favorite color. But I don't think this is a particularly nice brown, in my opinion. It's fine. Anyways, she casts Earthlight. If we are towards the top right of her, she will turn into fire instead. And I believe if we go all the way back down, far enough away, she will turn back to normal. Anyways, you might never necessarily even have known that she changes forms and shapes. But if you have ever watched like a solo character challenge run, I might be taking advantage of her specific inability to deal any magic damage through my barrels. Oh. Wow, Sprite deals way too much damage. Holy moly. Also, I forgot to... Well, I guess Dragon Lizard doesn't really make sense as a split, because I do just run out of the front of the temple, huh? Got a Whip's Orb! Hooray. And last and certainly least, this guy. I'm actually gonna tell my two characters to stand down and not attack, or my two allies, because this guy's kind of funny. Because they actually... So, by the way, I actually like what they did in the remake for this boss battle here. In fact, there's actually a number of boss battles in the remake that I think were really well done, including the Mana Beast. I just wish the rest of the king delivered as well. Anyways, this guy here, he has the very unfortunate problem that Well, how to put it lightly and friendly? How do I say this without being mean? He's too fat. Yeah, his entire hitbox, he just cannot fit as low to the ground, or well, the lower area, as he needs to in order for him to actually attack us. Basically, in order for him to run us over and start an attack on his own, he specifically needs to be like at a certain horizontal position relative to us. Excuse me, vertical position relative to us. And then on top of that, when he casts Wall on himself, that reflects spells to the opposing party. And then he tries to buff himself afterwards. Now, if he ever were to get a buff afterwards, he would actually then subsequently, you know, start using Wave Cannon, other rather dangerous physical attacks and abilities. But he never gets a buff because he just bounces it off of his own wall. This poor guy just doesn't stand a chance if you know that you can just stay at the bottom of the arena and he can never do anything to you. Even when he runs out of MP, he just tries to cast the buffs anyways. And also every time he runs out of walls charges, he will just reapply walls at priority over buffing himself. So it's just unfortunate. Now, little fun fact, if you use Flame Bouquet on him to use an attack down, he considers that to be a buff, and then he will use his physical attacks, which may or may not have been dangerous for a solo character challenge round at some point. He can't get on your level. Yes. He's very vertically challenged. But yeah, anyways. This poor guy is just not given much of a chance with his AI behavior in the SNES version. He stays much more towards the arena in the remake, I distinctly remember that. And it is significantly more difficult to deal with that guy. In fact, he might be one of the more difficult bosses to deal with in a remake speedrun, if I'm not mistaken. Although that could be different nowadays, I haven't watched one in a long time. Anyways, we have arrived at the final Neko. The final Neko is the guy that is going to sell us the final pieces of equipment that we couldn't buy before. We could have gotten lucky and gotten a gauntlet earlier, but well, we didn't. But now we get one here. +1 gauntlet. This thing has 90 physical defense and 245 magic defense. Especially the magic defense, which by the way you can't see anywhere in game, I don't think. It's just a ridiculous amount of magic defense. Is such a gigantic difference compared to what it was before. I'm also going to buy a second one because I think the lady also would like to have one. By the way, the gauntlet also increases your strength by 5, so even though we're gonna get all sorts of other accessories later down the road, I'm still gonna be using the gauntlet on the boy just because the +5 strength is still going to be relevant. Alrighty, with the gauntlet we now have our accessory number 6 at this point. Then we're gonna buy the vest guard. This is going to be our armor number 8, if I'm not mistaken. Just one. And we're gonna buy also a needle helmet. This is going to be armor helmet number 8 as well. Actually no, this is number 9. We are just missing the griffin helmet and the fairy crown at this stage. And I need to make sure I have enough space in my inventory to get these. Because if you get the griffin helmet and it can't fit, that is really awkward. Anyways, the lady finally gets a helmet upgrade. Here you go. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 helmets. We have the Ivy Amulet still, but now we have the Gauntlet, which is just strictly better. We also don't need the Ivy Amulet. This is not part of our, I want to say vocabulary, but I don't think vocabulary is the correct way to phrase that. By the way, the Guardian Ring that we got from the Doom Sword that took such a long time, well, it's not all that great, unfortunately, for it. Also, the sprite has the Lazuri ring. This is +5 intelligence, but I think at this point it is time to give the sprite a better defense item, so we give them actually the gauntlet, the second one. Until we... Well, to be fair, once we get the rare accessories from the Pure Lands, we only have to get 2 more common accessories from the Mana Fortress. And they will be done, so we don't need to worry too much about not having enough space for them. Anyways, we now also have the Best Guard, that is 240 defense, which is a lot more than anything else we had before. Who would like to have that? I'm gonna give it to the boy, I guess. I could buy more of these. Is that a problem? No, it's not a problem, actually. We can just... well... no, actually, we can just buy a second one, that's okay. We could theoretically even buy a third one. Do we have enough space for that? Let me actually check. Because this is a gigantic, like, physical defense upgrade, so it would be nice to have in the Pure Lands, because that is a notoriously rather dangerous place to traverse. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that is only 10 armors. We have enough slots for 1 extra armor piece. We're not gonna get one until... well, the Mana Fortress actually. The Vampire Cape, Power Soup and Fairy Cloak are the 3 that we're missing. So as soon as we get one of them, we just delete a Vest Guard along the way. And also, make sure to get barrels. To be fair, I don't really need barrels in this run, but I just like barrels because they are really strong, and if you're playing this game just casually without save states, you're never gonna really figure out the true power and potential of barrels, just because the game is not particularly open about what they exactly do, I guess. But basically barrels make regular enemies just ignore your existence entirely. And bosses, or actually any enemy for that matter, cannot deal any physical damage to you. Anything that is not specifically labeled as a spell that you, with the lady or the sprite, can cast yourself is considered physical and gets negated by the barrel. So even like a fire breath by the blue spike just gets negated. The fire bouquet, because that's the spell the lady can cast, on the other hand, that does go through the barrel. But only bosses will target you with spells to begin with. If you can have barrels as part of the 100%, well, maybe. But I'm not including like maxing out my money stack, because that just feels superfluous as a 100% requirement. Although we did max out our money stack in like the very first run, just due to the nature of inefficiency. Oh, thank you for the good luck and take care. Happy New Year. Also, speaking of Happy New Year to anybody who might be 3 hours off from my time. Welcome to 2026. It kind of looks rather, you know, dark out there if I just look outside, but that might have something to do with the sun currently not being where I can see it. Anyways, silliness aside, I think I should take a break, and this seems like a fantastic time to just do so. So, let me sit in one of my favorite places in the game, the oasis with the water restored and the fantastic music. So, we're gonna organize a short dance party. Oh, we can't push that guy, really. Let's have just these 2 guys dancing together and these 2 guys dancing alongside the elder. Yeah. Just because I can. Alright everybody, we're gonna take a short break. Well, I say short break. Let's say 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not entirely sure I need to get up, stretch and walk around for a little bit, and then we'll continue afterwards. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, and I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome everybody to a bit more Seeker of Mana. Still the same stream. I was about to say the same day, but it's not entirely true. It's still the same stream. And we're about to go into the Mana Pure Lands. The Pure Mana Lands. Pure Lands. Mana Holy Lands. I think Pure Lands is in this game. Mana Holy Lands is like Trials of Mana thing. Or maybe that was the fan translation. What did they call it in the official one? It's not even the same year. I suppose so. Ah, yes, Grunt. Anyways, if you hold forward and the B button, you automatically go into the volcano. I've been waiting. Come here, quick. I'm so sorry, you have to wait a little bit longer. Anyways, these need lines are super dangerous in terms of how powerful they are, realistically. They are also earth elements, so no weapon does not work against them, but it does work against these other guys. These gigantic griffin feet, they are called. And they are dangerous. Like these griffin feet, I don't know about you, but when I played this game casually when I was younger, these griffin feet just absolutely murdered me when I first entered this area, because they have really high attack power, and of course I did not have the money to buy all of the crazy equipment pieces that Neko offered, and I had no idea on how to handle these things efficiently, like, you know, petrification weapons. So, of course, I took a lot of damage from these guys, and they are no joke. Also, we can actually now level up our spells all the way to level 8. No. Not quite the next level. So, we are still looking for, I think, 2 chests at this point. Actually, no, there's probably more in the Mana Fortress still that are not directly associated with enemies for the 1 chest challenge to be completed in the end. So let's see how that's gonna go for us. So these ice ducks, they are called in this version. They were changed by name for some reason in other versions. They were called ice bandits. They drop us a dragon ring that we need. The griffin claws here drop us a griffin helmet that we need. Both of these, by the way, are rare drop. Actually, everything in here is a rare drop that we need as a drop. So we're basically just going to go around defeating all sorts of enemies, because all of them can drop us something useful that we are looking for. You mean they're nasty, but at least they're not owls. That is a fair assessment. Those owls are truly mean. Or, as you could say, our nemesis. Haha. Anyways, welcome to this big worm. Unfortunately for it, we are a little bit strong right now, and I don't know if this guy could even damage the boy right now if I just stood there. Okay, he can deal 4 damage. Hooray. So yes, he can deal damage to the boy. It is of course weak to thunder, kind of like the previous worm, but aside from reducing the sprite's current HP by half, 270 and 238. Wait, does that make sense? That is not half your HP. 269 would be half your HP. Why is it 270? Am I crazy? Why is it 270? Shouldn't it be 269 if it's half the HP? Is it like 51% of the HP or something crazy? That's weird. Anyways, petrification normally reduces your current HP by half, which is why I'm so confused right now. Anyways, this guy throws rocks at us, we just throw lightnings back. I mean, in a war of Cyclops throwing rocks and Zeus throwing lightnings, who would win? We get an Axe Orb, that's who wins. Alrighty. I think we might want to just continue through this place and just knock out all of the bosses so we can just then consequently wander through the area and not having to worry about bosses anymore. Anyways, we need one random chest from these need lines. We don't care what they all contain. We also would like to have a random chest from these mushrooms. There's no chest over there. Let's see, this is not the way to go. Oh, it goes these. Wait, 3 of them? Is this the correct room? This is a correct room, if nothing else. Anyways, these guys here are quite annoying to take down. Because of course you can't deal physical damage against them. Oh. Oh, I used the candy instead of the Midge Mallet on these 2 guys. Whoopsie. But yeah, these guys, they have more HP than a single burst does damage. So they're not nearly as easily to take down. And also you can absorb MP from them because they will invert the effect. So they actually gain MP from you instead. Which is also kind of mean. But once again, I could just use Fire Bouquet, but this is going to be for later when we actually grind out these encounters here, I suggest. I'm not going to worry about that for now. But I'm just going to knock them out along the way as we go. So basically from these we want a accessory. I don't remember which one, but it's one of them. One of them accessories that we do need. I also unpigment the sprite and the lady just because, well, if they're pigment, they have no physical defense, and that's kind of a bad thing in here. Also, we can absorb MP from these guys. So we're gonna do that real quick. Actually, that mushroom might not have enough MP now to cast its wall, which would be kind of amusing. In here is one of these guys. There is a need lion in the top right. Hard to see, and one more griffin foot. We're just knocking out everything along the way because that just feels the most efficient. And welcome to the next boss. This poor boss here has a weakness to fire, and guess what? I have a way to cast fire-based spells. He also has like, what, 2800 HP, so it's literally just 3 volleys of our spellcasters will knock him out. Good night, sir. These dragons, by the way, especially the red dragon, are a real pain to defeat when you are playing as a solo character, as the boy or the lady. Or doing like a no offensive magic challenge kind of thing. Because my goodness, when they just pass over like an overhang of sorts where they might just be conceivably at a higher elevation, you cannot hit them with melee weapons. Like not even the whip works because it is functionally a melee weapon tied to the same elevation. Because I don't know if there's an enemy there. Or an item chest there. Nope. Because it is in the trees. Save your game, yes please. Get whacked. Get whacked. and get whacked again sometimes. In the meantime, we could start leveling up our other weapons, I guess. Let's see, what do you want to level? Probably the bow on the boy. So we're gonna give you Stone Saber for that. And this. And the sprite. Let's see, what can you level in the meantime? You actually can still level the axe, that's fine. And the lady currently is using what? The Frispar. She also definitely can still gain levels on that thing. Once again, petrification weapons half enemies' HP before they deal damage. And elemental damage is not a thing on these weapons. You will always deal slightly more damage than you did before when you equip a elemental weapon. So the Ice Gigas tossing Frost Saber at you in the battle, he actually is increasing your damage, funnily enough. He just doesn't know it. He is thinking he's being clever, but he really isn't. Okay, we have the Mushroom chest. Very nice. This is one of those that we would just like to have out of the way. And there it is. Mushroom. The common drop is a chocolate and the rare drop is a barrel. I believe the boys should be able to just pick them up. And we got... We got enemies that are getting whacked. I hope I didn't eat the text now by opening up the full screen menu. I didn't do that intentionally. I might have eaten the text. Wait, who dropped this chest? Is this another mushroom chest? I have no idea what we may or may not have gotten. Oh well. Let's see what's in here. Maybe we'll see what's in here one day. Chocolate won't fit. Okay. I think that was actually another mushroom chest right after the first one. It's kind of funny. Alrighty. So we can farm this room here for one of the items. Because there's 2 ice stocks in here and the ghost. I always like basically farming rooms with multiple enemies. Especially ones where we have to cast spells anyways to knock out the enemies. They take a while, so we have plenty of time to knock out other enemies with weapons along the way. But for now, we're just running through the entire area, gathering the remaining weapons to upgrade them. Like weapon orbs, that is. Alright, and welcome to the Axe Peak. I always want to call this guy Spring Chicken anyways. He is weak to our, well, arguably strongest elemental attack, Freeze. He also does not have quite 3000 HP, so 3 volleys of 2 freezes, 6 freezes total will knock him out. Poor guy. It's past 3 in the morning over here. Alrighty. Take good care of yourself. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good night and Happy New Year. Good luck to you. Bring. Okay, the Javelin Orb. Don't upgrade the Javelin Jäger. We need that balloon effect right now. So normally this is also one of those locations that I like to farm in. Because, well, pretty good to farm in, honestly. Because we have the tomato guy here and then immediately like a griffin guy outside. Which is pretty nice. But the weird thing is, I don't actually care about... Also, there's ghost on top of it. Like, this is a nice multi-enemy section here. But in this case, I actually don't really care about... Oh, it hit the griffin foot by accident up there. This is now a section where I don't really care about the Eggplant Man, because we already got his rare drop from an earlier section. So we can actually save a bit of time on that. Then I would like to have a bit of MP from you, Mr. Mushroom. Oh. Well, I would prefer if you didn't take that damage. Because we need the lady's MP too. I casted the spell too slowly. So in this case, let's actually just cast MP Absorb on the Needline instead. Like, MP Absorb is like the one spell that is technically okay to get reflected, but it's practically just kind of annoying. Also, we actually still want to knock out the Needline. We still need a chest from them. Just a random one. We don't care what's inside. Just would like to have Needline chest. Anyways, welcome to the Ice Dragon. No, this guy has a slightly similar problem compared to his Spring Chicken compatriot, where he is weak to one of our strongest elements. Now he does have slightly over 3000 HP, which means we need 3 volleys from the sprite, plus 1 spell cast in order to defeat him. Or actually even just a very regular physical attack would do the trick, I guess. Anyways, good night, sir. I think it's exclamation mark or rep, if I'm not mistaken, not reputation. Although it'd be nice if that alias would work. Actually, can I alias built-in commands? Ow! Holy moly! He crit me! I didn't know he could do that! That's so much damage! What the heck? This area wrecked you as a kid? Yeah. Those Needlines also petrify, which means half your HP is straight up gone. Like, this is a mean area. I am definitely with you with the area wrecking you as a kid. Oh, he can summon rapids. Okay. So we didn't have any weirdness. It's weird. Still. But yeah, he just did 500 damage to the boy. I'd like to point out that the boy's equipment is a cockatrice cap, a gauntlet, and a vest guard. This is almost as good as it gets at this point in the game. And that guy still just almost punched me into oblivion on an over-leveled character. It's just absolutely absurd. I did not know that the mushrooms can crit too, but I wonder if every enemy can theoretically crit. I guess that's technically possible. Alright. You thought both commands worked, but apparently you were wrong. I guess that happens. Alright, from you guys, we'd like to have a dragon ring, please. Well, I have to admit that I'm gonna be too lazy to check whether... Oh, he did die. There's gonna be a chest under there. We're gonna just cast Sylph on the guy that's weak to it. We're gonna hope for a Griffin helmet from the Griffin Foot, a random chest from the Neat Lion. Don't get murdered by the mushroom breakdancing, breaking our necks dancing. I believe 2 regular spells do the trick at level 7 to knock out a ghost. I am mistaken, they have a lot more magic defense than that, huh? Oh. I just didn't chain the lightning properly. Chaining lightning apparently is kind of difficult. No. Fire. Arrow reaches level 2. Great. It's not the bow that reaches level 2, it's just the arrow. Good thing we always collect it back when after we shoot it. Otherwise those level ups would be wasted. You know, I never really thought about it, but in Secret of Mana, you use a bow without having to worry about ammunition. Which game popularized having to worry about ammunition in games? Well, probably the more roguelike stuff. Anyways, this is the Thundergigas. Unfortunately for him, we can throw rocks at him, and he just really doesn't like that. I want to say we dropped the rocks on his toes, but considering how central they land, I think it's more like we throw the rocks like in front of him. At least that's kind of how it looks like. And he just gets so scared and takes psychic damage because of it. Legend of Zelda with arrows, maybe? I guess you at least paid in rupees, so there was like a reasonable idea of how you would collect more along the way. Basically, in the past I've actually avoided quite a number of archer classes because I didn't want to worry about ammunition. But the more I play, actually I tend to kind of gravitate towards archery classes. Specifically like archer support classes, I guess. Just because I like to have my like support resource pool to be distinct from my offensive resource pool. Like a hybrid of archer plus support tends to kind of be a nice mix, in my opinion. Chest? No chest. And with this, we have the Mana Dragon on the left side. Did I split? I did, yes. Alrighty, we're actually gonna not defeat that dragon anytime soon, because we have to go ahead and get our items. So, let us find a good location to grind in for a while. I mean, this seems pretty decent at a first glance. There are 2 dragons and a ghost. We do want to have defeat the ghosts here, because these ghosts are, of course, one of our targets. The Zahagins are our targets. Technically the lead lions too are still, I suppose. Dargans are our friend. We do not defeat. I wish we could befriend them instead. That would be amazing. Like, just like Flammy, we just bring them snacks, maybe a blanket, some stickers that they could put into their diaries. I think we could be best friends with the dragons if they just let us. But unfortunately we never get the option. Also, I think we're gonna grind in this room here, specifically. So, do this. have the lady also cast Fire Bouquet on the ghost? Actually, maybe not, because we kind of need her mana for dealing with the enemies via buffs. So maybe we just do use the sprite's spells. Oh, we can also knock out the Griffin Foot on the left side while we do this too. This is actually a nice place. We have we have 3 different targets to work towards. All of them we would like to have a red drop from. Mushroom we don't need anymore. We're just gonna ignore that guy. So we're gonna pygmy the sprite for X. Well, the problem about pygmying the sprite is that the mushroom could just run over here and whack us once. And while the sprite has no defenses to speak of, that would probably be not a good idea, to be honest. You know what I should do? I should give the lady the command that she is free to attack as well with her weapon. She does have a boomerang right now, which is pretty serviceable. That way she can also give herself petrification weapon. Oh my goodness. He knocked me out! Wow! That's amazing. In all the wrong ways, really. Come back! That is crazy. By the way, all the fairy walnuts go towards lady. Like, without fail at this point. The sprite can just absorb MP from the enemy. As long as I'm not letting the MP go down to 0, we should be fine on that side. And then we need eradication weapon again, because of course that does not last through death. That would be convenient. I don't know if critical hits last through death, but just in case. How long does this run take? Yeah, I would say 25 to 30 hours total. I'm not going to do this all in one sitting though, just as a heads up. I will be taking a sleep break somewhere along the way. I used to do this in one sitting. It usually took me a week or more to get back onto like proper sleep schedule afterwards. So my current goal for today's stream is going to be try to say Happy New Year's to the US East Coast, which is in 2 hours and 20 minutes, I think. I actually don't have to hear about that part. Chest? Not chest. Okay, that's currently my objective. Also, by the way, I have no intention behind leveling up Exploder here first. That guy got healed, and then he took lethal damage. That's kind of funny. Also, happy level next 69, I guess. Happy New Year, level 69. Now that I know the mushrooms can crit me, I'm a bit more worried about these guys. I was just gonna mostly ignore them, but my goodness. They don't like being ignored. Let's actually make sure the sprite is also allowed to attack them. Keep away but attack when they do get close. That way they can also petrify mushrooms and such along the way. That's a lot of watch time, my goodness. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, that did not knock him out. I need also to absorb MP from the next enemy. No chest. Alrighty, absorb MP from this guy. Means I don't want to accidentally one-shot him, so we just wait until the sprite finishes absorbing. There we go. I'm just not good at hitting these guys. Thank goodness. Alright, then... continue Salamander until level 8, I guess. That's the plan. You followed since 2015, but only watched your weight. Oh yeah, we actually have no idea what your name might have previously been. On the bottom side, we just know names, and that's basically our idea, or identification on our side. There's nothing we can, like, know. The bot here does not link into the Twitch system at all. It's literally all specifically observed through chat, and chat alone, to my knowledge. I could be wrong, but I can correct me. Is this retrospectively? I don't think it is, no. It's there since the bot actually paid attention. Because again, there's no way we can know, like from the Twitch side of things, how long we've been watching stuff. We do not have that data. We have the data that bot recorded. Maybe if the bot was sometimes not necessarily active for one reason or another, like I forgot to connect it, then they wouldn't have that data from that day. My goodness, if I get a... Can you not petrify these guys? I'm so sure you can petrify these guys. Can you not petrify them with the bow? Have I ever petrified any enemy with this bow? Am I crazy? Don't answer that. Like, we whacked it ice stuck, but I don't think we petrified. Does this bow have the no ability to petrify? Is that a thing? Can this bow not petrify enemies? Surely I have. Stone Saber. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Oh, chest. I think that's our first Griffin chest, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we actually need enough agility to dodge Griffin. Yeah, actually we do. But where is the chest? I guess I can't check like that. Chest is over there. Don't walk in the next ring. And we get... oh my goodness. Griffin helmet first try. I'm so sorry to whoever said that it took them hours earlier. To be fair, it has taken me hours before. But simultaneously, that is actually kinda nuts. Getting the Griffin helmet right off the bat. Admittedly, in my opinion, that's one of the easier ones to grind out in the Mana Forest. Mana Holy Lands. The Pure Lands, there we go. Now I eventually get it. But that doesn't make it any less amazing to just straight up get it. Alrighty. The Griffin helmet is the best helmet for the boy, without a question. I'm gonna give the lady the cockatrice cap, because it has, well... The Needline helmet doesn't do anything special. The cockatrice cap prevents petrification. We're gonna equip the Griffin helmet. This also gives +5 strength So the boy now has +5 strength gauntlet, griffin helmet, and eventually he gets a power armor for an additional +5 strength, effectively maxing out his strength in the end. Actually, is there a cap to how much strength you can have? Well, like an actual maximum? Alrighty, I guess we're just gonna ignore the griffin hand on the left side. But I guess the mystery still remains. I can't petrify enemies with this bow, right? No, I just did. I just did, so I guess my... Does the bow just look very grey? Maybe this bow just looks very grey. Nowadays the API returns the ID. Oh, interesting. Oh, I need to double cast Exploder, not forgetting. Bonk. Oh, chest number 36. Let's see, what do we get? Royal Jam, won't fit. That is the common drop from them. I'll make sure just fill this out from these guys. The ghosts, we already got one chest. Ice Stalkers Need Lions are the last enemies remaining in this area in particular that we haven't gotten the corresponding chest from yet. When you play Secret Commander, you keep track of how many times it took you to open a rare chest. The worst luck you had with a National Scar took you 47. Ooh, I think that beats my 42, I think it was, with the Whimper chest. That is nasty. I hope you at least had a good grinding spot for the National Scar. Because at least the Whimper was technically kind of fast. Also, Happy New Year, level 70. 70. Oh, I'm out of MP. Basically, I think my Whimper chest approached a 99% likelihood that I would have gotten the rare drop at the time, but didn't quite get to 99%. I think I said earlier that I did get to 99%, but thinking about it, I believe I didn't quite get there, if I'm not mistaken. Also, I believe that is now Salamander level 8. No, it's not. Something else leveled up. Probably the latest spell then in that case. Yeah, Gnome reaches level 6. Everything under 6 attempts is very lucky. Yeah. Average in your case was 10 to 15 attempts. That is actually on the unlucky side, I would say, because on average it takes you slightly, very slightly more than 11 chests in order to get like to the drop rate at least, if that makes sense. The funny thing is, I think we haven't even gotten a single... Have we gotten an ice duck chest? I don't remember. It's getting to the point where I've been streaming for long enough that I am starting to lose focus. Which, I mean, makes sense. Oh well. Just need to keep going a little while longer. Just a bit more. Speaking of unlucky, you're somewhere in the ballpark of 650 to 700 attempts on a 1 in 200 mode. Yeah, I think that categorizes very clearly under unlucky. Oh, he is dead. Oh, no more MP. Magic Absorb we go. I think that we just reset. Because these enemies are a bit annoying right now. That is not what I meant to do. Throw rocks. That's always a good solution. What I think is always kind of amusing to me is I fully recognize that me saying that it all, like RNG, it all eventually balances out in the end is both correct, but at the same time, you're unlikely to ever get to a large enough sample size for it to, like, even out, generally speaking. Hey! Chest number 37 from an ice stack. Let's see what we get today. Probably a royal jam. That won't fit. Alright, we got another one. Let's just cross that guy off the list. We just need need line still. And then for the chest challenge, everything is done here technically soon. I always want to press left on my D-pad in order to target the enemy there. But you press right in order to select the next single target. You press left in order to multi-target your next attack. So that guy just healed in between. That's not very inconvenient. The fancy name... Oh. The fancy name for it is law of large numbers. The bigger your sample size gets, the more the actual results will tend to converge to the expected ones. Yes, I think that's pretty much what I was looking for. Thank you. The thing is, if you're just looking for specifically one drop in 1 in X, I mean, just by definition, you're not gonna reach the territory of large numbers, though. But you could theoretically just average it out across your entire, like, lifespan of all the luck in, like, a particular game you had. Oh, chest number 38 and 39. Alrighty. Let's go for the ice duck first. The ice duck for us has some royal jam, probably. Yep. And the ghosty ghost, probably more royal jam. Yep. I mean, that's the expected outcome, to be fair. But you're always just kind of hoping for that rare drop instead. Wrong. Oh, my goodness. Pseudomonas, thank you. Thank you kindly for your generosity across the entire stream. Like, it looked like only 10 and 100 and 100, but that's a lot in the grand scheme of things, and then this much at the end. That's crazy. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that. Good night, rest well, and hopefully until next time. Take care, and a good start into the next year to you. Oops, I didn't mean to hit this right for that. Uh-oh. I think I accidentally closed my thingy, but can I control shift tab? No. I got it again. But yeah, thank you so much. Let's see. Where was I? Distracted, that is. Since I've been watching a lot of old school RuneScape creators lately, because, well, that's kind of been the game I've been playing in my leisure time. Old school RuneScape, that is. One thing that kind of bugs me that a lot of them do is when they basically get a drop that is just as rare, but not the one that they were looking for, they tend to get rather upset about it. Which, you know, if there's like 2 drops exactly on the loot table of the boss, it's understandable. I disagree, but understandable. But if there's like many things that collectively all have like a significantly higher chance for them to drop, and they just kind of get upset about like any one of them, then I feel like it's just failing the probability part of the deal, because then they're just kind of making themselves miserable for getting angry at everything that just has like a similar drop rate. But if there's like 50 items with a similar drop rate on the loot table, you're just making yourself unhappy when you think about it that way. And it's kind of been bugging me in the back of my mind. I don't know why. Well, simultaneously, I'm also kind of one of those guys where I open a heart clue, I get potion drops. I'm happy because I got potions out of it. But because it's technically the same rare drop table as is like some of the super rare stuff, people tend to get upset at the potions. I just think they are convenient to have, because functionally it does not matter if I miss a number by 1 for a rare drop, or by 500, or 20,000, or 5 million, it doesn't matter. If I didn't get the right number, I'm not gonna get the item. But instead, I actually got something useful out of it. Potions are always nice. Anyways. Dragon Ring! Hooray! Haha! We got the Dragon Ring from the ice duck. Very nice. Where are my things? Dragon Ring. Now we just need the Imp's Ring from the ghost. And... wait, that's it already? Seriously? Holy moly, we're flying through this today. That's crazy. We just need the Imp's Ring from the ghost and that's it. Well, and the Neat Lion for the chest challenge. Worst case scenario, I think I can get a Neat Lion in the Mana Fortress if I forget about it, but we probably should just grind out Neat Lions real quick. We only just need the 1 in 16. Happy New Year to everybody in UTC-3 indeed. Actually don't know what would be in that time zone, but Happy New Year to you guys. Part of the hubris of gamblers is that it is tempting to expect that you quote-unquote deserve something rare because you know about how rare it is, and there is no such logic. Yeah, similarly, only because you failed 500 times before, and it's a 1 in 500 drop rate, that doesn't make the drop rate any higher compared to what it was before, so your chance is just the same as when you started. Unless, again, there is like a pity rate or something like that. You don't know who you are watching specifically, but a lot of creators in that space do sort of quote-unquote performance rage, where you're more likely to get views if you're visibly upset in an entertaining way. I don't really get it, but it seems to get views. Right, but I don't tend to watch these people that just mostly do that. The people I tend to watch tend to be like, yeah, no, more upbeat for the most part. Because that's what I prefer to watch. Alrighty, don't upgrade this, don't upgrade this, don't upgrade this. Technically I can upgrade the sword, but I don't need to worry about that until later. I'm probably gonna upgrade the sword once I had a bit of sleep. Because I just wanna make sure I don't goof that. Because I'm pretty sure if I upgrade it so we can level it up to level 5, it's gonna be fine. Or like level it up to level 5. But if I accidentally go to level 6, then we are in trouble land. Alrighty. Imp's Ring and 1 Neat Lion chest, please. Time to go to bed. Thank you for dropping by, Onji. Wish you good night and take good care. UTC means 3 countries: Argentina, Chile, French Guinea, Uruguay, Brazil, Falkland Islands, Paraguay, Suriname, and St. Pierre and Miquelon. Oh, Brazil is in there too, interesting. I had no idea. Happy New Year, because there's at least one person I know from Brazil. Maybe more, who knows? Right, going back into the weeds. You forgot that South America is further east than we are here in North America. Yeah, actually, I never realized that geographically because, well, admittedly, I never thought about it either. Anyways, Neat Lion, I'd like to have a chest from you, please. That would be lovely. Just one. Don't need more than one. No chest from you. That's okay. We don't need to worry about these guys, but they do confuse me. Which is very confusing. Don't need to worry about the mushroom, but I would like to have petrification weapons again. My confusion is not gonna wear off anytime soon, is it? Taco is unconscious. Doesn't stop them from whacking the mushroom into oblivion. Alright, then for you... Actually... Stone weapons don't matter anymore, because we're trying to get neat lines, which are stone element themselves. They cannot be petrified. Then again, it works against everything else along the way. 805. That's pretty good damage. I should have knocked out that ghost. Sure, it's just one, but it's a ghost. Technically, it only needs one in order to get the right drop. Well, actually, I could knock out this guy here down there, and if you do that, this guy here should drop us or spawn more need lines for us. Alright, we actually want to specifically not have you attack anymore, lady. Please do not attack. I think I cast it at the same guy twice. No, it's different. No, I didn't. I need also the sprites to no longer attack their own volition, please. Oops, wrong guy. Wrong buttons. Need lines. But yeah, generally speaking, on that topic, I don't like performance rage, not even in the least. I dislike real rage even more, to be fair, because I'm just, by nature, a very confrontation-avoiding personality, I guess. And people getting angry is just something that my brain does not want to deal with. And that's why I don't watch these people. It's kind of why I tend to gravitate more towards, like, upbeat streamers in general. Or just streamers that are kind of comfy in general for one reason or another. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna absorb the MP from the Eggplant Man. That way he can no longer cast any spells afterwards. None. Need lion. Need lion. I think he might be out of need lions. I am curious how this works. Like, it's probably a consistent number of how many he spawns, and then it just stops. I wonder if I can, like, go out of his range and then he will start spawning again. Oh, he did spawn again. That is interesting. Like, I just figured it would be like a certain variable where he just stops spawning them. But maybe it's more like he gets to a certain point in his AI script where it just doesn't do anything anymore. But I guess we defeated one enemy, so... he's just dancing now. Having a good time. Nice, that fun. I guess this room is pretty good. Because we should get more need lions. Surely it's not gonna take many more than 16, right? That would be crazy. To finally get the chest. I do wonder how many we knocked out. but there's no way I'm going to go back and tally up all of the enemies. That would be a lot of work. And I'm not curious enough for that, let's put it this way. Also, once again, I should end up chaining my attack into the enemies, so I at least get some weapon experience along the way. Sir, I need you to summon the little guys, thank you. You see, this is the other side of the deal where I'm obviously getting rather unlucky on getting a specific chest, but I don't think I really care, considering how lucky I got with the chest contents. Like, I've gotten way more than the expected amount of items for the chest so far, I would argue. Out of all magic types in the game, which do you think may have been better off replaced with some other theme? For you, Moon was a bit obscure. What would you replace it with? I will agree that Moon is kind of a bit strange at a glance. I guess Leaf makes sense because it is just straight up mana magic. Maybe some kind of opposite of Triad, like death-based or other. I guess Triad is like life-ish based. Oh, there we go, we have the chest. Nice. Neat lion. Thank you very much. Royal Jam won't fit, but that's okay. We got the thing. Hooray. And with this, we can update our chest challenge thingy. Need Lion done. Our chest challenge is just missing the Mana Fortress at this point. At least I think it is. And as we basically need Captain Duck, Heckhound, that's it. We just need the Captain Duck and the Heckhound. And that's basically more or less going to be the challenge complete. Because we will get all of the other chests by necessity for my 100% definition. Death-based or something else. What would be an opposite of Triad? Like, what's the opposite of plants? Cities? Like, I guess I'm more thinking of the opposite of nature. Why am I attacking the guy on the right? Metal? Like processed material? Factorio! The opposite of Triad is Factorio. Of course, I should have thought about it earlier. It makes perfect sense. That's why nobody is watching me play Factorio aside from like 5 people. That's not true, it's a lot more than 5, but you know, a lot less than normal. Wait, I'm way too far in, aren't I? I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be here. I think I need to go back. I don't actually remember where the place was for the ghosties. I think I walked straight past it. Hey, maybe we don't need it. Maybe we could just get the item right here. Also, did I upgrade the number earlier? I don't remember. Are you serious? Really? Alright, we're done. We're done with the Pure Lands. That's crazy. We got the Imp's Ring. I think the Imp's Ring protects her against mini. Actually, I can just look it up. Let me tell you in a second. Well, apparently I can't look it up because apparently I closed my spreadsheet for some reason. Where is it? There it is. It just asked the game nicely and you can... That seems to work more often than not currently. Alright, Imp's Ring. That's the wrong thing to look up. Equip. Where's my equip sheet? Man, my Secret of Mana sheet has way too many pages at this point. Imp's Ring. It can... Oh, that's actually a really good effect. Imp's Ring prevents freeze and burning. That is actually very nice. Like, just being straight up immune to freezing and burning is very, very convenient. We're gonna give the Imp's Ring to the Sprite. We don't need the slight extra bit of damage from the Gauntlet. And... By the way, the Ragna's Ring does not have any special effect attached to it. It's just slightly better than a Gauntlet in terms of defenses, but does not offer the +5 strength. Does that mean it's time to split? Oh yeah, right, thank you. It is time to split. I don't know why I'm still like hacking these guys. I guess it's just out of habit at this point. Your speedrun isn't not supposed to be here, your natural environment. Speedrun in my natural environment is... Oh look, a cookie. And the boss is defeated, because cookie plus cookie deals infinite damage for some reason. That's the nature of speedrunning. Anyways, Blake Blue Dragon. Well, we'll put it this way. He does not deal particularly well with getting rocks thrown at his head. To be fair, most people wouldn't be doing too well against rocks just throwing at their head. So can't really blame him for this, can we? You would think that a big, gigantic, mighty blue dragon would actually be perfectly fine with that and just throw the rocks back, or maybe just play volleyball with them or something. But no, he just explodes. Bum. 4 AM, need sleep. Rest well, Veil Fury. Thank you so much, and until next time. Alrighty. By the way, you can use a magic rope, then you don't have to worry about cutting the bushes on the way back and getting past the griffin hand. It's probably faster to run if you're fine, but yeah. Save your game? Yes please. I'm gonna save over a different save file, just in case I goof, I guess. Alrighty. This cutscene is out of playing, so I actually have time to look through my stuff. So, just briefly looking up through the list here. And we have gotten every single chest until this point. Next up, we want Metal Crab, Whimper. Metal Crab gives us a bow orb, Whimper gives us a javelin orb. Account doesn't give us an orb, but is part of the chest challenge. Tsunami gives us the spear orb, as well as the amulet ring, which is part of our equipment challenge. Vampire Cape from the Fiend Head as well as the Axe Orb. We need 2 Axe Orbs actually, because the game doesn't have enough for, well, they put the Axe Orb in the wrong room. Then the Rare Candy, that's just an extra challenge. I'm not necessarily going to go for that, but I will try to go for the Rare Candy whenever we get the opportunity. Then Wolf Lords, we need the Glove Orb for them. Actually, we need 2 Glove Orb from the Wolf Lords, and their common drop is a Feathers Ring, one of the last few accessories that we'll need in order to complete our collection. The Fairy Cloak from the Master Ninja and the Boomerang Orb, and the Terminators give us the Fairy Crown and the Whip Orb. Also, I forgot to mention, the Whimper gives us the Power Suit for the boy. And that is kind of the full collection of things that we need at this stage. Goodbye, Mana Tree. We didn't know you for long, but tell you what, I'll come back next year again. Might take me a bit though. Rump, rump. I hear a rabbit in the distance. $10.20 on Eastern US. Let's grind it out. Yep. 1 hour and 40 more minutes of stream is my objective. Again, I will not push the envelope if I suddenly decide, okay, I'm too sleepy because of me not being quite, like, fully healthy the last 2 days. But at the same time, right now it's looking pretty good, I would say. That was your father Serin. I'd like to point out that Serin does not have all the letters in his name capitalized like we have. But then again, we didn't really get a choice. I guess that's not technically true. If we just have a 1-letter name, then only our first letter in our name is capitalized. I don't know why I continued that stupid train of thought, but here we are. Happy New Year! To you as well, Dix. Hope you're having a lovely day and a good start. Rainy. Happy New Year doesn't have a mother, neither do I. Huh. Well, let's hunt down the remainder that we need. Then it's gonna be a long grind. By the way, once we get all the weapon orbs, it's still going to be quite a grind to get all the weapons and everything up to the max level, and also spells for that matter. We actually have made really good headway in terms of spells for the sprite specifically. But the lady is kind of lagging behind on spells, but we're also starting to get to the point where I can consider starting to level up all of our spells to max level just naturally, because once we have like high maximum MP, actually I think once we reach level 99 or 99 maximum MP on both the sprite and the lady, we can just do like various grinding sessions specifically for leveling those. By the way, fun fact, Shuriken has a slightly increased critical hit chance compared to other weapons. That is also true for the upgraded ninja weapon. I think that one is called the Ninja's Trump. You know, like a trump card. They just throw it at you. I don't know, I don't think I want to play cards with a ninja. Anyways. On to our final destination. Well, final-ish, really. Into the big stinky fortress with the amazing music. Well, in the inside anyways. Alrighty, let me actually take a quick gander at my weapons at this point. I guess technically we could have you level the sword. Griffin Claws kind of feel like they make the most sense for now for the boy. We do want to have one person with a cutting weapon, which we actually give the axe to the lady at this point, I think. And one person with the whip, so I guess this bride is gonna get the whip then. That is mostly for traversal purposes. Then, as usual, we would like to have petrification weapons. At this point, level 6 Saber also relatively substantially increases our base damage that we do with the weapons too, even if the enemies are not necessarily vulnerable to the petrification status. But as mentioned before, petrification just cuts the enemy's HP in half before they take the hit in damage. So if they are petrified and we deal enough damage to effectively deplete half of their HP, we just defeat them outright. And that is kind of the idea. By the way, also earlier we had sword power at maximum, which meant that we can now technically level up the sword all the way up to level 8, one shy of 9. Okay, and also these guys here, these are the reason why we have the javelin. Look at this. This guy now can be hit again. Let me just demonstrate this again. Shoutouts to Mikachu, who had the idea of just keeping the javelin or the spear at the appropriate level. And now we can just hit this guy over and over. Because normally what happens when you fight these annoying mask enemies is they get hit stunned for a proportional amount of time compared to how much damage they take. Which is really annoying. Because if you deal 999 damage, they just get hit stunned for, I don't know, 10 seconds or so straight. And you cannot deal any physical damage to them. You either have to cast a spell or you just wait it out until they're finally hittable again. But if you can just balloon them, that kind of solves that issue entirely. Alrighty, crab friends. They drop us the boar that we would like to have. Crabs are a lot like fish, by the way. They're both friends and food. At least according to my cooking guide, I guess. Then the tsunamis, they drop us the amulet ring, one of our last few accessories, as well as the spear orb. Arguably my favorite weapon in the entire game. Right behind that one is, for me, the spear? Javelin. Listen, in German you call the javelin a spear. Spear. Yeah? Spear. It's basically spear. But it's not. It's weird. You call it a lance in order instead for the spear. It's very confusing to me. Ooh, wow, okay, right off the bat. So, this is the one of the two orbs that I would like to get lucky on. These fiend heads drop us an axe orb. We need 2 of those, and they are annoying to farm. So if I get lucky on any of the orbs, I would like it to be, first of all, for the claw orbs. Second, axe orbs. Those are kind of like my order of wish list priorities. And we get a vampire cape. Not that I'm looking for, but it is one of the few remaining pieces of equipment that we still want. This is actually the second to last equipment piece that we need at this point. We're gonna give the vampire cape to the lady because that just feels appropriate. Remember to delete the vest guard because otherwise we're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. And oh wow, Mr. Blight, thank you. Thank you kindly for their 10 gift subs, that's mighty kind of you. That is really, really nice. And welcome everybody, you can now throw around items in the Twitch chat with Yaga H and Yaga 2, because Grimer can throw around everything you want. Right, this is why we want an axe, so we can cut through these green things. And this is why we want the whip, so we can traverse these areas. Yeah, thank you kindly, Mr. Blight. Right, I don't need that guy anymore. But he didn't show us his special page yet. No, he doesn't want to. I can't resist. Okay, very well. Would have been funny if I get another amulet helm from that one. At least I think it would be funny. And here we have our first Whimper. These guys are actually easy to farm. They have a rare drop for a Javelin Orb, and the common drop is a power armor. Now, I don't remember which run that exactly was, but one of my runs, I got functionally two Javelin Orbs before I got the power armor finally from these guys. We'll talk about what we can potentially get once we get our first weapon orb maximized, I guess. I've always wondered what this button was for. When you step on it, it just makes all the green reappear. And to me as a kid, that just never made sense. Like, why would you step on this button when it just makes the green reappear? And every time I walk through here, I just step on the button, figuring maybe I missed something. Why does the green reappear? You just have to slash through the green again after you make it reappear every time. To this day, I still haven't figured out what the point of it is, but I assume it's supposed to be like a trap. Haha, you get surrounded by green, and now I guess you have to swing a few more times with your sword or the axe. Oh, chest number 2 for our counter. Did I increase the counter previously? I might have forgotten that one. Anyways, chest number 2. Let's actually briefly check the boy's agility. The stage is 81. Like he easily clears the mark for clearing all the traps. And we get the amulet ring. This is the common drop from these guys. Also, I forgot to do fiend heads, and we now also have Tsunami's amulet ring. So we can mark these off of our list. Amulet ring acquired. Vampire Cape acquired, and we're starting to get close to just completing one of our main categories for the thing. The amulet ring is just decently high defense accessory. It doesn't do anything special by itself. That's kind of all this thing is. Now we just need a singular accessory and we're done with those. And it is a common drop. Actually, that is not true. We need 2 accessories, one is a rare drop and one is a common drop. If you need to farm Whimpers, this is the room to do so. If you need to farm Doom Sword, this Doom Sword does not spawn when you get into the room from above. I don't think there's an efficient way to farm Doom Swords in the Mana Fortress. Oh yeah, I forgot about this clown. Right, you do exist. This guy is Buffy. Also, by the way, we have 99 MP, so we can actually just do intermediate magic grinding sessions. Anyways, Buffy, kind of like Vampire, can only hit him with melee attacks if he's jumping around like this. And after he gets hit here, he's going to do a high jump, because none of my characters are going to be close enough for him to grab or eat. Or, well, he would if he doesn't just start flying around again. Anyways, look at that big smile. He's just happy to be here. Maybe is that his nose? Vampire bats have noses like that? Or is that an open mouth? I just always assume it's an open mouth, but maybe it's a big nose. Anyways, he does have a good chunk of HP, but we also deal huge damage with our spell cast. So he doesn't really survive a whole lot. By the way, can I just say, it's absolutely baffling to me how much my muscle memory just keeps going. Like, I just stopped casting spells because somehow I knew that this was the remainder of his HP. So I didn't need to continue casting spells. That is so weird to me because I did not count damage. It's just like, I guess damage intuition, is that a thing? Oh, hey, there's our Heckhound chest. We needed that one. Nice. Let me make sure I mark that off. That is amazing. So the common drop for these guys is Royal Jam. The rare drop is a Fairy Walnut. We got a Royal Jam at 1/5. We don't need you guys anymore. And here are the Wolf Lords. There are 2 Wolf Lord spawns on this little bridge here. And this is the best place to farm them. It's not a great place to farm them, but it doesn't get any better in this game. Lumina rules this boss. Buffy? Yes. Lumina is absolutely murdering Buffy if you are willing to invest the MP for it. Like, it's kind of fun how just like a single Lumina spellcast can deal like, I don't know, 600, 700 damage. Pretty great. Maybe I should have used Lumina, but I didn't level Lumina, so... maybe I should have. Anyways, if you're still looking for the cockatrice cap in this game, there is the singular Basilisk spawn right here. You can't see him, but he would spawn here if he spawned. And that's kind of part of the problem with trying to get the specific enemies to spawn in Mana Fortress. Hey, chest number 2 here. Oh, nice. Well, Tsunami chest number 2. Because this guy just didn't spawn. We can try to make him spawn. Also, second amulet ring. We have to make sure we delete that one, otherwise we're not gonna get the other accessory. And he didn't spawn still. Probably because the Tsunami just occupies spawn slots since they just keep multiplying. If I were to guess. So cancelling damage with Stone Saber. Because I can. He still didn't stand. But yeah, there's a single Basilisk spawn right here in this room. I guess your best shot is to run from the room up ahead and then straight up, potentially. Anyways, welcome to Dread Slime. This guy is in fact weak to Shade. To my knowledge, the only boss in the game that is weak to Shade. And if you're like me, when I was a kid, and I didn't level Shade, and my strategy guy tells me that this guy is weak to Shade, I tried, it deals 1 damage, and I'm just thinking, man, these guys are just wrong about the slime bosses. No, he is weak to Shade. It's just he does have a good chunk of magic defense. So if you have still level 0 Shade because you never use it, I guess, then it might just not be that good. Fun fact, Shade will always target the cactus that is the furthest away from the center and move towards them. So specifically, if I wanted the sprite to just continue casting the spell, I should make sure that the sprite is never the furthest away from the center. Dead characters do not count towards his targeting, so if you are accidentally just stuck in a way where you can no longer hit the middle because this guy just keeps expanding and prevents you from going back in the middle, well, technically letting one character die is an option. Not a good one, but you know, you do what you need to do. Anyways, good night. Again, I didn't count damage. Dark Force seems like the only relevant Shade magic. It's cheap and powerful. Is there any use for the other Shade magic? Well, yes, this spell, in order to dispel walls, honestly, is actually pretty useful at times. although very situational, I would argue. There is pretty much never a reason to use, what's it called? Shadowgate? Darkgate? Evilgate. There's pretty much never ever a reason to use Evilgate. Because Evilgate is percentage-based damage, and I deal with a singular punch with one of the weaker weapons more damage than Evilgate does on an enemy that is weak to it, because it's percentage-based. It's really silly. Like, this guy is weak to Shade. I cast Evilgate, it costs me, what, 8 MP to cast that spell? 100 damage. Let me just see. This was 8 MP to cast it. Let's try casting Dark Force. This costs 2 MP in comparison. Actually, I guess there are 2 reasons to cast... Yeah, it just knocks them out. There are 2 reasons to cast... Evilgate. 1, because you think the animation looks cool. Okay, I think that's reason enough. And 2, if you have a Shade level 8+, there is a funny little Shadow Zero animation that can rarely happen. I should definitely try to make that happen in this run, just for fun. But yeah, Evilgate, genuinely, for practical purposes, entirely useless. If you play the randomizer, now there it becomes interesting, because you would think that percentile-based damage would be fantastic on bosses, but pretty much every boss in this game is, well, actually every boss in this game takes 1 damage from Evilgate, because they are just hard programmed to not take the damage from it. Like, that would be like the one use case where percentile-based damage might be useful on bosses specifically. And Moppleton in his randomizer allows you to actually use Evilgate on bosses, and it genuinely ends up being useful. He also adjusts the MP cost so it doesn't cost 8. That definitely helps its viability as well. Also, hey, Turbinators! These guys have absurdly high physical defense. So unless you critically hit or charge up your weapon, you're not gonna deal a whole lot of damage to them. I mean, alternatively, you could just get or cast Shade on them, because they are like the one relevant enemy that are weak to Shade, I would say. Master Ninjas. We do need an item from them. Master Ninjas are arguably the scariest enemy in the entire Mana Fortress, even into the late game. Because if they feel like it, they can critically hit you for 999 damage with max level and best equipment. They will still one-shot you. The only thing that can prevent that is if we were to just keep up Lumina barrier the entire way through. Which is a bit annoying, but my goodness, those guys never stop being scary if they feel like it. Oh yeah, there's another Doom Sword right here. I guess you can try to farm them. I wish you good luck for them. Trap Friend. And... oh yeah, the Terminators also love to use Lucid Barrier, which absorbs a tremendous amount of physical damage. So if you want to use physical damage on them, make sure you hit them before they cast that, preferably. What is the absolute best location for experience grinding? Actually, we're coming up to it in just a moment here, funnily enough. Because we are about to reach the point of no return. Well... soon, yeah. So I should probably absorb some MP from these guys. No, that didn't work. We did already. There. By the way, I will go back and forth until I get the Fiend Head to spawn that is on this bridge. Because I need the Fiend Head to spawn. It's really awkward if they don't. Lol. Maybe they don't spawn here. There are 3 Mountain Ninjas in this room. Arguably the scariest room in the entire game. Well, I mean they are easy to dispatch. As long as they don't just trick you into oblivion. Ow. Or just keep comboing you like that. It's just like, are you serious? Yes, they are serious. That's just what they do. By the way, this will revive the boy from 0 HP. That's just the nature of how that works. They're also immune to petrification. They also can use a stone saber to petrify us in return, which is also pretty rude. Anyways, sometimes I just cast a spell just to be done with him. At the end of the game, yes, this is literally the absolute best grinding location for experience, right here. The 3 Terminators plus the enemies in the room above. Well, mostly the enemies in the room above, because if you don't defeat them, the Terminators down here don't spawn. So, what you generally do is you enter this portal here to reset enemy spawns. Eventually. Goodbye. Alright, you enter this portal here to reset enemy spawns, give yourself lunar energy just so you guaranteed critical hits. Then you have the boy with a weapon, like the sword for example, to be able to one-shot the Terminators when you fly in and attack them. So, then you have the sprite and the lady specifically also with petrification weapons that can take care of the bottom left tsunami here. You go up here and one-shot the top right tsunami, preferably. Sometimes you don't one-shot him, but try. Then you one-shot this guy. Then you charge up your weapon after you one-shot that guy, to the point where you can one-shot the 3 Terminators down here for your physical attack. Just make sure you don't get hit by this guy's, like, mace swing. Knock all 3 of these guys out in one fell swoop. Sometimes it works. And then you go back and reset. This is the, to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, I am fine to be proven wrong, I just don't know any better, but to my knowledge this is the best level grinding spot. Also, Terminators are level 81. We are at this point level 74. We actually still get full weapon experience from the Terminators as we defeat them right now. However, because of the nature of grinding out all of the weapons from the Mana Fortress, we're going to relatively quickly get way beyond their level and no longer get full weapon experience from them. That's just the nature of that. Oh hey, nice, chest number 45 from the Whimper. They can give us a Javelin Orb, and worst case scenario, they give us a Power Suit for the boy. If I have space. Power Suit, alrighty. And there's just 1 armor remaining from them that we have yet to grab. Power Suit acquired. And this also finalizes the boys, like, build, so to speak. Unequip it, then delete the armor, otherwise I'm accidentally going to do stuff. Power Suit. This gives him +5 strength. Griffin Helmet +5 strength. And Gauntlet +5 strength, so +15 strength which is effectively 15 level ups worth of extra attack power he has now. That is, in my personal opinion, the best end gear equipment for the boy. Now you can argue that some other pieces are better because they give you like slightly more physical defense and magic defense. This gauntlet is arguably the weakest of the late game equipment pieces in terms of just, you know, straight up defenses. But I don't really care about defenses at this point, because if enemies deal any substantial damage to me, it's the Master Ninjas just murdering me anyways. So we just don't worry too much about that. But yeah, he can punch enemies now. Ooh, terminate the chest. Nice. They drop us a whip orb if we could get it, so that would be fantastic to get. Let's see what we get here. And we get the Fairy Crown. And with this, everybody, we have completed our first complete set of equipment for our category. We now have the 11 armor pieces with the highest defense value from the Fairy Crown, 150, all the way down to the Quilted Hood with 26 defense. Basically, they are not in order. Like, it would be kind of neat if they were, but all of these equipment pieces are basically like the highest to lowest defense, where the Quilted Hoods with 26 defense begins, if you will. So we have our category for headgear completed. I can give it a nice green background on this layout. And just one of the, well, many challenges of this 100% run has been done. Right. Neat. I guess my third preference for getting lucky on orb drops is always the Master Ninjas here. Because these guys here, again, they're kind of scary, but it's not that bad, honestly. Like, notably, but not that bad. But they are a bit annoying to farm, because the best farm for them is right here, the 3 Master Ninjas. And in order to respawn them, you have to go all the way back to the teleporter on the right side. So you need to do some spawn manipulation to make sure that the ninjas properly spawn or something. Chest? No chest. There can be 2 Wolf Lords right here, which would be nice if they spawn. Ow. And there's this guy here. I actually don't know if we can reach this guy on the right side. If he drops a chest. Yeah, we probably could reach the chest just before it despawns, I would guess. Crab. The crab also is like the Fiend Head, it just gets stunned for however much damage you do, more or less. How many Rabbi chests do we have so far? Oh, we only got 1 actually, to my knowledge. Unless I missed something. Anyways, rocks. 2 of them. Then we punch that guy. Well, more like a kick, really. Oh, didn't see that guy. I guess they can still technically do damage to me. For now. Oh, and our next chest. This is, in my opinion, priority number 1 for getting lucky. Because we need 2 wolf claws, or well, 2 claw orbs, and the wolves are just really awkward to farm. And we get the Fairy's Ring. That's also nice, because with that, I believe we have our accessories almost complete. Not quite, almost. We're actually missing a rare drop from the Stalkers, the Dark Stalkers at this point, in order to complete our collection. Now the Fairy's Ring does give +5 intelligence, so it is the best in slaughtering for the sprite. The main downside is that we actually can no longer pygmy the sprite, I believe, if they equip the fairy ring. So no more fast casting. Actually, no, that wasn't the fairy ring, was it? That was the fairy's cloak, wasn't it? I love how there's just a random old armored guy here that is super weak in comparison to everything else at this stage in the game. He's just hanging out. Probably because his armor and color fit in. Nice trim, I guess. And we throw rocks at this guy until he decides to give up. Oh, and another chest. I think that was a fiend head. I actually didn't quite catch that. Anyways, chest number 48 of relevant chests. What do we get today? A vampire key. Well, we still need the fairy's cloak, so that is unfortunately not terribly useful. We have to delete it immediately. Otherwise we have a full inventory and won't be able to get the fairy cloak. The fairy cloak is a common drop from... actually these guys, the wolf lords. So it would be nice to get them. Fun fact, the latest status effect is automatically cured as soon as we jump across. That's just the nature of how the game works though. But she did lose her petrification weapon, unfortunately, as a result of getting engulfed in flames. Oh. Oh no, the sprite is entirely out of MP. Here you go, Taco. How about you, lady? You have 11 MP remaining. You know what? Might as well give you fairy walnuts. The lady cannot naturally recover MP at all. Whereas the sprite could, if I wasn't that buff dummy and accidentally depleted all of the MP. Alright, these two Darkstalkers and this Master Ninja are actually kind of in a nice-ish room, if we could reliably like reset this room efficiently. Because we do need the Darkstalker's rare drop for completing our accessory collection, the Ninja's Love. And they are relatively close to like a reset point right here, so we can just do this, run back up, hit one of the Darkstalkers, head over to the Master Ninja, punch this guy, and move on. Honestly, this might be kind of nicer than if we specifically need to go for Master Ninjas. We could just go and do these resetting rounds. But yeah, until I have a bunch of weapon orbs, I'm not gonna worry too much about specifics as to where I'm going to... be grinding. Like, I will probably just keep running back and forth through the Mana Fortress, because I need to defeat most enemies and get most of the enemies' items still. We haven't also gotten no rare drops yet, so even if I were to somehow game over, we wouldn't actually really lose much of value at this stage. Maybe a few levels. We have 99 MP on the Lady and the Sprite now, so we want to do a comfy level grinding session for spells, we could do that too. Which at least for the lady feels like is kind of in order to bring maybe Luna up to par for our Lucid Barrier damage reduction strats. That deals no damage, boy, because that Fiend Head is immune while it is in a heavy stun status. The Fiend Head is immune while it is in any form of stun status. And because the over-shoulder throw can only happen when the guy is in a stun status to begin with, it will never deal any damage to this guy. like, whenever you see your character throw an enemy in animation like that, more often than not, it's just not gonna do anything, because a lot of enemies are just immune during the time where you could throw them. And if you can't throw them, they... oh. Well, you can't throw them when they are not immune. That's the short version. So in case you're curious, this is going to be our Wolf Lord grind right here. Somehow we need to get up to the right, spawn this Wolf Lord. And preferably not the slime guy in the middle, because he's gonna block the spawn on the left guy. Basically we go here, touch the right wall. And then we go left, hope that this Wolf Lord on the other side spawns. He didn't. Actually fully against it, I am. He still didn't spawn, and then it just reset the room. Happy New Year, Puerto Rico. Nice. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you have a lovely day, one way or another. Alright, let me actually check my chest challenge. We just need the metal crab at this point, and I think the Wolf Lord too. Yeah, Wolf Lord, metal crab. We did get a Terminator chest, I forgot to click that one earlier. So let's actually just grind out our first Wolf Lord chest, I suggest. Maybe we wanna just focus on completing the chest challenge. We did get a Fairy's ring, actually. Hold up. We did get a Wolf Lord chest. I didn't get the Master Ninja chest, that's what it was. So, crabs and Master Ninjas in that case. Always knock this guy out along the way, or try to, if you can hit him. Oh, we got a chest. Alrighty. We already have the armor, so javelin orb, please. That would be lovely. We get another power suit. Unfortunately, that is not useful, and we have to immediately delete it because we don't have the fairy cloak yet. Otherwise, the fairy cloak is gonna land in the trash. You could argue that I should just delete the previous armor once I get the fairy cloak, but I'm gonna forget about that. That's just how it is. I think I've actually lost a ninja's glove because I forgot to delete an accessory slot from like an amulet ring. So, prefer not to do that. So my magic faded, which means my stone saber is over. Welcome back, stone saber. I actually don't remember if you can even petrify these crabs. Also, if I had to choose, I think this background music is probably my second favorite song in the game. It's a very close second. Did Yaga take a break at 1600 hours? That actually did not. Probably would be a wise choice, wouldn't it? Alright, let's get out here. And go and save, shall we? We'll see if the book shows us anything interesting. Maybe if we just let it sit over there. Could show some funny stuff along the way. Actually don't know if it will, but if it's too far. Like it's probably just gonna sit in place, I would guess. Yeah, I don't think it does anything. That is so rude, dude. So, was it last year that I learned that these little notes that are so playful in this melody, like they're just playing their own melody around the music, are called arpeggios or arpeggios? Ever since, I know that I really like arpeggios because the background music of this track is just so, like the accompanying melody is just so playful. I really like it. Yeah, those ones. Like these are little rolling notes at the bottom. I call them at the bottom, they are kind of high-pitched. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Unfortunately, those are the first ones that fall prey to Seeker of Mana does not do well with sound effects and music at the same time, so they just often get cut out. You have it in one of your jogging playlists. That sounds like a great pick for that, honestly. Alright, we can't leave without at least knocking out one more of these fiend heads, of course. That is just a rule at this point. We need 2 rare drops from these fiend heads. And we did our first loop of the Mana Fortress. I feel like Seeker of Mana's OST got a major influence from prog rock from the 70s. I have absolutely no musical knowledge about that, but I believe you when I say it. I should have consumed 5.6 sandwiches. I actually have had a lot less than that. Huh. Maybe I should eat more sandwiches. Did I get... Oh, by the way, fun fact. The bosses in the Mana Fortress don't drop weapon orbs. It might not be something that you might have consciously noticed, because I didn't realize that until... Well, actually until I started planning for the Seeker of Mana 100% run. Because it never occurred to me, but Buffy and Dread Slime do not drop weapon orbs. And if you remember, we're missing 2 weapon orbs to, well, specifically the claw and the axe orb, in order to have, you know, the maximum, or well, maximum -1 of all the weapon orbs. So that's kind of where my theory comes in from. There's 2 chests inaccessible in the underground city. One of them is an axe orb, which would make sense and actually brings you up to the missing axe orb. But the other one is a sword orb, so it doesn't make sense, so... I don't know. It's weird. Anyways, I'm going to take another break. I'm gonna be, I don't know, getting up, walking around for 10-15 minutes, and... then we see. I will probably aim to go about for 50 more minutes, 50-ish. Right now I'm not tired, but I definitely can feel the fatigue starting to set in. But yeah, break everybody. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back. I don't remember if I actually bought the fairy walnuts here yet or not. I did. Alrighty. I'm back. Hi, yes, grunt. This guy's in the way. Sir. Thank you. I don't remember if I saved or not. I probably did, but just in case I didn't, save again. It's always the correct choice if you're not sure. Alrighty, up, up, and away we go. Back into the Manor Fortress, back into the grind. We're looking for our first weapon orb along the way. We're also looking for our first crab chest along the way. You know what, actually, I'm just gonna aim to complete the one chest challenge at this point, because I think there is one more chest available. And then there's like one more item on the list of the one chest challenge that I guess I could reasonably just do. Max level 6. Level 6 Axe actually also means that it no longer gains experience when she knocks out enemies, but I guess she hasn't really gained experience, well, in a while for allies that way around. Okay, I'm gonna have the sprite just throw a bunch of rocks at the fiend head. 1 and 2. Eventually we get to the funny rocks, that's my favorite part. So, okay, we're gonna do a grinding session here, right at the entrance, I would suggest. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to just set up for trying to figure out how to best tackle the fiend head outside, because I don't really know how we're gonna do that. So the baseline gist of it is that we want to use a javelin attack, and I believe, I actually don't know if the fiend head has evasion or not. You know what, let's just check that real quick. In my spreadsheet I have all the information, I just need to look it up. And find it for that matter. Alrighty. We have all the way on the left side, monster data. Fiend heads. Fiend heads are over... wait. Fiend? I'm not writing this correctly. Fiend head, there we go. Fiend head has 99 evasion, so yes, evasion does play a role. So theoretically I would prefer to have the boy be using the javelin, but he already has the javelin at max level, so that is not particularly ideal. Let's give him the bow. At least the bow can still generate experience for allies. I don't know if this is the good choice or which one it's gonna be. We also want to give all our allies the ability to attack immediately. So, you know, this is probably fine over here. Keep away far enough. Then, one of you guys needs to have the javelin. You have level... oh, Taco has level 6 javelin too. And the lady has level 0 javelin. Alrighty, so it is the lady that's gonna get the javelin. I guess she has the medium average or medium accuracy compared to the others. Taco, which weapon do you go for in the meantime? I'll give you the boomerang. So, let's see. We want the lady to always guaranteed attack. I don't really care too much about the sprite and the boy hitting, but the lady is the one that needs to hit the enemy, probably first and foremost. So if the boy has a slower weapon than the lady, that is perfectly fine. However, we cannot have him have a slower weapon in comparison. We're gonna have her approach, I don't know which setting are good. And we just need the lady to hit. We don't actually care too much about how much damage she does. Like, it's gonna be relevant to knock it out, but Because we want to just balloon the Fiend Head, our objective is to just go outside, have the lady balloon him immediately, hopefully. He didn't get ballooned. That could just be a chance to hit thing. There, now he's ballooned. And that's that. Let's just double check real quick. We're gonna get to the crabs in a second once I have this figured out. Yes, alright, the lady is the one to attack this guy first. And we can immediately follow up with more attacks. So, Mikachu, your idea with using the javelin here, I would say is an absolute success. He does have the chance that he doesn't get ballooned because the lady misses or something of that equivalent, but this is so much better than what I did before. It is night and day. That is absolutely nuts. Like, these guys used to be so much of a pain point to knock out because of the long stun timer, and they have over 1000 HP. The only regular enemy to have more than 1000 HP. So yeah, this is just instantly, dramatically, much better. Like, it is crazy. I could even have the sprite to try and go and knock out the Darkstalker in the meantime, so the other two can just take care of the Fiend Head. Right. So we are simultaneously, of course, going to farm the Fiend Head and the crabs and the Darkstalkers along the way, because all of these are basically just more or less in one place. The sprite with his boomerang's level 1 attack has a double hit chance to hit. Oh, right, we actually don't want a petrify weapon on the lady, I just realized, because she needs to be able to balloon enemies, and petrification overrides ballooning, so that's not good. You have a ham sandwich? Nice, enjoy your sandwich. Once again, by the way, a lot of the boomerang charge attacks have both a melee portion to their attack and a range portion of their attack. It is extremely helpful to be able to just hit enemy twice or try to hit enemy twice if they have evasion. If your first attack misses, the probability of both of your attacks missing is not all that high, comparatively. Almost midnight here in New England. Welcome in, Greenhalder. My objective was to try and go long enough so I could at least wish the US East Coast a Happy New Year. That was the main idea. A stretch goal would have been to try and wish the US West Coast a Happy New Year, which I think is 2 hours later. But I think that might be a bit of a stretch at this point. Okay, we need more critical hits, please. I guess I don't really care about the lady and the boy critically hitting the Fiend Head. Like, it speeds up the kill, but I mostly want to just knock over the Darkstalker in the meantime as well. Whack. Oh, the West Coast is still 3.5 hours away from New Year's Source. Oh, Source, you live in California. Oh. Right, I knew that. Technically. My brain just didn't. I'm terrible with time. Let's just leave it with that. Time is a strange soup. I don't know who said that, but I think it holds true. Somebody said that once, and I think it's correct. Oh, hey, look at this, our first crab chest. We would love to get the bow orb from these guys. Oh, 2 crab chests. Yes. So we can increase our counter by 2. Where is my counter? Lol. There it is. 51. We just skipped 50 right now. Alrighty, crab chest number 1. And we got it! Haha! Bow orb! Orb number 1 acquired. It's kind of funny that we have a second chest for it over too. Now, alrighty, because this is now relevant, over here you might see... Actually, wait, hold up. In the other layout, does that complete the orbs for both? It does, doesn't it? We now have the bow complete, so let me actually do that, because there's only 1 bow orb we need to farm in the Mana Fortress. So, the bow has been acquired. For the chest challenge, you might have noticed here this weird rare candy thing. Well, this is where the candy stuff becomes relevant, because if an enemy that would normally drop a weapon orb, like the crab, the bow orb, and then it already has dropped that orb, and you can no longer acquire more, the rare drop turns into a candy. This is what the rare candy is referring to. Didn't get the second one, but that's okay. Anyways, it would be kinda neat to get that rare candy, but it is not part of the requirement. It would just kind of be like fun for completion's sake to get the rarest of candies. Also, my goodness, we can actually easily go into that other room with the 2 Darkstalkers and the Master Ninja and just farm that Fiend Head separately here. Like, this is so crazy efficient to just farm that guy now here. This is amazing. Like, no joke, I think that Fiend Head speed or kill speed could easily save like an hour or maybe 2 even, depending on how lucky you get, or well, unlucky you get, I guess. Anyways, we got the bow orb, so we need to go and save real quick. Well, I guess we don't need to, but I really want to. Also, I could upgrade the bow, but not here. What was the Easter egg you talked about, but forgot putting on the layout during the wall phase fight all those hours ago? What is that Easter egg? Make sure you see real quick whether... oh, I see. Let me double check. Yes, the Easter egg is on here. See if you can spot it. If not, don't worry about it. Alright, we're back. The overlay is weird? Yeah, so don't worry, it was just... Easter egg is there. Somewhere. I don't know how long it will take until I get back around to the throwback marathon, so I figured might as well just mention where it is. Grimer bottom left? No. Grimer is support Grimer. There's always a Grimer on screen. That's just normal at this point. Wait. There's no Grimer here. Hold up. We're missing a support Grimer. Oh, never mind. There's a Grimer. Yeah. Excuse me. I need to real quick grab a Grimer friend. There should always be a Grimer on screen, like, can't do that, Jäger. Can't just forget Grimer. Right, I do put Grimer. Grimer is tiny. Grimer can fit all the way over here. Whee, more Grimer. There we go. Now we have corrected the mistake. Alrighty. Bow is going to be our first weapon to absolute max. The Garuda Buster. It does not get any stronger than that. Which also means the bow is our first weapon that can theoretically level up all the way up to 8.99. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the New Year's Eve stream. I have no idea how to address you, to be honest, but I'm glad you're around too. Thank you kindly. Alrighty. We have one more chest to acquire for our chest completion percentage. For our chest challenge to be done. Or the one chest challenge, really. Well, the downside is I need to go inside now. And of course, we can't just run past all the enemies, that's just wrong. So we have to defeat all the enemies along the way. Okay, the sprite, you're allowed to be aggressive again with your attacks. Here you go. Please go ham. Sandwich. Man, the AI sometimes is not that great with a bow. Why am I attacking the crabs? We don't need the crabs anymore. Defeating them was actually counterproductive for the most part, because I'm pretty sure the third lances don't usually spawn, but the tsunami in the middle spawns. So it was counterproductive for enemies that we would like to have. Also, let's actually see. Maybe fire as a weapon choice might be better. Because we can engulf the enemies in flames, theoretically. Some of them anyways. Heckhounds cannot be engulfed in flames, probably. At least I would be surprised. These guys, on the other hand, absolutely can. And the reason why I didn't enchant the lady's weapon is because she is the one that switches to the whip and the axe at this stage. Wrong character. Alright, yeah, it's definitely probably a good idea to say I'm gonna continue tomorrow, well, after sleeping in 20-ish minutes. But I would like to complete the chest challenge first. I think that is a good stopping point for now. We still haven't seen the fancy image from the book, unfortunately. Hold out just a little bit longer. It'll be fine. I'm just gonna lean back, relax, and enjoy the music in the meantime. I had no idea you can engulf these guys in flames. I have absolutely underused... Ooh, chest! Chest number 52. I have absolutely underused the flame enchantment in the past, I feel. What do we get? A power suit. Not what we're looking for, but that is an additional chest up to our tally, so that's nice. I wonder how many chests we're gonna get total. Probably gonna be a bunch. By the way, in case you're curious, I'm actually not entirely sure when I will just get up. I will just get up, make sure I'm comfy, and then eventually start the stream after I have like sufficient time to rest. So it is going to be, I guess, semi-random when the stream will continue, but just to make sure everybody that would be able to be around at the time, I'm going to just do like magic grinding and a bit of weapon level grinding probably at the beginning of the stream before I do anything else, just to make sure that you're not really missing anything particularly interesting, like the last set of weapon orbs and, well, actually just mostly the weapon orb drops, because that's the most interesting part in my opinion. Alright, let's see if we can make the wolf appear. Right here. He did appear. Excellent. Now hopefully this guy appears too. He did! You do want petrification weapons against these guys. Oh, another chest. Very nice. That is chest number 53. This is the one I would love to get lucky at. And we get another Ferris ring. Not what we're looking for, but... well, I was almost say it could be useful, but not really. We don't want to keep that. Because... now we only need the rare drop ninja gloves, and we absolutely don't want to forget to clear out our inventory before picking up the Darkstalker's chest whenever we get one. Ow. Oh, thank you, M-Coke, that's appreciate that. Man, this music is just so nice. Still need the spear orb from the tsunamis. Tsunamis tend to be the easiest enemy to farm because they multiply. So you just use a weapon that can only hit a single enemy at a time, like the bow or the javelin. And then you just snipe them one by one from a safe distance. Wait for them to multiply again and then just hit them again. And it is, generally speaking, pretty efficient to just grind them out that way until they drop the chest. Not currently out for these guys though. Oh, we did get a chest. That is chest number 54 that is relevant. Let's see what we get in here. An amulet ring. Kind of like before. We really want to make sure that we just immediately delete that. Because we don't need two of them, unfortunately. The chest count is not on this layout, by the way. Oh, thank you. I should actually just go back to the previous chest count, because I'm just planning on completing this challenge here. If we get the extra challenge for the rare candy, I will switch over back to here one last time. But that was actually not part of my plan, to be honest. I just forgot it was on this layout, because I just copied over my, like, rare drop challenge spreadsheet thingy. Ow! Holy crap, dude! I keep forgetting how much damage these guys can deal if they have their weapons buff and everything. It surprises me every time. I wonder if you can balloon these guys, actually. Let's actually see. Lady, put the balloon spear. Javelin, excuse me. I mean, probably? Okay, you can balloon this guy. You probably can't balloon this guy. The status effect is called stop in the game's code. And you know what it means when an enemy cannot get ballooned. consequently means that they cannot be stopped. I just thought that was funny for some reason. Definitely time for bed soon. By the way, these poor Darkstalkers literally can't deal damage to me at this stage. Alright, so Javelin doesn't really work too well here, so let's go for the Great Axe instead. That way we can at least whack away the stuff along the way. The green things that we have to maneuver around otherwise. Wait, I don't... That's okay. Just knock these guys out real quick. I specifically want to walk straight up into this room, by the way, instead of diagonal. Because diagonal is the way how you manipulate the enemies to not spawn in that room. You use that in a speedrun setting because you don't want it to run into them. But of course, in this setting I do want to run into these enemies. So you want to run straight up instead of diagonal up left or up right. Just need to make sure I run up enough. If you're basically, I want to almost say attuned sufficiently to the game, you actually can see like the little lag frames when enemies spawn in. And when 3 lag frames happen, that is when I know that all of the enemies have spawned in. Like, it is actually visible if you pay attention. So the plan is to just grind this little room here until we get a chest drop from the Master Ninja over there. Maybe get a few Darkstalker chests along the way. Now that we have a fantastic way of dealing with the Fiend Heads, I actually think we can just separately focus on taking down the Darkstalkers. Like, theoretically we can farm them from the Fiend Heads repeatedly, but practically I'm not sure how, like, you know, practical it is. Alrighty, chest number, well, next, 55. This is a chance for our last accessory. Let me just make sure I have space. I probably have space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, this would be the 11th item if we get it. Chocolate won't fit. That is the standard drop from them. We are looking for the rare drop. Your Basilisk emote was approved. Nice, that was fast. I love it. Oh, it even blinks. That's nice. It's just blinking. It's so... I like it. Alrighty. Oh, we get another chest. Ow. Wait, is that? Chest number 56. I'll get to the thing in a second. Chest number 56 is... chocolate. That won't fit. That's okay. Alrighty. What the... oh no. Hair clam is... I have to ask the question. Is there like a 0 too much? I can refund with no problem because holy moly. Ay ay ay. It's correct. Holy crap, dude. That is insane. Holy moly. For anybody who might have missed it, watch the number go up on the progress bar right there. Ay, Oh my goodness. Thank you. That's a big chunk. That is absolutely crazy. Let me make sure we don't die here. Oh my god, I am entirely lost for words. Thank you. You've always been, in the past as well, a huge supporter. Fun fact, I still have your Diablo 2 layout for the stream. It is still... Actually, it might be even one of the layout thingies still. Yeah, sorry, it's gonna cut off the music in a second. But look at this layout. This was created by Hairclam, if I'm not mistaken. It's really old, but also it's still really neat. You can hardly see it, I guess. But anyways, back to this. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Bill, I mean, technically, we reached the second milestone. Well, not just we did reach the second milestone. That is still within the Tropic December thingy. I need to run straight up. I don't have words, thank you. Well, that does technically simplify things for me. A lot, actually. Good night, Ryok. Thank you for dropping by and rest well. But yeah, this does mean more Yagamo streams. They are not going to stop next year. And this also means I will stream at a regular schedule. Kinda like, you know, Throwback December, probably a few more days of break in between. Holy moly. Hairclam, would you have any game you would like me to play next for the Throwback December? Any game in particular you would prefer? Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. The boy is so... Yes, 34 HP. That is... not a whole lot, huh? Wait. These guys can't be burned. Can that be? No, that's a silly idea. I should not use ice weapons against these guys. Because ice is a horrible status effect, you can't keep damaging the enemies. Always excited for some running or Satan Setsu 3. I think we can work that in. You know, we played something. how about we play some more? I'll actually just put that into my schedule so I don't forget about it. Alright, I will guess that this... Hey, another chest, how nice. I will guess that this guy is immune to every status effect at this point. The Master Ninja, that is. I guess we just try to punch them at that point. Well, more like bow them right now. S3 remake with Charlotte, man. Yeah. I've never done the... They implemented like all enemies are level 99 in SC3 Remake, right? So... that technically could be an idea. Do you like Charlotte in the remake? I like Charlotte in general. Like... I understand when she appears annoying to some people. Like... it's fair. But I kind of actually really appreciate her rather straightforward and, you know, genuine attitude. It's actually a big reason why I like Skies of Arcadia. There's just a lot of characters that are relatively straightforward and just genuine. Maybe a little bit on the silly side. Maybe not quite grown up, if you will, but that's okay. As a character, she's great, but that voice... Ooh. I think I've played through all 3 storylines in the remake. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. I did definitely do Dragon Emperor. I did a solo Angela low-level playthrough. I don't remember if I did the Jungle of Illusion one. You always make her into Necromancer. The all debuff thing is so good. Like, just debuff the opponent's stats entirely. Is that Necromancer? I think that's Necromancer, right? Uh-oh. Oh no! Man, this guy's terrifying. It's just a single one too. But I guess we are lining up in a single line file, and he's just knocking us down. 634, 634. One thing I will say is, my ears, because I'm not a native English speaker at this match, and I actually don't really have much of a concept of like good or bad voice acting in video games in general, unless it's really bad. Then like that's maybe what I notice. But for the most part, I don't actually really know what good or bad voice acting consists of. Sometimes I like a character, sometimes I don't. Like, I can tell you that there is one voice acting I really don't like, and that is in Bravely Default 2? I think it's 2. Bravely Default 2. One of, well, let's say, the main villain character. He has such a slow and tedious to listen to voice in his very specific kind of expression. It's just, I don't know why, but that is grating to me. I genuinely couldn't tell you why I find him so exceptionally irritating to listen to. I don't think it's the voice. I think the voice of the actor is fine. I think it's literally just the... It's like the tempo, what's the word? The rhythm of the voice. There's probably a better word for that. But the rhythm of the voice for that character in particular is just I don't know why. The rhythm is wrong. Cadence, there we go, that's a better word. Like, I can't really tell good or bad voice acting, but I tend to pay a lot of attention to patterns and cadence, just because that's just how I distinguish between people in general. And for some reason, that cadence is just tedious? I don't know how else to describe it. Trying to figure out the Easter egg makes your brain hurt. It's very difficult to see. Sorry. Goku's JP voice kills you? I actually don't know what that means. As in that... Isn't that is really high-pitched? Anyways, chest number 58 from a Darkstalker. What do we get here? Intonation might be kind of it, but I think it's more of the cadence, like it's like the rhythm, the pattern of the speech of that main villain character. That's for some reason it's just tedious to me. Like, it's not even grating in any capacity, it's just tedious to listen to. I don't know how else to describe it. It's such a weird... I need to play that game again, because in general, I really liked Bravely Default 2. It was really good. I should play that game again sometime. And hey, I have time now to do that without any trouble. Man, that's crazy. Also, Happy New Year to all of our East Coast friends in the US. I think it is. Happy New Year to you, friends. I hope you have a fantastic start into New Year, and I think this is our first chest from the Master Ninja. Chest number 59. And we get the Fairy Cloak. This completes my one chest challenge, because we have gotten one chest of every single enemy in the game that drops a chest in this at this point. The candy is just an extra thing that I forgot to take out. We will probably complete that anyways, but every single enemy, we have acquired one chest from them, and I think that is kinda neat. There's also 2 question marks at the bottom. Ignore those. If we find them, that's fun. If not, that's okay too. Those were for the special traps, but I don't think we can get special traps in this run anymore. We're probably too high level at this point. Well, maybe we can try. Anyways, with this, the one chest challenge concludes. We switch back over here because we now have every single one of the armor pieces, which means this completes one more entire set on our left-hand side. With the Fairy Cloak, this is the armor of the single highest physical defense stat in the game, and it also gives us +5 magic power. At least I think it does. At the very least, it prevents the sprite from getting pygmied, if I'm not mistaken, which is gonna make this a little bit awkward for leveling spells, because I have to unequip it and stuff. Anyways, let's get out of here. Would those questions be Shadow Zeros? Yes, that was what I was trying to get at. Those were basically... Oh, hey, another chest. Oh, nice. Just on the way out. Chest number 60 from a tsunami. But yeah, the question marks are Shadow Zeros. Shadow Zeros are kinda neat. I mean, that's right. We have... My goodness. It's definitely time to take a break. Voice, please. We still have like 5 minutes to go. Stay with me. Ow. Bonk. Another chest. Chest number 61 for a potential axe orb. It makes... Oh! Oh my goodness. We got the axe orb. 1 out of 2 axe orbs acquired. Wow, just on the way out. That... Today's my lucky day, huh? I think it is. Oh, by the way, I forgot to update the layout on the left side because the armor section is done. Make it green. We have 1 of 2 axe orbs. We do have the bow orbs. And this is pretty amazing, honestly. Somebody needs a whip. It's not me. Well, actually, that's not true. I need the whip in order to go across here. Wolf, please. Aha, he spawned. Wolf, please. Hey, hey, he spawns. By the way, technically it's faster to... If you need to go from one side of the ring menu to the other, 2 downs to switch menus is faster than 2 ups. But from my speedruns, I actually didn't realize that was a difference. So I just got into the habit of always holding up if I needed to switch to menus. And I have never managed to break that habit. Another chest. Chest number 62. From a whimper. I get a power suit that won't fit. You know what? I had so much chocolate, I will believe that I'm not gonna fit into that power suit. That makes sense. Maybe that's not what it meant, but, you know, close enough. So now we need an axe, so I guess the sprite is gonna use the axe this time around. Or maybe the sword. I don't think the sprite had the sword equipped for a single time this time around. Maybe. Anyways, we don't need the crabs anymore. Well, I would take them still. We do still need the fiend head, and we do still need the dark stalkers. Good luck for this year. Well, just number 63 from the Darkstalker. Chocolate won't fit. That's also fair. I had so much chocolate, I don't think it could fit anymore. I know that's not what it means, but it's just fun that way. Chest counter is missing. Oh yeah, right, thank you for telling me. Where is the chest count from this overlay? There it is. It's all the way in the top right. Where would I best place this chest counter? Like, is it fine over here? I kind of don't like it being on top of the game screen, not gonna lie. I guess we could put it here. But then it feels very busy and hard to read. Next time I need to have like a location where I put this in the layout or something. Like it could actually fit up here, right next to the armored headgear and accessory. I can figure that out for tomorrow. Now we're gonna leave it here. Thank you for notifying me, because I forgot to check. And look at book. Let's see if the book does the thing. Maybe? Okay, no it didn't. Alright, no book shenanigans this time. Seems fine in the bottom right. Yeah, I think it's fine. I just would like to integrate it into the layout in a meaningful way, where it doesn't overlap the game screen. Like, it's not that bothering, but I generally prefer if I keep like game and layout separate, with the layout mostly being on the minimal side. That's my preference. Look at this guy, he's a little bit red now. He agrees. Also, by the way, I did do a local recording here, but I forgot that my recording, or I need to capture the game in a different way than I usually do, and I forgot to set the recording channels for that way around, so we will have separate voice, but not separate game and voice audio. It will be combined only, unfortunately. Should be okay, we'll see. And one more Fiend Head for the road, and one more Darkstalker for the road. I'm actually using significantly less spells in order to deal with enemies, because a large portion of using spells is either Terminators that already have established Lucid Barrier, and Fiend Heads that are stun-locked. And Fiend Heads, we now stun-lock in a different way, much more efficiently. And I guess we were not all at the Terminators last time. Alrighty. And with this, I think it is a wise choice to go south from the volcano into the desert to the comfy place where we're going to go ahead and rest for the day. So everybody, thank you so much. Whether you have donated or just watched, I greatly appreciate you all. Thank you so much for being just mind-bogglingly supportive. Again, support goes way beyond monetary support, although that, well, unfortunately in this case ends up being the central case, but also just, I don't know. I didn't expect to get here on this number. Like, anyways, I should go to bed. You made it. Yes, Profness. Absolutely crazy. Alright, I'm going to bed, everybody. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening, a good start into the new year. Happy New Year to all the people there that are still going to be in the new year. Thank you so much, take good care of yourself, and hopefully until next time, I will be back after sleeping. Goodbye.